very sharp, very focused.
And that's a shot that again will live long in the memory.
It's just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. What a shot that is.
Got the hot shots all to himself. The break of a multiple world champion, exuding class.
A very good morning, afternoon or evening, wherever you might be watching around the world, and welcome to the BetVictor Championship League. This is the 8th day of competition at the Mattioli Arena in Leicester, featuring two more first phase groups in the opening world ranking event of the new snooker season. Over on Table 2, where you can see every ball potted on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel, it's Group 14 with top seed Pang Junzhu facing tough opposition. Here on Table 1, the main focus of our coverage, Ashley Carty, Gong Chen-Zi and Ross Muir join the always entertaining Jack Lisowski in Group 13. As per format, top seed Lisowski enters the fray straight away, taking on Carty. Let's get the balls rolling. And I'm delighted to say, joining me in commentary today for, I believe you're doing 4 matches with myself and Dave Hendon over the course of the day, it is Gary Wilson, the Scottish and Welsh Open champion.
Yeah, thanks, Phil. Afternoon, everyone. Looking forward to another wonderful day with you and Dave.
So first, let's talk about yesterday. I noticed that you were making quite a lot of sizable breaks, but in the end, just fell short. Amir Sakosh made that big century, didn't he, in the last frame to deny you, but overall it looked as though you were playing decently.
Can I be honest, Phil?
Most certainly.
I normally am. Couldn't be further from the truth, to be frank. I was absolutely all over the place yesterday. Analysed it thoroughly in my room yesterday, sulking, and realised that, I just can't hit the ball properly anymore. I've been struggling for a number of years with the yips, really, and it's just coming to fruition more and more. Although I made a few breaks yesterday, to be totally honest, that's my game. It's scoring, and when you're in close, you should never really miss, especially on the size of these pockets. I nearly fell in one yesterday when I walked around the table. It's the rest of me game. It's just there's nothing there, and yesterday was just, very, very disappointing, and just happy to get it out of the way now and try and refresh and try and find something for the upcoming tournaments, really. Not many positives to take, really.
Yeah, it's amazing sometimes, isn't it, that you can not be happy with your form, you and obviously all other professionals, and yet make big breaks. As you say, the ones that really count are the tight ones that can hurt an opponent.
Yeah, as I say, easy shots are easy shots for a reason. And if you keep lining yourself up with them, you should never miss them, no matter how bad you're hitting the ball, if you're a reasonably talented player. And that combined with, obviously, years of experience and kind of knowledge of the right shots to play to land on these easy shots, that's what makes you breaks. That's what wins you frames, and if you can get the chances to do that's how you do that. But I can't play any sort of shots over distance, any power shots, any accuracy shots, basically, and it's just been getting worse and worse, really, over the last few years. So a lot of thinking to do this season and next season, see how they go, and I've had a long, hard think about it, and I'm not sure what I might be doing after the next 2 seasons, to be honest. There's not really any enjoyment in it there for us, so it may be seeing if I can go into something else, maybe property or something, and hopefully earn as much money doing something else as what I can at snooker at the moment. And I never thought I'd hear myself say it, but if I can, there's just not enough enjoyment in the game anymore to carry on, really. We'll see. Hold the phone on the snooker for the next couple of years. We'll see.
Well, it's a very frank assessment. I hope the form returns, because when you play well, you can make the balls talk. Now, on that basis, so can Jack Lisowski. I don't like him when he plays right-handed. It always worries me that, but he played that particular shot okay. One final thing about yesterday, and it's not about you, it's about one of your opponents. Bai Yu Lu, the women's world champion, I think she's got the potential, Gary, to be the most successful woman ever on the Pro Tour.
Yeah, I would struggle to disagree with that. Obviously, I've seen bits of her before and seen her firsthand yesterday, obviously playing her. She's definitely, for me, at the moment, the best woman out there playing snooker. She's got the technique, and I know you need more than that. She's obviously got a bit of natural talent to go with that as well, and she just seems to be able to get the balls in the hole, you know, and that's what it's all about. She's got a proper snooker brain, and yeah, I was quite impressed with how she played, and yeah, I'd agree with you. She's got every chance to sort of do something more than just in the women's game, I think, yeah.
And she scores yesterday, 96. She made an 82. I think there's real promise. Okay, so I promise not to talk about tomorrow now. Let's concentrate on this, and it is the entertaining Jack Lisowski who's taken an 18-point lead. Entertaining, thrilling, at times electrifying.
Yeah, unbelievable talent, Jack. Of course, still striving for that first title. I know how that feels. Someone who we all know should be winning events, really, with the talent that he's got, but it's not that easy, is it? And it's not going to be that easy today against Ashley neither. Another great player. Probably underrated for me, Ashley. I've known him quite a few years now, and he's had good results here and there, but I wouldn't say a lot of people would really consider him like a very good player. I'm one of the guys who thinks he's a bit underrated, to be honest. Pots a lot of very good single balls, a lot of good long shots, gets himself into positions to win games, and just the odd time with a lot of players a little bit lower down the rankings, maybe just doesn't quite make the most of his opportunities. But yeah, a very, very talented player, and this will be a tough game, I think.
They have played each other twice before. One victory each, although Carty's actually was in the Northern Ireland Open first round. He won 4-1 back in 2020. Lisowski's in a lower profile European Tour event in Fürstenfeldbruck in Germany.
Yeah, and just that shot Jack's played there, it looks as if he's left this red on for Ash. Maybe a bit of an angle on it, so not the easiest to get on the black, but if he can just stun through the gap, can be on the black, I think. Well, he's actually used the red.
One.
So he's in a good position now to make a good few points in this first frame. Is that commentator's curse when I'm just on about not making the most of opportunities there, Phil?
Well, maybe. Who could see that one coming? That's bread and butter stuff.
A little loose with the cue ball there, to say the least, from Jack. He could have played for the black, no problem. Seemed as if he even played for the blue, maybe, but he's overdone that by a good few feet there. So that right-handed shot again you were on about, Phil. He doesn't look comfortable, does he? But he strikes the ball still pretty well with it. He's played that reasonably decent to get on the red, to the right of the pink.
Yeah, he says he prefers playing right-handed to using the rest, but when I've seen him use the rest, he's been perfectly proficient with it.
Yeah, I think we can all have our opinions, can't we? If I was Jack, I would probably use the rest more often than he does, and just use the right-handed shots when he feels it's really maybe bit too awkward, but he obviously feels he's very, very proficient using his right hand, so who's to argue?
I think it's a gift, but also a curse for Jack Lisowski in many respects. When he's flowing, he makes the game look so easy, and that's why I think he's been subject to so much criticism. How can someone so talented not win? But maybe that's the reason.
Lisowski 11.
Yeah, it's something I personally just can't understand. I wish I had his problems. You know, speaking about myself, obviously, earlier on, I feel technically I'm absolutely gone. Jack is like the opposite kind of player to me. He's technically so good. You just wish sometimes that if it is down to concentration or mindset or whatever, that he could just maybe tighten up on that a little bit. Maybe it's not as simple as that. Who knows? Otherwise, he would have already fixed these problems, you know. But yeah, it's a real shame to players like me to see Jack with so much talent not quite fulfilling it yet. There's still time, of course. But yeah, he hits the ball absolutely beautifully. So to miss a shot like that, it's hard for players like myself to understand.
Yeah, and although this has no bearing, I think it's worth saying that he's such a good guy, isn't he, Jack? Very popular, and if he were to break through, I think the whole game of snooker would share in his joy.
Yeah, absolutely. Lovely kid. A lot of time for Jack. Just noticing there, it seemed to roll up that red there to the middle pocket. Ashley giving a gesture as if it turned off. I did notice that myself. I know it was on a different table. It was table 2 I was playing on yesterday, but the exact same thing happened to me twice, which actually cost us in that last frame you were referring to with Amir Sarkosh. I rolled a pink to the middle pocket and it turned up, which normally, obviously, if anything, you would expect it to roll down with the nap of the cloth, but it actually turned the other way, and I'm noticing there it seems to be happening on table 1 as well.
Well, it most certainly did yesterday.
7.
To Liam Davis. He stroked in the red, he was walking after it, and you know when players do that, that means the ball's in. And took a few strides and abruptly stopped in his tracks because the red hit the far jaw.
13.
Yeah, and it's so frustrating. It's one of many pet hates snooker players have got. You know, you just want the conditions to be good enough that you can roll in shots like that. You know, if they're the right shot, you've got to roll them in sometimes. And if they're turning off the wrong way almost as well, if you like to call it that, then it's so frustrating because you sit in your chair and you lose the frame a lot of the time. And yeah, as I say, very frustrating. We just want the tables to be level.
It's actually called in the players' room. They would say that red went uphill. Of course, not literally, but that's the phraseology.
Yeah, because I guess we kind of consider downhill as being with the nap of the cloth. The nap runs obviously from the baulk end down to the black end of the table, and if it's a thick cloth,
22,
then obviously that nap will be more prominent and balls will tend to turn, as you would say, downhill a lot more often. You'll play pinks into the middle high, so to speak, so that they turn down ever so slightly. On these match cloths, though, they're so thin and there's not really that much nap, you don't expect them to turn anyway, really. They should generally stay pretty straight. So when they do go uphill, as you say, as I say, it's very, very frustrating. And yeah, it's generally a call to the table fitter to try and do something about it. But when you're only playing a few group games, best of fives, there's not really much time to even think about that. You might not even get a shot that comes up where it costs you. But certainly for Ashley there, it did. And yeah, for me yesterday, and as you say, Liam Davies' game as well, when it does cost you, it's massive in these very short races.
I can tell you on table 2, Pang Junzhu has encountered no problems whatsoever in the first frame against Dean Young. He's won it with a break of 136, a total clearance. That's some start.
Yes, a very good start in a
42.
Best of 4, as we're calling them. Yeah, obviously so important to get the first frame on the board because
43.
You're almost thinking then, you know, one more and I've got at least a draw here, but you're setting yourself up for a very good chance of a win, obviously 3-1 or a 3-0. They get you 3 points on the board, of course, and 2 each would get you a draw, meaning 1 point. So yeah, every little thing in these short matches can make a big difference in the way the group stands towards the end of the day.
On this table yesterday, Liam Davis scored nicely, but his most important visit was in his second match against Jack Bradford. He
58.
cleared the colours to win 3-1 as opposed to falling to a 2-all draw. So all of those big numbers paled into insignificance against a relatively modest 27. Every frame has the potential to be vital, and that's why
59.
Lisowski will be delighted to get off to this start. It wasn't flawless, but it could still be a very nice way to begin.
Yeah, and of course,
66.
These things that we're saying here about how important each ball is, each frame is in the grand scheme of things, most of the time you're going out there like Jack and Ashley will be there today, and you're not even thinking of any of that. You're trying not to. You're experienced enough to just go out there and play the balls, try and enjoy it, and just see what happens by the end of it. You don't. If as soon as you start thinking of any of that, you're going to start missing balls left, right, and centre. Just got to play, haven't you? And that's the secret.
74.
Well, as Barry Hearn said many moons ago, you've got to play as though it means nothing when it means everything.
76.
That's it.
Now here, Lisowski, he could emulate Pang Junzhu and start with a century himself.
'83. '88. '94.
Jack Lisowski has confined the first frame to room 101. Ashley Carty missed the red. Maybe it wasn't his fault, but what we know for sure is that Jack Lisowski is off to a flyer.
Champion. Vision. Drive. Discipline. Finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor. Conqueror. Peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Welcome back to the Mattioli Arena. We've had matching centuries so far from our high noon start. Jack Lisowski 101 to take a 1-0 lead over Ashley Carty. On table 2, Pang Junzhu straight into his stride with a 1-3-6 in drawing first blood against Dean Young.
Pretty good break from Jack as well. He's done well to get the cue ball over behind the green, if not a little bit left of the green there. I found that a little bit tough yesterday. The cushions were playing rather slidey on table 2. Not sure how the cushions are really playing on table 1 today, but You're doing well if you can get the cue ball over that far. Obviously, ideally, when you're breaking off, you're trying to get the cue ball on the ball cushion in a direct line behind the green, pretty much. It's always a good shot. Straight away in this frame, the balls are pretty open. And there may be a shot to nothing here, just below the pink. Probably felt as if he was running into the 2 reds with the cue ball though, so chose the one above for the safety and has played it very well. Actually just coming round here to see if he can try and pop the red next to the blue into the corner pocket and run through for the black, seeing what he would leave if he missed that. Might feel it's worth the risk. No. Just playing what we call the dump shot. Was that Cliff Thorburn renowned for that years ago, Phil? The dump shot?
Well, yeah, he was, and I think he was the one that sort of christened it. The actual name.
Just dump the cue ball on the bottom cushion. Has to find a thin edge of this red, Ashley, just to avoid the reds on the way back up. Well, he's actually came the other way. I didn't think you could see quite enough of that with the brown being maybe in the way, but he's managed to swing the cue ball round. But it looks as if he's left a gap for the red into the corner pocket, and that's always the trouble sometimes when you're hitting the reds thick and moving reds around. You're not quite sure where they're going to land. And in this case, he's left Jack an opportunity, which he's potted very well, and look at the position on the blue. Couldn't ask for nicer. So a great chance again for Jack.
Today at the Mattioli Arena, it's a real hub of indoor sports taking place in the other hall. It's a Players' Championship darts event. The leading players in that game are here. And in terms of that positional kiss, Lisowski hit the bullseye there. You've got to fancy him to make a few.
6.
The way they're all scattered. No real issues.
7.
No, but if he's got his break building head on here, Jack, not that he needs to do anything really, but you're always looking as a player to try and get on the reds that are near the black spot. And he's tried there to do that. Ideally,
12.
the one nearest the black spot, but even the one next to it to the right, either way, he's going to open up that area so that when he pots the black next, it makes positional play a lot easier in and around that black spot to keep playing red, black, and yeah, it's turning out to be a really good opportunity. So you could have played for a number of reds off the blue before, but that's what a break builder's mind's doing straight away, is trying to get into the positions where you can open the black spot up.
20.
Well, the right hand is certainly getting a workout so far. I think this is his 4th pot using it. And you could see him overcutting that. That was alignment.
Either that or just a slight deceleration. When you're playing that sort of little nippy shot like that, you're putting a little bit of trace of right hand side on that, and if you just decelerate slightly, which you can easily do, I guess, with your wrong hand, you're just going to catch it a little bit thin, not quite get through the cue ball properly. And this is what we're saying. You know, that's a simple shot, that, but because he's chose to use his wrong hand, I don't think he would ever have missed that with the rest. And I just think sometimes he needs to, just rein it in for the easy shots. Yeah.
Yeah, he's done that
1.
on big occasions, in important moments, and they've cost him. Well, they cost him here.
Yeah, and we can only go by the evidence. You know, we've made that point because we've seen it before. You know, and
8.
he is known to miss easy balls with his opposite hand. Listen, we don't know how he feels about it. We don't know how good he feels with the rest, how bad he feels with it, or anything. But all we can go off is the evidence, and yeah, maybe something for him to think about. Maybe just use the rest a little bit more. But it's certainly provided a good chance for Ashley. Oh, where's this pink going to land?
9.
Oh no, that's not good. He was trusting to look a little bit there, obviously, with the red, just going into other balls, and you're never guaranteed to land on a colour, but a little bit unfortunate there for the pink to land right on top of the cue ball, so looking for a safety.
We've seen some really unfortunate positional efforts in the tournament so far, none more so than on Saturday night. Anthony Kowalski needed to beat Stuart Bingham in the last match of the group. It was 1-1. He was 50 in front. He potted the blue, went into the remaining reds by hitting the pink. He caught the pink absolutely flush on. Incredibly, the white stuck to the pink to such an extent. Not only did he not have a pot, he couldn't see a red. So now he was in a horrible snooker. He escaped, but left Bingham a plant. Stewart knocked it in and cleared up. Won the group.
Yeah, I think I've seen a clip of that. It might have been on his Instagram or something, actually, saying it was the unluckiest shot of his life. If I'm being hypercritical, and this is being hypercritical, Phil, he could have hit them with a little bit more pace. But yeah, it's easier to say in hindsight, isn't it? But yeah, again, being critical as we are as players, Ashley will know there that he's only getting himself into that position because he wasn't quite right on a number of reds. The reds are so open in this frame that he really should have been better positioned, and he's been forced to play a red there where he was running into other balls and losing control of the cue ball a bit. So he'll know that. As much as you say to yourself, sometimes you're unlucky, you've got to also look at the flip side and say, well, why did I get myself into that position anyway? And there's an example of the table rolling off. Because a lot of people can say on that sort of shot, that's careless. I'll tell you now, as a professional snooker player, you can't cue that shot badly, you can't aim that shot badly. The only reason you'll play what looks like such a silly shot in that circumstance is because the table's rolled off, and a lot of people tend to not realise that sometimes. It's about whether you were forced to play that shot though in the first place. You don't want to be having to trust the table over 12 feet. It can obviously go anywhere really, but it's certainly left another good chance for Ashley, which this time we'll be really wanting to make the most of.
From Rotherham in Yorkshire, so not too far from
9.
the Crucible. He's had a couple of spells on the tour. Right now, though, not
16.
a tour member, so he's playing here as a qualifying school top-up reserve.
Yeah, and as I say, for me, I rate Ashley highly. He should be on the tour, really. And I suppose it's a thing that we're saying more and more about players these days. The standard's getting so good amongst so many players that you find yourself saying about a lot of them that they should be on the tour. There's too many to be on the tour, I think. It's obviously a tour of 128 players, but
24.
there's a couple of hundred players who you could arguably say deserve to be tour players as well, though.
Yeah, we've seen during the course of the first 8 days of competition in this tournament players who are in name only amateurs, who you know are good enough to compete on tour, but places, opportunities are limited.
30.
And that's it. They can all play, but it's about getting those opportunities at the right time to actually win, qualify, get through. And
31.
it can't happen for everybody, can it? Ashley will just be doing the numbers a little bit here. So in this kind of situation, a player's thinking about how many points ahead they are, what reds, what colours they need off them reds to get to a point where preferably he doesn't want to be needing any of them 2 reds on the side cushion. So with him being 25 ahead here, he knows he doesn't need them 2 as long as he takes high valued colours.
37.
And they're the kinds of thoughts that the players are thinking about. Some obviously ask, how many shots ahead are you thinking? This is probably one of the only situations you're thinking maybe more than 3 or 4 shots ahead. Just in the regard of the scoreboard, as I say. What don't I need?
44. $45.
Very right-eyed, Ashley Carty. That's the dominant eye. We've seen a lot of players in this tournament, actually, who have been extremely left-eyed.
50.
So if you've got a dominant eye, you tend to cue under it as opposed to directly under the chin.
Yeah, they're a funny thing, the eyes. Obviously, I'm a left-eyed player. I used to be a lot worse, and it sort of gradually got a little bit closer to the middle for me, and not through any trying to do that, or just happened. It's a strange thing. Yeah, your eyes, obviously, like anything else, change over years, I think. And
56.
yeah, as you say, Ashley's very, very much under the right eye, almost on his cheek, really, when he's cueing. But it doesn't matter, as long as what you see is straight to you, that's all that matters.
Ashley Carty, 56.
And the break of 56 means that Carty is 45 ahead with 43 on. So Lisowski, who had that really wonderful chance at the start of the frame, now needs a snooker.
Yeah, important now, though, that Ashley keeps it tight, because just with Jack moving that yellow towards the brown, instinctively, again, as a player in their mindset, you're thinking, if I can get 2 reds and blacks here and get myself up into a position behind the yellow somewhere, I can get a really tough snooker in behind the brown. The frame's certainly not over yet.
Also this, folks, my co-commentator today, Gary Wilson, is an expert at both laying snookers and also escaping from them. I well recall that famous, I think it was semi-final in China against Ding, when he was trying to get the snookers at the end of the match, and you just refused to miss one, escaping one after the next.
I think it was something like 11, yeah. I think there's a video of that final frame on YouTube, and yeah, he kept putting me in all sorts of trouble, and I just had to keep trying to hit the ball. Sometimes out with snookers, you're trying to be cleverer than that and not only hit it, but work out how to get it most safe and avoid being in a snooker again. There was some of the shots I was in, though, I just had to try and hit the ball, and that's what you've got to do sometimes.
Well, Carty wasn't too clever with his last shot. He actually came close to committing a cardinal sin of going in off. But as Gary pointed out, 2 reds, 2 blacks here, and the snooker off yellow in behind brown. That could be tasty.
Yeah, I may even think about, I mean, he's right-handed again here, but the black's fine. It just means it's a little bit more difficult now to get to the yellow in a position to really put your opponent in trouble behind the brown. I would have liked to have seen Jack go up for the pink there, because with the difference being 36 now, the pink would have still meant that he only needed 1 snooker to win. The pink would have been on its spot. It would have been easier to get to the yellow in a position a lot easier. See the work he's had to put on the cue ball there now. He's played a pretty decent shot, but that was a lot more tough than maybe playing the pink. But now he's in such a good position, he should really get Ashley in a fiendish snooker. He doesn't want that yellow near a cushion. That's the only thing I would say there. If he's tight to the brown, it's very difficult still, but you want to try and keep that yellow away from the cushions to make it even tougher to hit. It looks like he is pretty tight up against the yellow. It's looking to come off 1, 2, 3, 4, possibly 5 cushions to hit the yellow. Oh, that's not got the pace. It's definitely not got the pace.
Oh, Jack Lisowski 4.
Of course, because Lisowski needed a snooker. Not called a miss. But that wasn't his best at all. He could have placed Carty under a lot more pressure. In fact, he's left the yellow on.
Yeah, I had to keep the yellow safe there. You can see he was trying to. Obviously, he maybe got a little bit more of a slide off the cushion than he expected, but he was wanting that yellow more over onto the ball cushion behind the brown and green. That's a good pot. And is it a nice kiss? Yeah, it's not too bad. He's got a shot at the green as well. So, as I said before, the frame certainly wasn't over. Jack got himself into a position there where he could win the frame again, but just a little bit of a careless safety shot. And he's got to do it all again.
The second frame of the day is over on table 2, and Pang Junzhu is playing some good stuff. He's leading Dean Young 2-0.
Yeah, that was always going to be difficult. I couldn't really see a viable shot there to get a good snooker off that green, but it was always going to be difficult. He's caught the bump and another half chance to finish the frame off. What's he doing with the cue ball? It was a bit closer than he would have wanted. Heart in the mouth stuff.
Just to give you a little more detail about Pang, he started with a 136 total clearance and he's just made a 62 break in frame 2. He's a dedicated practicer who puts in lengthy hours.
Now, if Jack can see the left-hand side of the green as he looks at it, it looks as if he's trying to pop the green and get the snooker behind the pink. It's not really a normal position, this. I know the brown's close to the pink, and he can get close in behind the pink. He's not really going to put too much distance between the balls. And again, he's putting the brown too close to a cushion there for me. It just makes the target a little bit big. Generally in these situations when there's one snooker, you're trying to leave as many balls on the table as you can. But like there, you can understand sometimes when there's a couple of balls next to each other, you can set yourself up for a really good snooker. You'd be wanting to leave the brown on the table now though, definitely. Just another little snooker behind the pink here. Yeah, he's had enough of that.
Carty.
Yes, and so, after missing what was a clear-cut chance early in the second frame to take a 2-0 lead, Jack Lisowski is pegged back to 1-1.
When become a champion. Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor. Conqueror. Peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
So, a couple of frames played on both tables so far today. Jack Lisowski and Ashley Carty have shared their first 2 frames. Pang Junzhu is 2-0 up on Dean Young on the other table. Looking good. So right now, the other 2 players in this group, Gong Chenzi and Ross Muir, will be hoping the next 2 frames in this match are shared as well, because a 2-all draw for them would be ideal. Oh, what a pot from Jack Lisowski. One of the very best shots you're ever likely to see, especially if he pots this black and splits them far and wide.
Yeah, beautiful cueing from Jack. Played the split well, played it about
8
as well as he could have played it. You always trust into a bit of luck. And he might just be on this red. Snick it in and maybe come up for the blue. A good shot. And gives himself a decent opportunity again, yeah?
9.
Gary, a good shot using the rest. Now that was tricky. Got the rest out, knocked it in. No issue. So why is he going right-handed so often when he can play with the rest?
14.
Is it being a little pig-headed, maybe?
Yeah, I wasn't going to phrase it like that. But yeah, maybe that sort of thing where you just think, I can do it,
15.
so I'm going to show people I can do it. Maybe a little bit of that. But yeah, for me, the evidence, as we've said, suggests that you've got to rein it in a little bit and just play with the rest when you can. You use it only when you have to, you know?
Yeah, I think sometimes stubbornness is a good trait, but maybe not in this instance. That was a good shot also.
Yeah, cued it well off the cushion. I think as well sometimes it can be a little bit of, no, imagining that if that was my kind of problem, and then you maybe do miss a few over the time, and you've got people saying, you know, like us, you should really not be doing that. You know, the evidence is saying that you're missing a few that you shouldn't miss, and it's almost, as you say, stubbornness to prove them wrong. Maybe there's a little bit of that as well. He knows how well he can maybe do it in practice, and because he's thinking on his shot, I'll show you that I can do it. Well, obviously the last thing you're going to do is pot the ball then, so yeah, it's maybe a little bit of that can creep in as well.
Well, there was a certain amount of stubbornness in the mind of a former European Masters champion, Fang Zhenyi. I don't know whether you know the story, but Fan basically wanted to make his first century as a professional, a 147. So
30.
he never really went for centuries. He wanted it to be a maximum. Eventually, I think the penny dropped and he started making normal centuries without pursuing break building perfection first.
Yeah, I did hear about that a while ago. I'd forgotten about it actually until you'd mentioned it there, but I did hear about that. And I guess, again, trying to put yourself in his situation, it gets to a point where you're probably thinking, if a max is going to be my first century, imagine how much pressure he's going to have even trying to get a max at that stage then, you know? So you're almost thinking to yourself, I'm never going to be able to do this. The pressure will just be too much. And sometimes you've just got to give in, haven't you?
40.
Angle here on the red, just to run off the first red, kiss into the second red and land on the black. Couldn't avoid really doing that from the positional shot from the previous black. He couldn't really get straight on the red, so you'd rather be a little bit lower just to make sure you're on it. And he's playing a shot right-handed where, yeah, he's not playing very well right-handed today, Phil.
Jack Lisowski, 41.
He's playing like I was playing right-handed yesterday.
One.
Joking aside, though, he's left Ashley in with another good chance, and as we've said earlier on, these frames can be crucial. If Ashley takes this frame now from this chance, Jack can't win, and all of a sudden, it's not in his hands. You know, Ashley wins his 3 games, and he's won the group. It's as simple as that. So it can all change very quickly.
9.
I think it's almost another little thing of it is, you know, you obviously see the likes of Ronnie O'Sullivan, who's, I think, the best player we've seen with his opposite hand. Judd Trump looks uncomfortable, still
17.
Generally plays pretty good with the opposite hand, though. There can be a little bit of it as a, well, no, I can do what they can do. Again, just trying to sort of prove that you're able to do it, but sometimes I think, like the Fan Zheng Yi instance you were on about, you've just got to accept sometimes that it's not going to happen.
24.
And it's whether he wants to be not as stubborn to do that, I suppose, isn't it? That's what it comes down to.
And he would be the beneficiary, ultimately.
And that's it. I don't understand why you wouldn't want to do something that would clearly benefit you. Unless he is awful with the rest, which he doesn't seem to be. When he plays with it, he seems proficient, as you say. So, again, only he knows deep down. We're just spouting opinions, but yeah, to me it would benefit him most definitely to use the rest a little more.
Yeah. Opinions, undoubtedly, but these are facts. He missed an easy ball right-handed in the second frame, and although that wasn't easy, he missed it by a mile, the black. That's factual. He played that with lots of side, and the cue ball actually got away from Carty a little.
Yeah, he's not ideal on his colour. Just trying to come up for the pink to be a little bit straighter, just to nudge the reds, but still on, but he's going to lose position a little bit. And yeah, it's caused him to actually miss the pink, so he's just given that chance straight back to Jack now. And again, another angle, just trying to think of things from other points of view. Maybe Jack's decided he's treating this as a bit of practice in a sense. Maybe not giving it as much as you would in, for instance, the UK Championship or the World Championships. You know, at the end of the day, being realistic, the Championship League isn't that stature of event. And he may have decided if there is any shots that come up right-handed, I'm just going to play them that way. That's my practice. But as I say, we never really know, do we? We never really know what's going on in the players' heads.
7.
But as you say, factually, we do know he's missed a few easy ones, and luckily he's getting the chance back now, though, to win the frame.
Yes, and we also know he's abundantly talented, and he could win this, win the whole shebang, and that would be monkey off the back, first ranking title, as it was for Dave Gilbert a few years ago. Now that was a superb little shot. Very tough to judge the potting angle sometimes.
Yeah, so it seems as if, thankfully, it hasn't cost him.
21.
It just shows you, doesn't it, how things can just change on the flip of a coin. Another day, you know, you miss a couple of easy balls like he has and you get severely punished. Today,
23.
misses a couple, gets another chance again, wins the frame. Strange game, isn't it?
Okay, the frame's over, but that was liquid cueing, wasn't it? Beautiful, the green. He's great to watch.
30.
Yeah, he just cues the ball so lovely.
Can tell you, by the way, Pang Junzhu wasted no time in beating Dean Young 3-0. So next up on table 2, shortly, will be Oliver Lyons against Jiang Jun. There, Lisowski, yes, he did make a mistake on a black off the spot, but ultimately it did not prove expensive. Lisowski back in front against Ashley Carty at 2-1.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
This is Group 13 of the BetVictor Championship League. It will be unlucky for 3 of them. One, though, will emerge as the table topper and go into the second phase of this first world ranking event. So basically, the way it works, you've got 32 4-player groups in the first phase. The group winners then go into what is effectively the last 32. Then you've got a second phase format of 8 4-player groups. The 8 group winners there go into finals day. Again, 2 groups. The 2 group winners play each other in the final. Sounds involved, Gary, but it's quite simple, really.
Yeah, I hope you understood all that at home. I only understand it because I'm part of it, but yeah, well explained, Phil. And there's lots at stake because if you win the tournament, you're on 33
£1,000. And if you've not already qualified for the Champion of Champions, it punches your ticket to that fine event, which will be played here, by the way, in December.
I don't know how long you've got, Phil, but I'm going to put you on the spot then. How does one qualify for the Champion of Champions? That's a lengthy one.
Well, basically, each year a criteria is put out by the promoters' matchroom. Now, for many a year, it's a 16-player event, and for many a year, there weren't 16 different winners. But these days, with so many tournaments, and the game not being dominated by one or two players, there could be an instance going to the Champion of Champions this year where someone has won a tournament, thought they'd qualified, and they might not get in.
Yeah, and then without going right into it, it can go down into the category of event as well, can't it? To get the last sort of places. It's a that is a complicated one. We'll leave that for another time, but essentially it's tournament winners, isn't it?
Yeah, tournament winners from the Champion of Champions one year to the event before it the following year. We've had, over the years, as many as, I think, 4 players off the rankings in the event because we haven't had enough winners. Don't think that's going to be a problem this time around. I think some tournament winners might be a little disappointed.
Yeah, there has been a trend the last few years where we're starting to see a few more different winners. Whether that continues or it's a bit of a phase, we'll only see. But naturally, people would assume that, you know, it's because the standard's getting better across more players and they're all starting to get their opportunity, you know.
Very thin cut. You never want to hit the jaws of a pocket when you're playing a shot like that, but it's come out okay, the white.
Yeah, he's just about on the yellow. Good shot there. Whenever you finish in that sort of position by the yellow or green on the other side where you're pretty much on the borg line, that's the sort of limit for where you need to be to have a go at it. And he's managed to snick it in and control the cue ball lovely there, round of 2 cushions for a choice of reds. Just playing that one there, maybe to try and open 1 or 2 more up and free the pink spot area up a little bit more as well. As I said before, as break builders, you're always looking at every opportunity to try and open the spots up around the pink and black area and just make the break as easy as you possibly can. With the black being so congested, 3 reds around it, not even viable to try and think about opening that at this stage. Just concentrate on reds and pinks if you can.
11.
Don't know what it is, but in all sports there's something aesthetically pleasing about a left-hander. And Lisowski is most certainly that.
Is it because it just looks a little bit different from the normal?
Maybe.
Again, a choice of 2 reds
23.
there. He's going to play the higher of the 2 just to screw into the other red. Well, actually, he's avoided it. He's played it with a bit more pace, which has sort of skidded the white forward a little bit, and then the screwback's gripped and managed to avoid the red. He's not perfect on a colour, but I thought he could have possibly played that a little softer there and cannoned the red next to it and landed on the pink, which would have in turn opened the pink to this bottom left-hand corner as well, but there's no problem. It just makes that red next to the pink still a little bit of an issue.
Yeah, this isn't quite a gimme. these middle pockets,
29.
you have to treat them with respect, even though it was really close. He had to hit that accurately. That's why he took 2 or 3 looks at it.
Normally I'd agree with you, Phil, on the star tables, but I'll be honest, on these Rassons, they're more like yawning hippos.
Well, he was concerned about the blue going in there,
34.
but it just flopped in off the far jaw. Well, Gary, that's a first for me. The first time I've ever heard a snooker table pocket be called a yawning hippo. Oh, no. Bad miss from Lisowski.
Lisowski, 35.
Just when he was in good shape.
Yeah, and as big as I feel the pockets are, you've still got to concentrate, you've still got to give every shot your full attention. He'll be mortified that he's missed that. It's still snooker at the end of the day, not pool, is it, Phil?
Well, I was going to ask you about that. Any more forays into 9-ball plan, Gary?
Possibly, if, again, as always, if dates permit. Obviously, the snooker season is very busy. If I can ever find a gap that's adequate enough to go play 9-ball or even a bit of hayball, I'm playing a bit as well at the moment, then I'll take that opportunity, yeah, but it's just about finding gaps in the calendar, and there seems to be a fair few events on the 9-ball tour that are coming up in the next few months, but it's right in our busy time of the season in the snooker as well, and it's just very hard to find any time, really. Still enjoy it though when I can. Still enjoy the 9-ball, and yeah, I'm looking forward to whenever the next event might be that I can go to.
Well, you've had some really good wins over noteworthy opponents. Well, Lisowski was maybe an inch from going in off. Then Carty was a fraction of an inch from going in off.
Yeah, and by Jack's body language, it looks like Ashley's getting away with that one. You can only play what's in front of you, Phil. And in this instance, not a lot. He's got a very, very risky red to the right middle, but you won't even be thinking of playing that. Now I say that, he looks as if he's queuing there, as if to suggest he might have a go at it actually, and play it hard enough to bring the cue ball across to the left-hand side of the table, where he feels there'll be a gap through to the pink, and he won't leave another red, so the only red he might be able to leave is the one he's taken. It's a very difficult shot, though.
Yeah, really low percentage. He's 2-1 up, 34 in front. Surely just batten down the hatches. White.
And I feel this is what the Championship League can do to you sometimes as well. You can sometimes push the board out a little bit too much, and in a really important sort of best-of-9 match here in a much bigger tournament, you wouldn't even consider that red to the middle. As you say, I think he just needs to take his medicine here. Personally, I'd possibly chip thin off the red that is the above one of the two left of the black. Thin, and just bring the white off the side cushion in behind the green. But Jack's had a go. Again, thinking that's the only red he can leave, and he'd be pretty happy with that, considering. And Ashley's pretty much in a similar position now. The problem now with playing the shot I've just suggested before is because that red's no longer there, the one that Jack played, it's not as much of a blocker for this red that's nearest to the pink into the right corner. He could have used that red that he played and the green off this safety shot to possibly block that red near the pink, but because that's not there anymore, he doesn't really want to play safe up into that end of the table in case he leaves that red on. He'd have to be very precise, and it's taking a bit of a risk, so we could see a little bit of cat and mouse play here. What he could do is, again, there's 3 reds to the left of the black. The one furthest up, he could still play that red, but actually play it a cannon onto the red near the pink, thereby moving it out the way and hoping to get a good cue ball as well. But yeah, it's a little tricky. He's looking up there now with his cue, pointing at where he wants to be, but you've got to be very precise, otherwise, as I say, you might leave a shot to that red. So now he's looking to play off that red, possibly pot the red at the same time. And if not, he's potentially moved them out the way. Just missed it, but has he got a good cue ball? He has. I said he needed to be precise, and he was. He's covered that red, so it's ended up being a good shot. Just tried to contain things a bit there, Jack. Couldn't do much, really, but just got a little bit too much swerve onto it. Cannoned the pink and left the red on. Has he just got top side of the blue? It looks pretty straight.
Yeah, as he played that shot, I was convinced he wasn't going to reach his mark, but maybe he's just about there.
Dead straight. So he's left this red now, but does he just roll it in and play with a touch aside for the pink, or can he hit it hard enough without avoiding the 2 reds to go up for the blue again? Yeah, he was fine. So just again, a little bit lack of pace though. Must be top side on that shot.
Yeah, I think he hit the red on the thick side, didn't he? So that influenced how much juice there was in the white.
Yeah, it wasn't so much a lack of pace as just, as you say, catching it a little too thick, which took the pace out of the cue ball a little bit.
And keep living yourself in mid-distance is not recommended.
No, but where he's left himself here could actually work in his favour. If he pots this red and comes off the black cushion, as we call it, the top cushion, could cannon the 2 reds out the way and possibly leave himself on the black. Just like that. Absolutely perfect.
Good call, good shot.
So, 2 reds, 2 blacks. Off the second black. Find a lovely angle. Well, he may even do it now. He's got the angle that looks pretty perfect to run into the 2 reds on the cushion. Take the opportunity while it presents itself, I would say. Maybe had a little bit too much angle. Maybe wasn't quite on, but he's going to have to certainly make sure now that he lands absolutely perfect on this black. And in all honesty, the shot here is not to drop it in and play the black into the right corner, because you've got to be more precise. Come back across the table for the black into the same pocket, as he's done there. Any angle high,
29.
and he can go into the 2 reds. And that looks okay. Just didn't catch it quite right though, so he's not quite made the most of that. Always trusting to luck again, but didn't quite catch the red right. Got the double kiss. Just a thin snick for safety now. Thought he'd have, and I might be being a bit harsh here, not being as lazy there. Got the long uns out and chipped the red on the other side and took the cue ball back up in the balk. He's not left any distance between these now, and it just gives away the advantage a little bit.
Really big frame for all 4 players in the group.
Yeah, massive. If Jack wins this frame, it's a win on the board and he's in control. Ashley wins it, it's a draw. Still anything can happen, really. And you're relying on other results as well. Took the opportunity there where he felt he could get both reds up the other end of the table and keep the cue ball glued to the cushion. Never quite know where they're going to go. Ones went near-ish the green corner pocket, but it's a very thin snick. Not an easy shot at all. So difficult, in fact, and risky that he's chose to come off the other side and play a thin safety.
Carty 4.
I'd imagine that'd be going back. And of course, if he misses it again, because he can see a ball on, in this case a red, full ball, then he'd be warned. So once again, looking for a really thin edge. He's played that nicely.
Of all the spectacular pots he's knocked in this match, there's an argument to say that's the best shot he's produced.
Yeah, he caught that lovely. Probably used the first time as a little bit of a guide. Not intentionally, of course. I just mean that once he'd missed it, you get a better sense of where you're going to hit it the second time round. Ashley's in a little bit of bother here. You can see the red, but doing something with it without leaving anything on, not so easy. The 2 natural choices, of course, are to play thin off the red and bank on a good cue ball, but you may leave the red over the yellow corner pocket. I'm not sure. I think he's tried that, but yeah, thick contact, and that's what can happen. Has he been rescued a bit by the blue? Looks like it.
Yeah, the red, pretty much on the balk line, is potable, but it's one that can easily go astray.
Let's see how he is with the rest. Well, maybe that's why he's playing right-handed, Phil.
I was desperate for that to go in to prove myself right. Well, now, can Carty capitalise and salvage a 2-all draw?
Yeah, for me, he doesn't really want to be flirting with coming down this right-hand side of the table for the red into the left corner, because the blue's in the way a little bit. Just play this pretty plain ball. It's actually a more natural shot. Just come off 2 cushions, twice across the table, and play the red into the bottom right-hand corner. That's what he's played. He's coming a little bit low. He's a little bit twixt in between, but just means now that he's got to control the cue ball again. A little bit more difficult pot, and not quite sure of the cue ball. If he's straight on that red, it's frame over, basically. He's got to do a little bit of work. May be able to avoid the blue and land on green or brown. And there you go, just adding that little bit more difficulty on more the positional side has caused him to miss.
Actually, Carty 4.
He's fuming.
On table 2, Oliver Lyons has just taken a 1-0 lead over Zhang Jun.
1.
These next few pots could have a massive effect on the group as the day progresses. So he arrives on the colours, 7 points behind. That means he will need the pink.
Which isn't
5.
in a bad position, but requires you to get good position from blue to pink, so that's the only thing Ashley will be hoping for now, is that he doesn't quite land on the blue well enough to get on that pink.
And maybe not the best position for a left-hander. Could he play the decisive ball right-handed after all that's been said?
12.
I think if he's right behind it, he will. But again, my personal opinion is just play with the rest. Use the right hand when you need to use it.
17.
It had to be. It just had to be. He dabs in the pink, the decisive pink, using the alternative hand. And with that, the top seed, Jack Lisowski, one of the most popular and dynamic players in the game, defeats Ashley Carty by 3 frames to 1. Next up in 5 minutes' time, Gary Wilson will be back in commentary with David Hendon as Gong Chen Zi takes on Ross Muir.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Arena looks just spectacular, and I cannot wait for you all to see it.
You lose, don't worry. Yeah, but nine of the guys that need to be ready. We're the champions. You need to come take it. I mean, you want to follow me in there next? Yeah, I know you're ready. All we've been doing. Can you speak English better, please speak? Because I ain't sure.
We are guaranteed 4 phenomenal days of action right here in Florida. Drama is certainly guaranteed in front of a hugely raucous crowd. The American fans really get into the spirit.
Nine-ball fans all around the world. There's so much history, so much prestige, and it all comes down to this.
So much action lies ahead at the Caribe Royale in Orlando, Florida.
We're back at the Harrah's Resort in Atlantic City for the US Open. It is one of the most prestigious events in the calendar.
Record breakers, history makers, it's that time. Let's play 9-ball.
Nine-ball pulls on the growth.
And the governor gets on the board.
Next year's prize money in the US Open is going to be $500,000.
The man they call the Ghost has left everyone for dead.
We will take this sport to places it's never been, and that's a bloody guarantee.
So we're here in Leicester for another day of the BetVictor Championship League. Jack Lisowski on the scoreboard already in this group. And I was just watching actually the end of the match with Ross Muir, who's about to play Gong Shengzi. As you can see, Gong has 2 matches back-to-back. And table 2, Pang Zhengzhou, very impressive, beating Dean Young 3-0. Ollie Lines 1-0 up on Jiang Zhun right at the moment. So the other 2 players in this group are ready to get underway. Yeah, I was watching with Ross. I mean, he didn't say anything, but I'm sure he would have quite liked to see the draw, because that's always a good result for the other players in the group, as it is Lisowski on 3 points. And Gong Shengzi is actually the 2nd seed in this group. After his first season on tour, he finished 86th with 1 year's points. That's pretty good. Of course, he's got no points coming off this season. But he didn't want too many break-off shots like that as the campaign goes on, giving Ross Muir an immediate opener here.
Yeah, welcome to the box, Dave. Bit short on the break off there, and left Ross an easy starter. And this is what you want as soon as you come into your first match. A nice little easy opening just to get your cue arm going and get yourself into it a bit.
Yeah, exactly. And we'll see what sort of shape Ross is in here. He's a very dedicated professional from Scotland. Quite methodical. So that's always a kind of test for the opponent. Got to the final round of qualifying for the World Championship at the end of last season.
4.
Yeah, very solid player, Ross. Known him a little better over the last few years. He's come to my place to practice with us a number of times. Dedicated, always striving to play different players and practice hard. And as I say, a solid player. Hits the ball really nice. At times when he's playing really well, can be devastating, and I guess that's the same for a lot of players as well that you might not know too much about. To realise how good they are sometimes in practice, you know, it's a thing that a lot of the general public wouldn't realise with a lot of the players on the tour. But yeah, Ross can certainly put some really exceptional performances together when he gets going.
I think that's something we've seen in this tournament, in all the centuries we've seen, and good play from players who, in a lot of tournaments, we don't always see. It just shows the strength in depth on the tour. It's just whether you can bring it out over a sustained period for a week, obviously against some of the bigger names as well.
That's it, isn't it? It's the different conditions, the expectation you may put on yourself, the bigger occasion, and there's the consistency in general, isn't it? Doing it more and more. That's what defines great players from good players to not so good players, doesn't it?
Absolutely. Meanwhile, just a little tester here early on in this break. Not quite, so slightly disappointing, I guess, to score just 12 there. Gong Shengzi, another player from China who's come along in the last couple of years. He's just 18. The latest to come out of their academy system. And as I say, he had a pretty good first season. He got to the last 16 of the new ranking event, the Xi'an Grand Prix, where he beat some established names, Anthony Hamilton, Tom Ford, and also his compatriot, Sir Jiawei.
Yeah, I played Gong not too long ago. I think it was one of the qualifiers for China, maybe towards the end of last season. Can't quite remember which one it was, to be honest. But another, as you say, another great talent. So many of them now coming from China. All learning from each other, all playing with each other in the academies in Sheffield, as you say. It's hard to pick sometimes who's going to do well and who isn't.
Well, Ross Muir is from a snooker powerhouse, of course, Scotland, and actually he was, and they'll have this in his record forever, he was the last player to beat Stephen Hendry. Stephen, of course, came back after a long absence, having retired. It wasn't a particularly successful comeback because he didn't really commit to it, but Welsh Open 2024 in the qualifying, Ross beat him, and Stephen retired again. I don't think he'll be coming back this time. Was saying, just on Scottish snooker, I mean, before Hendry, they didn't have any world beaters. They had professionals who, were mid-ranking in the sort of early 80s, but Stephen Hendry inspired so many players, people like John Higgins, of course, and all the guys who've come through since then. And now we've seen that on a much bigger scale, of course, in China with Ding, and this season, 28 Chinese players on tour, nearly a quarter of the tour. 10 in the top 32.
Yeah, just so many numbers coming from that part of the world now that it's just almost inevitable that some are going to break through. We've seen it coming for a lot of years, and the old tale has been like it was 20 years ago, within a few years we're going to have so many in the top 16 from China, and it never quite happened, and then slowly but surely that sort of thing, that example is getting there, but it takes longer than what people think. It doesn't just happen overnight. We are starting to get to the point now, though, where these numbers are starting to make a difference.
Yeah, that's right. It takes time. I mean, Zhao Xingtong, it was actually his 8th birthday, the day Ding won that China Open 20 years ago. He watched it on television, so that was his inspiration, but he wasn't going to win the World Championship at the age of 9, was he? He was going to take time, and it'll be very interesting to see how he gets on, of course, this season.
Just trying to find a gap here through the reds. Yeah, the pot was what he was after, but the important part was getting the cue ball through the gap and round the ball. But he's winning off.
It's an interesting sort of contrast, this. Obviously, you've got a very young player, maybe not as tactically astute as some of the more experienced players, naturally. And Ross Muir, who, I guess he's more known for that, really. Not the heaviest scorer, necessarily, but, he's got the kind of all-round knowledge. So which will prevail, or will it be 2-2?
Kind of shot Ross is normally pretty good at this. If he's queuing decent, he tends to pot a lot of these good long balls. Thanks for not letting us down, Ross. Yeah, caught that nice and clean.
1.
That lovely sound into the back of the pocket. Not perfect on his colour, but he's got a shot at the blue. Looks like he may have the angle just to play it plain ball and just miss the corner pocket off 2 cushions and possibly land on a red near the black. It may be close to the in-off. He's just weighing that up now. Ideally, he would like to get the red that's on the black spot and then the black in turn, and that opens everything up. Possibly felt that just dropping the blue in, the cue ball wouldn't have came off as wide there, and it would have went very close to that
6.
corner pocket. So played it with a little bit of pace just to widen the angle, as I say, avoid the pocket, and know he's got this red up near by the yellow. But as I say, in the next few shots he'd be looking quite quickly to get onto that red, onto the black spot.
Seven.
There's no rush in doing so, of course. There's enough loose reds and the blue's open, the pink's somewhat open. He's just a little bit more awkward on the yellow or brown than he would have wanted to be, but you just have to bide your time in this kind of situation. Weigh up what's the easiest red to get on for now. Maybe then get on the blue. And just wait for the opportunity off 1 or 2 more reds, really, to get yourself into a position to then, as I say, look to get that red cleared from the black spot, and that makes the break so much easier then. That's okay, he's got the red
11
into the left corner.
This is actually second outing of the season. He played in the Wuhan Open qualifier, lost 5-3 to Jackson Page. Last frame actually went down to the last black, so, you know, on another day it's 4 each going into a decider. How easy or how difficult, Gary, is it when, you know, the season's obviously finished, everyone wants a break, to then come back and start practicing again and sort of get going again? I suppose everyone's different, aren't they? But in terms of your experience,
yeah, I was just going to say it comes down to the individual, and I guess the stage of life and everything that you're in. For me personally, now it's much harder than it's ever been. I'm the kind of person now that if I have a few weeks off,
17.
It needs to be not too much more than that. Otherwise, I start feeling like I never want to come back. So I've got to try and like maybe take at the most 6-7 weeks off, and then I've got to come back playing again. But I remember in my younger days when, you know, you're a lot more excited by it all, I guess, newer to it all. I could only do maybe a couple of weeks off, and then I wanted to be straight back at it again. I wanted to be trying to improve things and all that kind of thing, you know. So yeah, it's down to the individual, I guess, and what stage of your career you're in and how much you're enjoying it and all that kind of thing. But everybody's different, yeah.
Yeah, and I think also where you are in the rankings. I mean, Ross Muir, I'm sure, has been putting the work in because he's looking to secure again at the end of the season his tour card.
Yeah, as I say, the situations for everyone are different, and if you feel like, you know, you've still got things to work on, improve on, and they're within your reach, and, you know, you really think you can push on and get up the rankings, yeah, you probably want to go away for a little holiday and you want to be straight back at it again, you know. So it's finding where the motivation comes from, I suppose.
Well, it's still going. Of course, broke down initially. Missing that red to the yellow pocket. First chance in the frame.
It's a little bit higher on the blue than you would have liked, but it's not really that big a problem. Can't quite play, I don't think, the natural, what we would call the natural shot with check side, where you just run the blue in with left-hand side in this instance and try and run past the reds and check the cue ball up for the red. So it looks as if that red to the left's a little bit in the way. He actually chose to do what's never really recommended, playing a cannon when you don't really need to, because like it looks it's done there, it can go wrong. I thought he could have actually played the blue with a bit of right-hand side instead, which would have actually avoided that red that he was possibly running into and came off 2 cushions and landed on it, but he chose to play the cannon, and they're the risks you take. You can generally think, oh, I'm bound to land on 1, but that's when the game tends to knock you down and you land on nothing.
Yeah, so second scoring visit, lead just 45, plenty still on. It's 1-0 to Oliver Lyons on table 2 against Zhang Jun. Ollie Lyons, their second seed behind Pang Zhengzhou, of course, has already won 3-0, so setting the pace from the off.
Some days them ball colours can seem like boulders in your way when you're playing safety shots like that. There's only 3 of them across a 6-foot space, but the amount of times you play that shot and hit one full in the face. And because he has, instead of the cue ball being near the cushion now, he's left Ross another tempting shot, but he's actually looking like he's going to refuse it. It is a little bit risky, of course. He'd be playing for the black, but he would be leaving a red on, at least if he missed it, so he's choosing not to take any risks here in this opening frame. Going to make Gong work for his chances. And it's instances like that, Dave, that are quite interesting, because the right shot isn't necessarily always the right shot, and it's individual to the player themselves. Ross may have felt generally that that's a shot he's comfortable with, but because he's playing Gong in this instance, he may feel he's a little bit more inexperienced, doesn't want to just give him easy chances. Felt that, all right, I'll turn that red down, I don't need to play that. But if he was playing someone like a top player, like a Neil Robertson, a Mark Selby, a Ronnie O'Sullivan, Judd Trump, he may have felt he was almost forced to take that long red on, because it might be the only chance he gets. He needs to make an impression, show them he's not scared. And it's all this mental side of snooker as well, which can change the shots you play sometimes.
Well, he wishes now he'd taken the red on. Gong put him in a spot of bother. They've never played each other before, so Ross Muir kind of working out his opponent as we go along, same the other way round.
Yeah, the reds are obviously clearly on. The problem he's having is he's got a little bit too much angle here just to hold the cue ball for the black into the left corner. It doesn't go into the right corner, so it's whether he's got enough angle on this pot to force the cue ball round and possibly get in between the gap between one of the reds near this cushion and the black and try and swing the cue ball round to get on a colour. It's not easy. He's try to drag it in and just find the little gap and get on the black into the left corner, as I say, but you're trusting the table a little bit. Not an easy shot. Getting away with it to an extent, though. One reason I say to an extent, I thought Ross may have considered this little plant along the cushion, but he's not even thinking about any kind of risk at the moment, is he, Ross? He's just keeping it tight. Trying to get the cue ball in behind the brown.
Thing is, it's such a short match, and every frame, as we've seen every day, but certainly yesterday in Ali Carter's group, really does count. In the end, in the last frame, he needed to make a break of 1-3-5, which obviously you can't just click your fingers and do. Having lost a bad frame earlier in the day that he should have won, that made a massive difference, because the frame difference, of course, comes into after points. So you do see sometimes a slightly conservative approach.
Yeah, it's a tough balance to try and find. You know, I was saying earlier about trying to play like it doesn't really mean anything, not thinking of all these consequences and how important every shot or frame could be. You can't afford to do any of that when you're out there playing, otherwise you just freeze and you can't play at all. But it's finding that balance between knowing that it's there and not being reckless and just going out and playing your game, I guess. You can't control the win, you can only control how you perform, I suppose.
Yeah, because every other tournament, you just, you win, you're through, you lose, you go home. But this is obviously the league format. As you say, there's all those external things. I mean, even just like a high break, that doesn't come into it in any other tournament in terms of actually making a difference whether you go through or not. Oliver Lyons is 2-0 up against Yang Jun, so good start for him.
So another chance for Ross. Wouldn't really want to play for the black here. You'd have to sort of drop the red in quite slowly. Again, trusting the table a little bit, and it's not an easy shot, so probably play this with a little bit of pace, come up for blue or yellow. It's not there. And he's left the same red.
Yeah, that's got to disappoint him because he's controlled this frame well, but having earned the chance there, hasn't taken it.
So he's got options here. All of them aren't good. The reason I say that is he has got one open red, but within the next two shots he's going to have to find an angle on a colour to open up these reds, because none of them go other than that one near the left corner. So with them having the angle on the yellow, we may try and disturb some reds here and just try and get some balls moving. Yeah, that's probably about the best way he could have played it, giving himself the most opportunity to open balls and move things around. And he's played it well, and it came out pretty well if he can get through the gap, which he can for the red. So he couldn't have played that much better. I think the black goes into the same pocket, so he might just come straight across the table for it. Yeah, another good pot.
4.
He's not really concerned about where the black's going to go at this stage. Clearly doesn't look like it's going to go on its own spot, so it'll just go up on the brown spot. but it opens up that red next to it to potentially go into the right corner, so he'll just be concentrating now on trying to get back into the frame. Maybe it doesn't go, and he's tried to cannon that red there just to leave himself on the one to the left of it. Didn't quite get it, but still on the red to the right corner.
11.
It's close to the cushion, but as I've said earlier, these pockets are playing bigger than the star tables do. I don't think this red's going to be much of a problem to him, sorry. A little bit awkward bridging though. So you just got to concentrate on this and make sure you hit it clean. Yeah, he's caught that quite thick. Yeah, I think that bridge in there, the extra length of his bridge hand, because of that awkward red next to his hand, it was putting him off a little bit there. Didn't hit that one very well at all.
So Ross Muir 34 in front. This is he's already had 2 scoring visits. He had another chance after that, so this is chance number 4. Again, just slightly hampered.
Ross, one of these players that plays with a glove. More thing in pool. But there is the odd snooker player that plays with a glove. Ross has always done it. I think if you struggle a little bit with, you know, sweat and your cue can get a little bit sticky, that's the reason you might want to use one. As I say, it's more common in pool. Just gives you a very consistent feel on your shot of your cue running through your bridge hand. As I say, it's something Ross has always done.
Six.
I might try it myself, Dave. Tried everything else. Just need to get the glove out now.
7.
The thing is, I mean, you're right with the reason he wears it, but I suppose now he thinks if I didn't wear it, you know, it might be bad luck or something could happen. Or
I'd get to a point where I'd think, what's the worst that can happen? I love Ross, he's a great kid. He wouldn't mind us saying he hasn't pulled up any trees so far in the game. Why not try something different?
So what you're saying, it could be a case of the gloves are off.
Exactly. You knew where that was going.
Anyway, all the colours are kind of down the other end, so he's just having to travel a little bit to win this frame. .46 in front.
12.
So if he could take another red and blue, then Gong would need a snooker.
Yeah, he couldn't really get too close to the red there from the blue where he'd left himself. So he's left himself a pot at the red, which is the main thing. Just needs to concentrate fully on this. He'll be on a colour if he pots it. Not that he needed one, of course, but getting that cue ball up into balk was what his intention was there, just to try and keep things safe if he did miss. It's landed a little bit close to the corner pocket though. It's left the red on, but it's going to be difficult to get on a colour now for Gong as the red's on the cushions blocking the cue ball. Sort of shot where you kind of just have to commit to the pot, hope you get the double kiss on the red and the white comes up for maybe blue or black. It's a little bit out of his hands positional wise, this one. He did hit that a little bit harder than I thought he needed to there though. That was quite a lot of pace put into that shot. And it looks like it's handed Ross the first frame.
Well, you certainly feel he should have done. He turns 30 in October, but this is a bit of an early birthday present.
One.
So just the blue, or you can go yellow-red. Blue would get him over the line points-wise, but positional play a little bit more tricky, so with the red being over the middle pocket, easy enough just to pop the yellow and pop that red there, and that should be the end of this frame. But you'll want to keep trying to pot as many balls as you can, Ross, just to get more of a feel for the table. It's the first frame of the day for him. Wants to try and really feel like he's cueing good, so again, as players, you're trying to make the most of every little opportunity you can to be on the table and give yourself as much confidence as you can, really.
Nine.
Well, it's taken a few chances, but in the end he's rather dominated the frame. Just trying to use his experience against this young opponent. Keep pace with Jack Lisowski. Of course, he's already won his first match. Ross will play him at 5 o'clock.
15.
So no way back from here. It is first blood to Scotland's Ross Muir.
In the frame.
He leads Gong Chenzi 1-0.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
So 1-0 to Ross Muir in the second match here on table 1.
The second frame, Ross Muir to break.
Yeah, it was bits and pieces, but he got the job done. And of course, if you can win this frame, he's guaranteed at least a point. Gong Chengzi hasn't made the best start to the season in terms of results. He's played in the 2 qualifiers, Wuhan and the British Open. He lost to Zach Surety 5-1 in the Wuhan Open. Jack Jones 4-1 in the British Open. So 2 tough matches. And both Zach and Jack seem to play really well, just looking at the break. So not the best start to the season, but plenty more snooker, of course, around the corner.
Yeah, and of course, with the way it's structured, with the calendar, if you do lose your opening couple of qualifiers, you can start finding you've got big gaps there in the season. So it's not ideal.
No, I mean, listen, there's bigger things going on. I'm not sure why the British Open qualifying needed to be played in June. The tournament's not till September. You don't need a visa for Cheltenham.
Yeah, that is, to be honest, one of the things quite a lot of us players are talking about currently. It used to happen quite regularly, not so much in recent years, but we're seeming to get back to that again, where the qualifiers are being played too far in advance of the tournament, and it, as I say, if you lose, it just opens up big gaps in the calendar. It's not ideal for people watching, really, and either playing in a tournament that isn't actually being played for another couple of months' time or something. I think it's something that needs to be looked at, if possible, to play the qualifiers as close as we can to the actual main event.
Well, it's not quite as bad as the 1993 World Championship, the first one Ronnie O'Sullivan qualified for. They played the qualifying the previous September. It was nearer the previous year's World Championship to the one he was playing in. And of course, what happened was a lot of players qualified. By the time they got to Sheffield, they had no form at all.
Was that the old Blackpool days, Norbrick?
Yeah.
And I'm guessing, I might be wrong, but I'm guessing there was a lot of tournaments that were played at the same time, well in advance. And if you did lose in them all, that was your season finished before it even got going, really.
Yeah, they were basically just changed the sign on the wall, what tournament it was, from day to day, because there was hundreds of professionals. You know, it kind of had to be done like that then.
Yeah, so that's obviously like the worst example of what we're talking about here. You don't want to really be, as a professional player, possibly losing a few bad matches and finding yourself you've got nothing to play in for a good few months.
But we'll just put the other side of that, though. For some of the non-British players, economically, it makes more sense, actually, to have 2 or 3 qualifiers, you know, over the course of a week or so. Players who have to come from different parts of the world, because the qualifying is, even for the Chinese events in the UK.
Yeah, I agree. That is a plus side. So it's all about weighing up all these pros and cons, I guess, and trying to find the happy medium. Good safety there from Gong. Not sure what Ross is looking at there, because if he was intending on possibly just laying up to the red near the black, he would be leaving that red to the right corner. So just looking at something else now. It's not an easy situation to get out of this one. You can play this red onto the other red towards the left corner and find the gap between reds to bring the cue ball up. That's just about what he's done. Clipped the red a little bit, but a good shot. Ross just taking the opportunity there off that safety to try and manoeuvre the cue ball over to the left side of the table. If he keeps it on the right side of the table there off that safety, it's another easy safety back, but he's cutting off that avenue now. Just trying to make it a little bit more difficult for his opponent. There is a shot Gong can try, but it's risky where he's got this red that's towards the left side, second from the left. He can swing that with right hand side, swing the cue ball off 2 cushions, try and get back up towards Bork, but the blue ball looks to be in the way of that shot a little bit, so he doesn't really want to play that. He doesn't really want to play this shot neither, the thin snick off the red near the cushion, but Yeah, difficult shot that, but there wasn't much choice.
Yeah, it hasn't been the sort of type of match I suspect 18-year-old Gong Chengzi was sort of hoping to play more open, more flowing, but that's kind of down to him. He's had a few chances as well. Ross Muir's going to play the game he's going to play to give him the best chance of winning.
Good pot and well negotiated with the cue ball around the back of that red.
1.
Just a little bit closer to the cushion that he would have wanted. Again, it looks like the angle of this blue similar to the last frame, but from the other side, the cue ball looks like it's going close towards the corner pocket, so he may have to just drop this blue in dead weight, which always scares the life out of you as a snooker player because you feel it could go anywhere. Can he once again play it with a bit of pace though? No, has to drop it in. Yeah, and Ross didn't miss that. You can't miss that. It's impossible.
Well,
it's not impossible, but for a professional player, you aim that in the right place. You can't really cue it badly, you're just dropping it in. And as I say, because he's hit it slow and he's had to trust the table, it's just gone slightly.
Well, this is kind of his best chance, I would say, so far, to just put something together. The black obviously is no good where it is. The pink's not great either, but it's some sort of chance just to get his arm on the table.
Yeah, he didn't quite get into the red enough to get quite nicely enough on the blue, like the right side of the blue, just to come down. So he's had to come in and out of balk. He's avoided the green, but he's left himself too close to the side cushion now with 2 possible reds, but without being able to do anything with the cue ball, really. Not a great position. Possibility of potting the red that's, yeah, the one that he's playing now, to maybe can into the red and the pink and possibly push the pink on, but you're trusting a little bit to luck here. And that's not too bad, actually, the way that's landed. I think you can see enough of the pink to pot it into the right centre. So if you can pot this and just push through the red that's next to it, you'll open the pink spot up and he'll have 3 reds to play. I'm actually very surprised he's not playing that shot. For me, you can quite clearly play it. Well, it's certainly open now.
Chengzi 7.
Yeah, for me, I may be wrong, but it looked clear as day that that pink went into the right centre. He may have thought it didn't. Chose to play the long blue. Didn't hit it very well, it has to be said, and clattered into the reds. And one good shot here from Ross, and if he can get on the pink, and a little bit of an opportunity back. So it's swinging back and forwards at the moment. No player really stamping their authority on the game. Yeah. Didn't really cue that one very well there, Ross. He has this tendency, Ross, which he knows all about, where he actually, when he's cueing up to the ball, he aims at the right-hand side of the cue ball and comes across, a little bit similar to the likes of Judd Trump. And it's sometimes on shots like that where maybe it just finds itself out a little bit. You have to cue the ball very straight and keep very still on a shot like that when the cue ball's under the side cushion. And sometimes if you just don't quite come across in the right place at the right time, yeah, you can miss them shots very easily.
So Gong, he missed that blue and opened things up, and that may now be an advantage to him.
Played that reasonably well, but it's whether he's left himself with any kind of angle now on this red that's near the left corner. If he's got a bit of angle, he can just force the cue ball up. Yeah, he did. He had that little bit of angle there, so blue or pink, I think, are on.
8.
He's come a little bit in between both, though, to be honest. Would have preferred to be straight on the blue there, get it back on its spot, and open the reds a little bit again. He's going to have to come around the table again, though, to land on a red. He's played this very well. That was the angle he was looking for, right between yellow and brown to come round.
14.
Well, it's the glove derby, this, isn't it? He's wearing one as well, so nothing in the rules to say can't. There were a few players years ago. Nigel Gilbert was a player, we're going back a long way now, from Bedford. He used to wear one. Ian Graham, another name people may remember. Not a long list, actually. I know one thing, though. If Ronnie O'Sullivan started wearing one, I'm sure a lot of players would suddenly think, oh, this is the way to go.
Yeah, as I say, I think I've got to try it.
You might get a glove sponsor, Gary. It might work out well for you. Shang Jun on the other table has won the third frame. He had a big fluke, actually. He went for a plank 21. And got nowhere near it. And then a red just went in another pocket, made a break off it. 2-1 to lines.
He's on the blue this time, but just ideally he would have liked to be a little bit low on the blue this time, so he could have run into the 4 reds and opened them up. As it is, he's going to have to pop the blue still, but goes back on its spot, find another red for now. Either the one on the left-hand side or possibly the red that's on the black cushion to play for the pink, but within a couple of shots he's got to find a way to get on one of these 4 reds that he's looking at in the middle of the table. May just drop this in as he's looked there to maybe play it into the right-hand red of the 4 into the top right corner pocket. Yeah, that's what he's doing. He knows it's a difficult shot, but if he pots this red, he's on the pink. And by moving this one out the way, it opens the one next to it as well, which in turn, when he pots that, would open the other 2. So one good shot here, and he's got a great chance to take this frame. Yes, very good pot.
28.
Again, in these situations, he'll just be doing the maths and he'll realise pink puts him 40 ahead. So he doesn't have to worry about any of the safe reds.
34.
Just get these 3 reds and high value colours out the way, and he should be pretty much safe in this frame.
Yeah, and if he's going to be successful in this match, this is where he needs to do, make the most of chances like this, because the first frame, he was very much kept on the back foot. It was quite scrappy. It suited Ross Muir. But having said that, he then misses the pink.
Yeah, hit that again very hard. I know he landed a little bit straighter than he wanted to, but didn't really need to force it through that much. I mean, if you have a look at that angle there now, if he'd just even been straight on the pink, and he could have still rolled it through and been on one of these 2 reds. So, yeah, just a bad shot, really, but wasn't necessary to hit it as hard as he did. It's these little things, just not quite landing in position, that can just make a very easy chance turn difficult instantly. Again, Ross there, he's played the red, he's come to land on the pink, and it's awkward. It didn't need to be awkward, this. He could have been high on the pink, low on the pink. As it is, he's a little bit straight, so bridging over the black a little bit. He's got to run the cube all round, and these shots can be missed. Or run out of position. He could have ran a bit too far there and snookered himself on the red, and these are all the kinds of things that they seem negative, but the things that you've got to think about when you're playing your shots and playing position. Where can it go wrong? How can I give it the least chance of going wrong? You may be thinking of moving the red now that's towards the left-hand side off this red. He is behind in the frame and he's going to need them all. Yeah, so he's chose to cannon the red, played it lovely, landed on the blue.
8.
Would love the black on its spot, just purely for the red that is behind the black spot on the cushion, but it's not really viable. It's not the percentage shot to go crashing into it now, really. You're not guaranteed to be on a colour in doing that, so you may take the risk, but for me it's not really the shot. You're trusting a lot to luck here. It's not too bad, but
14.
Not ideal. Yeah, it's one of them shots there. It's a bit of a 50-50 gamble where you can either land on the colour and all's good, or if you don't, it's end of break. There may have been a better opportunity to maybe go into the reds off the pink, for instance, but it was his choice, and if he plays a good shot on the black here and comes round for the loose red on the left-hand side, he's got a great chance to get back in the frame. Oh dear.
$21.
Yeah, you could see on the black there, he was just concerned about the cue ball. Didn't have a natural path to get back on the red, and yeah, in cannon in the green, he's left himself in trouble now. Yeah, and butchered the safety, and
Ross now 21.
The game's there for Gong to take.
Yeah, I mean, he was very aggressive, Muir, to try and free those balls, but as you say, he was trusting to luck with position, and he's completely unravelled now, so Gong has just got to focus here. It should be his frame. He's already 20 in front.
One.
He's going to play the last match against Jack Lisowski tonight, so obviously he wants to be in the position going into it where he can still win this group. He stays on after this match to play Ashley Carty, so it's a big session for him. He was a player last season. He was his rookie year, and he wasn't spectacular, but he won a lot of first-round matches, which makes all the difference because, of course, you get no money or points if you lose that first match. So he was very steady, and as I said, some good scalps against experienced players. All a learning experience coming onto tour.
Yeah, and the way the rankings are, as you say, if you win your first-round games, it's absolutely huge. You know, if you won all of your first-round games throughout the 2 seasons and didn't win anything else, you'd actually find yourself doing pretty all right in the rankings. You might even stay on tour.
14.
I think you would.
Yeah, he won a couple of matches as well in World Qualifying. Dave Gilbert beat him in the 3rd of 4 rounds in the end, but it was a good season actually, and obviously hoping to build on that this season. This frame is certainly his now.
And
of course it means we're guaranteed 2 more frames.
Yeah, and like Ross in the previous frame, just a bit of pot and practice here. Just really try and get his arm in a bit more, feel
45.
good with his cueing, put out them silly mistakes he's made to the back of his head, and just get a bit of confidence for the next frame.
$29. $34.
Well, he's missed that, but the frame is his. It's been a bit stop-start this match. Mistakes on both sides. Gong Shengzi, though, happy enough to have levelled up at 1 each.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
We don't seem to get many 3-0s on this table. We're not going to get one here because, of course, Gong has levelled up. 3-1 to Jack Lisowski, first match against Ashley Carty. Zhang Jun looks like he's going to level at 2-2 with Oliver Lyons. As I say, he was 2-0 down. He went for a plant in frame 3, missed by a mile. Another red went in. He made a winning break of 79. And it looks like, barring disasters, he's going to force the draw. By the way, this is not the only sport at the Mattioli today. They're playing one of the Players' Championship darts events in the other hall. And Josh Rock has had a 9-darter. So the crowd didn't go wild because there isn't one. It's behind closed doors. But got another big sporting event going on here.
And who says 9-darters are easier than a 147? Or harder than a 147?
I wasn't going to get into that, Gary. Anyway, here's table 2, just to show you Zhang Jun. A very strong finish from him. And it's a great result for Pang Zhengzhou, isn't it? He's won 3-0. The next match has been drawn. If the match after that is drawn, Pang only needs to win his second one, and he's won the group. So it's all worked out nicely for him. Yeah, I mean, just on that, it's a completely pointless comparison. They're just totally different things, aren't they? There's different disciplines. One is very all about precision. You've got to land it in a very narrow strip on the dartboard. The other one is playing 36 shots, not necessarily perfectly, but
I think the easiest way to properly compare it is you get the best players in the world practicing by themselves, so therefore we get our own shots all the time, because that's the only sport, we're the only sport that doesn't get your own shot some of the time. You're getting your own shots in practice, the darts players are getting their own shots in practice. Let them play over a full day, week, whatever the time scale may be, and see how many 9-darters they had and how many 147s they had. I think that's the only way you can really kind of try and compare it. And I'd imagine there'd be more darts players getting 9-darters throughout a week than there would be snooker players getting 147s.
Well, we won't get too bogged down with this, but my final word on it is, and I'm not saying the 9-dart is easy, it's not at all, but you have to do less. There's 9 darts. In snooker, it's 36 shots.
Yeah, so I think if you had the same darts player playing over a week by himself, how many 9-darters did you get? Top snooker player over a week by himself, how many 147s did you get? My opinion is there'd be more 9-darters than 147s, but what do you guys think?
Maybe we should have some sort of mash-up, Gary, some sort of championship league of snooker and darts.
A little marathon going, yeah?
Yeah. Don't spend enough time here, do we?
At Leicester, why not?
Anyway, back to the green bays, and reds going down towards the bulk end, so it's a little standoff.
If the food's still on, I'll do it. How about that? Lemon drizzle cake?
Absolutely.
Mind, I'm struggling to make 47, never mind 147, so we might give it to somebody else. A little bit of a stalemate, this one, but shouldn't last too long. As soon as there's a touching ball, someone will just play away onto the black cushion, I think. And that might be a touching ball there. He's having a look. Yeah, so if he can play away to the cushion, he will here. Actually just going to use the other red, just to get the cue ball further across to the left. One of them situations here where professional players don't like to dig down, and you might think, oh, why doesn't he just dig down, screw the white back to the cushion? Well, because the way the reds would open, you're never quite sure where one's going to go. One generally would end up over a middle pocket or over the corner pocket, and as good as your cue ball may be, you've left one over the hole. So seems a bit boring, but this is the game, and this is how you've got to keep it tight without giving your opponent an easy opportunity. It's a kind of situation where you'll get a few shots back and forwards like this until the reds have opened enough where that shot just to roll into them isn't really on anymore without leaving a red on. And that's the situation. Oh, plant. I'm not quite sure he thought that was on. I think he may have squeezed that in unintentionally there, but it's given him the chance to nestle in behind the black if he can. Not quite, and he's actually left half a chance for Ross of this red on the left-hand side. Which he's potted very nicely.
Yeah, and despite the long stalemate, it's an open table. The black is available, reds are spread out, so it's a chance to score for sure. That's why that little standoff is so important. And I guess it was Gong who ultimately blinked first, didn't cover the red.
Yeah, crucial little shots. You know, he's trying to get it right in behind the black, obviously, to avoid leaving that red on or even be able to see any red. But you know yourself, if you just don't quite hit it hard enough and don't reach the black, you're in trouble yourself. So horrible little shots to play sometimes. Has he landed a little bit in between here, Ross? It almost looked he's got like the choice of 3 reds there, but certainly 2 of them, but it's as if he's landed right in the middle where he's not quite right on one and not quite on the one nearest the black. Can he just run through off these reds and get back on the black again without too much risk? Yeah, so it's a shot there where it could have actually worked in his favour now. It's opened the reds right up, and so many open reds. Great chance with the black open and the blue. Sorts of positions. Ross will be extremely disappointed if he doesn't make the most of this and win the frame from here, really. It's okay, I think. He played into an area there where he knew 24. These reds were available to the right corner as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very good chance this to win the frame. He's not the heaviest scorer on tour. He made 3 centuries last season. He has made a maximum, though, in the German Masters qualifying back in 2016. 25. Talking of 147s as we were.
Yeah, and another little point about that with the centuries as well. It's the other little thing you've got to remember about that is depending on how many matches the player's played throughout his season. You know, if you've only played a handful of games, you're not going to have many centuries. Whereas obviously players towards the top end, they're playing match after match, week after week, and their numbers are obviously going to stack a lot higher.
Yeah, I mean, if you're winning matches, you're more likely to be making them, obviously, so the two go together. Also, 90 will win you a frame. An 80 will win you a frame.
36. 37. 44.
You may think, why is he playing this one instead of the one back for the black? It's just the angle on the one going back for the black is just a little bit off. Taking the cue ball a little bit more towards the side cushion than you would like. Not really a big problem, but with that red being there, it was easier just to stun that in for the blue and get himself back in perfect position.
Just as Oliver Lyons has stayed on table 2 to play Dean Young, having seen that 2-0 lead overturned into a 2-2 draw by Zhang Zhun.
Again there, Ross playing a cannon that he didn't really need to play.
50.
The idea was fine. He was trying to obviously catch the pink and the red pretty much at the same time there. And it would have left him on a couple of reds, but because he's just hit the pink mainly first, hampered cueing now, a little bit lower on the red than he would have wanted. There was no real need, as I say, to play that. It's a good recovery, but he's just starting to lose the cue ball, though. That red's come across now and blocked the blue as well, so tricky black if he wants to keep the break going.
Yeah, he's just sort of chasing this break now. It's a big shot. Plenty there if he misses.
Yeah, and it's them situations you feel you sort of almost have to go for the black. You've put yourself in a good position. It's a good chance. It's got started going a bit wrong. Feel like you're forced to try and win the frame now at this visit. It's not quite there. Yeah, but obviously you would think, well, he doesn't have to go for the black. He can play safe, but as players, you know, at this sort of top level, you're trying to make the most of your opportunities. You don't know if you're going to get a better one. It's a shot he would have fancied getting, really, but knew it was difficult. And yeah, he's missed it and given himself a bit of pain now, because if Gong gets in here, there's only the pink safe, really. And even that, if it comes to that at the end of the frame, he just has to drop on that and the black's there waiting. So one good pot here and it could be trouble for Ross. Oh, just a slight deceleration there. Didn't quite get through the cue ball, pulled it a little bit thin.
So Ross Muir 50 in front.
Yeah, not a good shot with the rest there. It's maybe because his bridge hand, the rest in this case, didn't have a glove on. Maybe he needs a glove for the rest as well. Yeah, and more difficult now for Gong that he's missed that. He's putting reds up the other end of the table. There's one up on the baulk cushion. Just starting to make the frame look a bit more scrappy, so that if he does get a chance, it's going to be a lot more difficult to try and win the frame at that visit. So this is all playing into Ross's hands a little bit, even though he's missing balls.
Yes, a sort of frame where a John Higgins or a Mark Selby, you know, 50 in front, will just nail it down. Shutters come down, you're not coming in.
That's a good shot from Gong. Bridging right over the black there, and to get the exact contact that he did on the red and get the cue ball tight to the cushion is a very good shot. Just pushed the pink into a slightly better position there, which again may come into play if Gong can find himself getting back into this frame. Here's a shot at this red, not easy, but one he'd fancy getting. Not to be though. Left Ross another half chance here. He'll just bring the cue ball down between brown and green, not risk dropping it in and playing for a baulk colour in case he misses. He'll just come down. If he pots it, he's got the black over the left corner waiting. And anything other than straight, he'll be back up to the reds.
One.
That's okay, so he's got the red by the yellow. Couple of reds in baulk as well he can play for. Might just play into an area on one of them too. Be disappointed now if he doesn't win this frame.
Yeah, I mean, realistically now it's red in colour after this black.
Eight.
Went about that positional shot the strange way for me, but it's worked out not bad with that kiss on the yellow. He's still got a shot at this red. Could have given himself more options there by coming across the right-hand side of the table. As you say, red in colour though, and the frame should be safe, so just give this his full concentration.
Ross Muir, 8.
Another chance.
Well, 67 on, but of course that's reds with blacks. All the reds are down the other end of the table.
Yeah, he's just looking at the scoreboard, trying to work out how many sort of blues can I maybe afford to get away with. It's not the best shot.
One.
The only reason I say that, he's kind of the wrong side of the blue, really. Yes, he's got that red over the corner pocket, but he, as I say, he doesn't want to waste too many reds with low-value colours. That's not bad in the sense that he's given himself an angle to quite easily come round for the blue again if he wants to do that. Just thinking in this situation, you would rather get the easy reds out the way with higher colours if he can. bit surprised he's chose to come all the way down the table for maybe black. Doesn't really need to do that.
Well, now you can only tie, and if the white goes in, oh well, that's a bit of a catastrophe for Gong. Relief for Ross Muir, who had that golden chance early on in the frame. He made 50, so he did get a good lead. He's had chances since, and there's Gong not looking too chipper about things. He expects now this frame to be over, this red, to make absolutely sure. He already needs 2 snookers, of course. So, well, Ross Muir will just be happy he's won the frame because it could have gone the other way. And it means, of course, he can still take the 3 points from the match.
Yeah, both players can't complain. They've both had chances. And it just comes down to who's missed the least amount of balls, really.
So, as I say, the 50 break did the early damage. It was in the balance, but Ross Muir has taken frame 3, and he leads this match 2-1.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Well, it's not been a classic. We're not going to pretend otherwise, but Ross Muir will be happy enough if he can win it now. 2-1 he leads, so if he can take the next frame, 3 points. Otherwise, if it's a 2-2 draw, then, of course, it's a point apiece, and Jack Lisowski's earlier win over Ashley Carty, 3-1, looking much better even than it did at first glance. Oliver Lyons, having been pegged back in that previous match, he's going very well in the next one. He made a break of 74 to win the first frame against Dean Young, and he's on another half century with a good chance to lead 2-0. We can just have a look at that while we wait for our players. Here we go. So he seems to have come into the match in a positive frame of mind, despite not getting the win in the last one. Now then, has that gone wrong? Well, his head comes down, which suggests it has.
61.
Yeah, I had one of my mates' messages yesterday, keeping an eye on the scores. Says, it's a draw. What does that mean? I goes, generally, you've not played very well. But yeah, obviously, it's totally different, isn't it, to the normal formats? The draws coming into play as well.
Yes, I mean, you were unbeaten, but that's no consolation, is it? You know, you obviously wanted to win the group.
Oliver Lyons, 61.
Yeah, draws on good enough. Can you get through technically with 3 draws if everybody draws? Is that how it works? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's we had a group, didn't we, where Dave Gilbert last year came down to the high break after all the draws, and he had to break over 130 in the last frame. He made a 136. Incredible.
So there you are. Yeah.
But you need all the other matches to be drawn, including the ones you're not playing in, of course. As you say, obviously winning is much better now than 61 in front. If you can knock this in, be unlucky, you'd think, not to be on a colour. Yeah. So looking like 2-0 to Oliver Lyons.
Yeah, lovely pot that. Cued very well, nicely on the yellow. Couple of easy reds and colours.
3.
Another player, Ollie, I feel. You're kind of waiting for him to do more. Very talented. Been around quite a long time now. And yeah, for me personally as well, just waiting for him to do a bit more than what he is. And I say that as a compliment.
No.
Yeah, and it's also, it's not doing it in isolation, isn't it? He got to the semis of the British Open last season, you know, which was a terrific run, but then he was kind of quiet the rest of the year. Anyway, if this red goes in, he's definitely won the frame, so it's going to be 2-0. And of course, the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel has table 2 for you. If he does win that match, Oliver Lyons, he will for now be top of the table, although Pan Jung-soo, of course, has only played 1 match. He's won 3-0. So, Ross Muir is 2-1 up here, looking now to try and take the 3 points. And the match so far, what Jack Lisowski's done.
Interesting point here, Dave. Glove wars are off. Gong's decided to remove his glove. And maybe he wasn't keeping an eye out so much in the last frame, but did he have it off towards the end of the last frame? I'm not sure.
I don't know, yeah, it's a good point. Yes, as you say, taking it off.
I don't know about a good point, but it's a point.
Well, I hadn't noticed. Maybe it's all mind games. He's trying to get Ross to take his glove off as well. Who knows?
Good pot, not a bad kiss. 2 or 3 open reds. Kind of position where you're looking to get the first few, land possibly low on the red above the black. Open some reds, win the frame. Sounds easy, doesn't it? But you've got to pot the balls first.
Yeah, I mean, in that last frame when he missed that black, you know, he sat down, he looked ill at ease. And maybe wasn't quite ready when that chance came to take it. Anyway, he's missed the green. Yeah, not the happiest picture.
Them chairs are comfy though. That'll be a little bit of a consolation.
They are, but I've noticed when players are not doing so well, they seem to sink lower and lower into them.
They're just so comfy, and you think, I might as well make the most of it while I'm sat here watching my opponent. It's them headrests that wrap around you a little bit as well. Perfect.
Yeah, I mean, it's a niche point, but they must be the best chairs on the circuit. You wouldn't mind one of those in your living room.
I think it's actually half the reason I tend to do so badly in the Championship League. I think I just get too comfortable in them chairs. So like I said earlier, when Gong potted that good red, it's come to that point now where Ross hasn't quite got a good enough angle really to go into the reds off the blue. So he's looking at that angle I was suggesting where he's low on that red above the black. If he can just land in that precise position, he can pot the red, open some reds up, land on green or black potentially. So it's all about one good positional shot here. That looks to be pretty much perfect. Is he just on it?
12.
Yeah, it's a very good positional shot he's played there. So his choice now is to exactly how he plays this. He's got the green there as well. He can screw into the reds. He can top through them. Just how he sees it, really. Played the screw. He's not quite on the black very as nice as he would have liked though. Just didn't quite get through them enough. So he's thinking here, Ross, the way he's queued up there, of just dropping this black in, trying to make the pot as easy as he can. Losing the cue ball a little bit, but making sure he's got a red left on to the left corner. Cue ball will be going up the table a bit. You can choose to play it with a little bit of check side, left-hand side in this instance, and try and hold the cue ball with that pack of reds. Just makes the pot a little bit more difficult. So he's just weighing up the percentages, which way he wants to play it. Most important thing, of course, is pot the black. Three ways you can play it. Plain ball, take the cue ball up the table a bit. Check side, or the way he looks to be playing it now, which is a screw and right-hand side. Makes the pot more difficult, but guaranteed position. Yeah, it's a good shot.
Well, he'll have picked up the vibes from his opponent. You can see he's struggling. It's a big opportunity for Ross Muir now to win this match. He's not been at his best himself, but been the stronger of the two. He's looking for, I guess, a good finish if he can make a winning break. Send him off for the dinner break in a good mood. But he's missed that one, so another scoring chance has not come to too much.
Ross Muir, 20.
Yeah, just that red where he screwed into the pack, just didn't quite get enough on it, and it became a bit too difficult in the end, but just shows how important them shots are. If you know, you open the reds and you land perfect on green or black, and all of a sudden the frame's at your mercy. Bit of an ambitious double there from Gong, but played it in a way where he was playing for black or green and not really leaving anything, so Ross is having a good look there though. Wondered if he thought that red would have snuck past the other two into the middle, but doesn't look like it. Again, he's got a chance of a double where he could play a similar shot. Oh, very close, but not quite. The only difference with that one was he was always leaving a half chance of the red that's next to the blue spot into the top right corner. Not an easy shot at all, but not 100% safe. Gong's got his glove back on. Can't make his mind up which is best. Well, with shots like that, leave the glove on.
1.
It's a great double. Came actually further with the cue ball than he wanted. He was trying to leave it half safe as well, but he would have actually left the red over the middle pocket if he'd missed that, the way he's played it. But as I say, great double anyway. Glove, oh no glove.
Yeah, I mean, in fairness to him, he's been trying to make things happen, hasn't he? And he's in now, so, you know, we've seen him sat in that chair not looking happy, but he can still get a point out of this match, which would be quite a result, I think, because he's not played particularly well. He would stay on either way to play Ashley Carty in the last match of the session. One's good feelings going into that one.
Oh, we're very fortunate there.
9.
I don't really know exactly what he played, the way he was playing that, but to kiss the black like that and land on it was pretty fortunate. It's the kind of thing that when you're Ross, you just think, it always seems to happen to me. It's not the case, of course, but it feels like that sometimes. Just the way the greens flicked the reds there, I'm wondering if that red in the middle of the 3 in a line at the back goes to the left centre. It looks like it might. That's a good pot, and again, it's that kind of shot where Ross will be sitting there thinking, how's that green come across and just flick the 2 reds so that one's available in the middle? Like, seems so... Yeah, you can see almost a little smirk from Ross. He knows it was quite lucky, but you feel the world's against you sometimes when shots like that come off. Or is Ross just thinking that's the last time I lend him my glove?
Well, the power of the glove possibly is in play here. Of course, it's worth saying, though, Ross Muir was in first. He missed that red with the rest earlier. But for that, Gong wouldn't have the chance at the break to draw the match. Just cue ball's just roaming around a bit, though, isn't it?
Yeah, he's digging down on this. I don't like this shot. Oh, almost like half a deceleration there. He didn't quite get through the cue ball.
25.
Played it okay in the end, but must have had to avoid possible in-off in the corner. So another difficult shot, and you can't keep playing difficult shots and getting yourself out of trouble. It does catch up to you in the end, and you end up missing one. That's good concentration, though, to keep it going. Another good shot. Back in good position now, so he wants to really keep a hold of the cue ball now.
Now we want to keep you across both tables. And Oliver Lyon's looking very good now to win his match with Dean Young 3-0. Just missed a red, but he is 53 in front with 51 on. He's had breaks of 74, 72 and 63, which is a good response to the last match where he was 2-0 up and it ended in a draw. So he's shown good attitude there. Dean Young needs a snooker, otherwise Oliver Lyons is going to be top of the table at the halfway stage. Of course, Bang Jiangzu's only played one match. But Lyons plays him last, so needs points on the board before then, and he'll have 4, barring a snooker. Well, that red seemed to drift off on the way to the pocket.
Yeah, I was just watching that, yeah. Turned away from the cushion. Been seeming to comment on the tables drifting quite a lot, to be honest. I was saying to Phil earlier when we were doing the last match that I had a couple bad ones into the middle pocket, and I've been watching quite a lot of shots. Anything that's hit slowly, you feel like you're scared to play it, to be honest. It's a shame, because all the players want is a table that's remotely level, and we can crack on then. That doesn't seem to be the case here.
Well, Gong's still going, but it's still a bit of a high wire act, this break. Can he just keep it going for long enough? He's 29 in front. Dean Young's missed the black, so I think he's conceded. And that is that. 3-0 to Oliver Lyons. And that completes, not the perfect session for him, because he drew the previous match, but he's got 4 points. He's very much in the mix 49 later on tonight. So they've actually finished their 3 matches before we've finished 2. But this match should finish here, you feel now. 37 in front.
56.
Well, as I say, Ross Muir did have the first chance in this frame. Missed that red with the rest to left corner.
57.
Still needs to bring this home. He's a little high on this black. He's missed it.
Yeah, it's just not quite there, was it? And he's frustrated visibly there. Got himself back into position after a few tricky shots, and to do all the hard work and then miss the easy one again, it's just so frustrating.
Let's be honest, it's been kind of the story of this match from both players, hasn't it? You know, there's been a lot of chances and just errors creeping in. So 38 in the frame, possible 51 on.
Yeah, it's been a scrappy game, to be fair. One Ross now will just be praying he can come out the other end of to nick a win, hopefully.
Well, it's not boxing. There are no judges giving marks. All that matters is who wins the frames. And this is a big one now in this whole group.
And this is his chance. He'll be motivated now to try and make the most of this if he can pot this red, because as I say, when you're in this kind of position and you've had chance after chance and it's been a bit scrappy, if you can somehow come back from a frame like this and win it and win 3-1 when you haven't played very well at all, really, it's a good opportunity to try and take.
One.
I would say it gives you confidence, all them kinds of cliches, but it doesn't.
Like ball.
Not for me anyway. Proper players, when they play well and perform well, that's what gives you confidence. That's what makes you feel like, you know, I can give me all here and I can beat anybody on me day. And winning these kinds of games, it's just nice to be able to win them and get them out the way and go, right, that's done. Move on to the next one, but look at where he's put himself now.
8.
Can he see the red? I think he's looking at the pot and angle. No cleaning the white, Ross. I've seen a few try that one over the years. And if you haven't got a referee who's knowing exactly what you're doing, I've seen them get away with it as well.
Well, it was another visit where the cue ball was sort of roaming here and there. Now then, this is a big shot coming up. If you can knock this in, could well be 2-2.
He doesn't half like to hit the ball hard at times. I've noticed that. Very hard unnecessarily.
Yeah, it just lost all control of the shot. Sort of a rush of adrenaline or something, I don't know. But anyway.
The red along the cushion's the obvious one to take, but it looks a bit straight, and it might actually be worth the risk of trying to drop this red into the middle instead. If he can do that, pop the black, leave himself a nicer angle on this red, he could just drop it in. I'm not sure this is the right shot. Just looks a little bit too straight. Yeah, he was always going to struggle to get nicely onto a colour.
1.
And he hasn't got too many more points to play with, so he'll just be more than likely just rubbing off the black here and leaving his opponent snookered. But as I say, there's not too many more points to play with, so if he pots the last red, he needs a colour.
Ross Muir, 1.
Could be a very, very important few shots, this, in the context of the group. Half a chance. If you decide you're going for it, you go for it, you commit. Don't worry about missing it and where the red might land. Just got to commit to this kind of shot. Try and pot it. If you do, you should win the frame and the match. Quite. So similar kind of shot for Gong into the yellow pocket. Just be interesting to see how hard he hits this. It's again, I think he's going to play it as a stun shot. Obviously, if he pots the red, he basically wins the frame, bar and snookers. So I wouldn't like to see him hit this too hard. Once again, for me, that's not excessively hard, but it was harder than he needed to play it.
Yeah, he's played quite a few shots in this match like that. As you say, just needed the red, and it would have been snookers required.
Someone needs to give him one less Weetabix in the morning, I think. Oh, close. Perhaps a bit too close when you've missed it. Oh, a little rub off the black. Wow, that little skim off the black there has just pushed the cue ball in behind the green. Gong's really happy about that, as you can see. Yeah, but for that just a little flick off the black, he would have had a shot at this red.
I wonder how important that little flick will be on the count back later today.
Yeah, he's just got to play this cleverly here. So he's got to come off 2 cushions, right side cushion, left side cushion, and play it soft so that if he misses the red, it lands on the baulk cushion and it doesn't leave Ross a shot at it. Yeah, he's played that pretty well. A little bit unfortunate. He played it kind of the right way there, though, so that if he'd missed, he wasn't going to leave the red. He's just caught it just the wrong way, though, so he's still left a shot on, unfortunately, for Ross. It's how many more chances do these guys need to try and get this frame sewn up? Well, at least one more than that, it seems. Might be worth Gong. He's thinking about having a go this red into the bottom left corner pocket and bringing the cue ball in behind the blue if he misses. He's caught that way too thick. But he's got the snooker on the yellow. I think. Might just be able to get through at the edge of it. Maybe looking to see if he can maybe swerve it a touch, playing it with right-hand side, coming off the side of the red and bringing the cue ball in between green and black with a little bit of check side back up the table. The only problem is the red might be coming across and possibly near the corner pocket, so yeah, he doesn't quite like it. I could actually see more of it than I thought. I'm not sure if that was an attempt at the pot or not. I don't know if you could see that much, but he's done all right out of it.
Well, what a result.
This is why we love / hate this game, isn't it? Moments like this. Good hit. And it's a little bit unfortunate.
Yeah, he's not had the best running towards the end of this frame, but of course he had chances when he was in to win it. He's become very nervy. But from what we've seen, okay, he's offered the chance, but it's not necessarily over yet, this. Ross Muir needs them all.
Yeah, blue looks available, so if you can just stun the red in, play the blue, should be okay, but we've said that a number of times. And he can't pot the red with the rest, yeah, so that looks like 2 each.
Well, it's the easiest red really for Gong. As long as he doesn't whack this one, he should take the frame and draw the match. It's not been the highest quality, no point pretending otherwise. Ross Muir disappointed though, because he did have the chance there to win it nonetheless. And well, it's good news, I would say, for Jack Lisowski more than anyone. Of course, he's won his first match and still top of the table after 2 matches.
Yeah, if you can win your games and you can see people around you getting draws, it just makes your life easier when it comes to your last match. You might only need a draw or something like that, so yeah, it's all you're wanting.
Well, Gong is going to stay on to play Ashley Carty next.
Not without making a racket at the back of these pockets first, though, Dave.
8.
Yeah, he certainly he likes to hit the ball, doesn't he? Most important, though, he's got the point in the end. Things were sort of conspiring against him, or so it seemed.
11.
I bet you he gives this one a clout.
So it was quite a scrappy encounter, a lot of chances on both sides, and it has ended honours even. Neither player by any means out of it yet, but only a point apiece. We'll take a 5-minute break. Gong Zhenzi will stay on to take on Ashley Carty next.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Arena looks just spectacular, and I cannot wait for you all to see it.
Lulus, don't worry. Yeah, but plenty of guys that need to be ready. We're the champions. You need to come take it from me. You want to follow me in there now? Yeah, I know you're ready. All we've been doing. Can you speak English better, please speak? Because I ain't understood what you said.
We are guaranteed 4 phenomenal days of action right here in Florida. Drama is certainly guaranteed in front of a hugely raucous crowd. The American fans really get into the spirit.
So much history, so much prestige, and it all comes down to this.
So much action lies ahead at the Caribe Royale in Orlando, Florida.
We're back at the Harrah's Resort in Atlantic City for the US Open. It is one of the most prestigious events in the calendar.
Record breakers, history.
history makers. It's that time. Let's play 9-ball.
Nine-ball pulls on the growth.
And the governor gets on the board.
Next year's prize money in the US Open is going to be $500,000.
The man they call the Ghost has left everyone for dead.
We will take this sport to places it's never been, and that's a bloody guarantee.
So we've got one more match to bring you in this session on the latest day of the BetVictor Championship League. And Gong Chenzi will stay on to take on Ashley Carty after that. A bit of a marathon, really, with Ross Muir. 2-2. He did salvage the draw. Jack Lisowski, though, sitting pretty at the moment after that 3-1 win over Ashley Carty. He'll be back at 5 o'clock. They've finished the session on the other table. Pang Jungju, a 3-0 winner there. The top seed starting well. Ollie Lyons got that 3-0 win, though, over Dean Young, having drawn with Zhang Jun. So, Ashley Carty back out after the earlier match with Jack Lisowski. And ready to get going again. And he's not out of this yet. If he wins this match,
Ashley Carty to break.
He's back in contention. I'm sure, though, Jack Lisowski, not that he's the sort of character to, be monitoring every shot, but the scoreline in the last match obviously suits him because he's still top of the table. And he'll be back at 5 o'clock to play Ross Muir. Gong got the draw there. He didn't play great, but managed to win that last frame after a catalogue of errors from both. So he's settled into proceedings now. He is, remember, the second seed in this group, so he will play the last match against Lisowski tonight.
As is quite common at this stage of the Championship League, these two have never met each other before. Logistically, though, I thought what happened today was kind of rarity. All 3 matches in the first session on Table 2 were over before the second match was completed here on Table 1.
Well, that's probably the best shot he's played today. He cued that so sweetly.
There has been a suggestion that certain shots on this table might be rolling off a little. The way he plays the game, not many roll off. Likes to give it some welly.
6.
Yeah, I mean, there was a couple of balls in the last frame. I think it was a sort of slight rush of adrenaline. He just hit too hard. But he's played a couple of nice shots here already to get himself in first in the frame. We've seen players, haven't we, so far this year improve after a sort of slightly rocky first match performance. He got the draw, it's worth saying. He didn't lose the match, so if he can start to improve, then who knows, he could still be going through tonight. Certainly will have to play better against Jack Lisowski this evening than he did in the previous match with Ross Muir.
Yeah, I think each year we do see a very occasional group won by a player who's lost his first match. But if you draw your opening match, you're still right in there battling.
15. Call. Function C15.
Well,
Actually, card C5.
wrong ball went in. Just didn't execute it very well. But you know, on another day, he misses the blue, opens the reds, and leaves in amongst them. It hasn't actually finished too badly in terms of leaving Carty a chance.
Four Chinese players through to the second phase so far. England have 5, Scotland 1, Hong Kong 1, Iran 1, Wales 2.
One.
Yeah, that cue ball just kept running. Oh, the yellow would be a big shot to take on. He was thinking about it, wasn't he? I think he's changed his mind now. He sort of talked himself down there.
Function Z, 1.
You don't want to drain all the fun out of a player. You don't want to see his exuberance evaporate, but on occasions you have to rein yourself in, and that was a prime example.
Well, the cue ball avoided every colour there, so it's worked out pretty well for Ashley Carty.
Well, the primary thing there was to screw the cue ball back into baulk. He assumed if he did that, he'd mitigate any problems, but he's left not one but 2 reds on, 1 from distance, 1 to the middle. With the exception of Jack Lisowski's 101 break in that 3-1 win over Carty to start things off today, the standard so far in this group has not been high. You have to say it. You also have to say that the standard over on table 2 has been appreciably better. Pang Junzhu started out like a train. 1-3-6 break, beat Dean Young 3-0, and then Young was given plenty of punishment by Oliver Lyons. In fact, the young Scot only scored 11 points in the match in losing 3-0 to Lyons, who made 3 breaks over 60.
6.
So he got himself nicely in now, and having sort of blown away the cobwebs maybe in the first match, because there was a point where he was sat in that seat looking thoroughly miserable, but he managed to get the draw. Maybe just coming into this one, he's got a bit more belief now. He did make a 57 break in the 4th frame. It wasn't the winning break, and in fact could have lost the frame after that, but by far his best contribution scoring wise. He's looking to improve on that here.
23.
Well, technically, a lot of good straight lines. Talking of technique, Dave, I was very impressed with Liam Davis yesterday. Not just technique, actually. Attitude, professionalism, approach in general.
Yeah, he's someone, it's all about the snooker with him. He's not sort of bothered about creating an image for himself. The image will come if he starts winning tournaments. It's a big achievement, I think. Ali Carter is Mr. Championship League, isn't he? Defending champion. He was a big favourite to win the group, but Liam Davis impressive in the end.
Yes, table 2 was still going on when he came to do his interview, and I said to him, look, we're going to have to speak very quietly here because we don't want to take them off. And fully appreciated that and complied with the request with a smiling face. Yeah, I can see Liam developing into a really good player.
Now Gong increases his lead 46. To 57. So another red and a colour, and it should be 1-0. He did leave Ashley Carty the chance, didn't he? But he couldn't take it. Just signs in the last frame of the last match and first frame of this match that Gong is sort of coming to the party here today.
47.
Well, the dinner gong normally goes between 4 and 5 here. We thought we might miss it today because of the slowness of the first 2 matches, or comparative slowness. But maybe Gong will save the day.
Well, having already, of course, been knocked out of the Wuhan and British Opens, this world ranking event is important because it's the second year, start of the second year of his card. On the projected list, he's 65th right now. Now, there's a lot of snooker to come, but obviously 64 is where you've got to be or in the top 64 at the end of season. So, you know, a couple of grand here and there really could make the difference between staying on and dropping off.
$68.
Just controlled that cue ball a lot better here than he did in the first match. It was from both players really roaming about all over the place, but this has been better and clearly well over the winning line.
$73.
Has 10 centuries to his name as a professional.
$74.
We've seen this a lot, haven't we, in this Championship League? A player struggling in the first match and then just starting to produce the goods as the day's gone on. And it didn't take long for Gong, first frame of the next match.
Trying to supersede Liam Davis as the youngest group winner.
$78. $81. $85.
Now remember the highest break of the group so far.
90.
Lisowski's 101. This could be a 103. Who knows? It could be handy.
$96.
Well, it's been very nicely done. That's a terrific clearance. Yeah, 103. He's got that in his locker for now. If it comes down to high breaks later, he has for now beaten the Lisowski break. That was impressive. He leads 1-0.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
So, Gong Zhengzi, 103 clearance. That's his 11th century in his short time on the World Snooker Tour. Leads Ashley Carty 1-0. This is the last match of the first session here. And we're back, of course, at 5 o'clock local time for the denouement. At one point in the match with Ross Muir, he actually took that glove off for half a frame, then put it back on again. I think he'll be keeping it on now.
You know, just thinking back to the 80s and, well, certainly the first half of the 90s, many pros throughout their careers didn't make 11 centuries.
1.
Well, actually, Carty looking to bounce back with something substantial of his own, and that's a good start. He would have been one of the favoured players to come through the Q School, but lost in the penultimate round of the second event, having lost in round, well, the last 32 of the first one.
Yeah, if you can accumulate enough points to get into the top 3 or 4 on the Q School top-up list, you do get plenty of starts. Dylan Emery being a prime example, was in pretty much everything last year. But by losing in that
4.
penultimate round, as Dave said, and early on in the other tournament, his opportunities, I think, will be somewhat restricted.
Yeah, he was called up at the last minute, wasn't he, for the British Open, because Luca Brissell withdrew. And it was actually, in part, a case of geography, because not every player on that list could have got there in time. It was so last minute. But not only did he get there, he beat Alexander Ursenbacher, so he will be in Cheltenham later in the year.
Yeah, open draw.
12.
Who knows?
It's a real boost as well. I mean, the prize money is one thing, but, you know, as he sort of attempts to make his way back on tour through the Q Tour, 13. To be playing in a world ranking event, to remind himself, you know, of what he's trying to achieve, to get back amongst the other top players on tour, possibly play one of them, as you say. Well, this is a wonderful scoring chance now. He's opened more reds in that shot.
20.
Every match is different. They're not all going to be classics. The last one wasn't, but this is already good stuff between these two.
-1.
Of course, there's a very different look about Ashley Carty now to when he came on the tour. He was wearing glasses.
26.
Actually, the first time I saw him after the glasses went, I didn't recognise him for a while. 2 or 3 shots before the penny dropped.
-7.
But he's so right-eye dominant. Really extreme in that regard. Another well-known
34.
snooker personality, commentator and former UK champion who was right-eyed. John Virgo.
35. -42.
Someone less well known, but fans of a certain vintage will remember him because he had some very good results on tour. From South Wales, Steve Newbury.
-43. 50.
So just looking to close this out now. 57 the lead with the pink, so another couple of reds with colours is what he's looking for. Very strong response to the Gong clearance of 103.
From the way those 6 reds in the mini pack are configured, I think he will need to go into them. But the angle is there to do so. That will be a source of annoyance.
65.
As Dave said, just one pot away. And there's nothing there for him apart from containment.
All the same, a good 65 from Ashley Carty. Didn't miss, just didn't get on one. Still a possible 75 on though.
In our penultimate match on table 1 yesterday, we had an instance where a player in frustration conceded with enough points on the table to win. Wang Jihao. And when you do that, it's an automatic fine. He was only 49 behind with 5 reds left. Came as a real surprise, actually, because of that financial jeopardy.
No colours on cushions or anything like that, so there's not a lot of security. If the chance comes for Gong, he could nick the frame for 2-0. Of course, Carty lost that last frame against Lisowski as well, when it could have been for all the world 2-2. The odd frame here and there, we saw this with Ali Carty yesterday, clearly makes a difference over the course of the day.
Yes, and basically Carty is at the point of no return. If he's going to win this group, he has to win the last 3 frames of this match and beat Ross Muir last up in the second session.
Double kiss. So a chance for Gong, and as I say, there's nothing safe here. Ashley Carty will be concerned. That one shot he played into the reds, if he gets on a red, it's 1-all guaranteed. But now it's out of his hands as to whether he comes back to the table here.
One.
And while he made a 100 break in the first frame, a clearance here, it wouldn't be as numerically big, but in terms of hurting that man, it would be massive.
Eight.
There's a word, Dave, for every single sizable clearance throughout the course of a professional snooker season. Impactful. They just mean so much to the player who's done it. They damage the player
9.
who's on the receiving end, whether it's temporary or permanently in the match.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen so many great clearances, haven't we? In important moments in big matches that really do turn the tide psychologically as well as the scoreline.
And you were commentating last year when Judd Trump made the most profitable clearance imaginable to win the Saudi Masters at Mark Williams' expense.
Yeah, he ummed and ahed there. He wasn't quite sure how they were going to split those reds.
15.
But he's in business still. Bit of a stretch here, but this is a definite chance because he's now got all the reds into play. Just a little awkward though. He's getting the rest out. So if it's going to go wrong, it could be here. Yeah, I mean, it's a great break by Judd Trump. I suppose it's one thing he's not necessarily known for his clearances. He's known for the sort of the flamboyance and the heavy scoring, winning frames, you know, in one visit. But to do it under that pressure with the money on the line and the title on the line in a match where he'd probably been second best actually to Mark Williams, who'd made 4 centuries. Very, very, very satisfying, clearly for him. We'll be back there next month. In a month, in fact, a month today. It starts 8th of August. The Saudi Arabian Masters in Jeddah this time.
Any top 10 of great clearances has to be subjective, but I would put another of Trump's in the top 10. You might recall it, Dave, the clearance he made to beat Stephen Maguire in the semi-finals, I think it was, of the Players' Championship in 2020, just before COVID struck. That was at Southport. Really good venue, actually.
24.
Well, it feels like he's done the hard work, but it's all hard work, really, because the pressure comes on. He knows how important it is, certainly in a match so short. The best Carty can do is a draw. That's not going to be enough, certainly, to win the group, having lost his first match. So he's sort of eliminating a rival for top spot in the group by winning this frame.
29.
It's night and day, the performance from the first match where he struggled, but he did win the last frame. He played his best snooker in the last frame against Ross Muir, and he's come into this match in a very positive frame of mind.
30.
A little more angle on the blue than he wanted, so there is added complexity to this shot, but if he gets it right, then it should be plain sailing.
$35.
Basically on a dime. Apart from the yellow, he can take any colour.
$36.
So now it really is about just holding his nerve with the colours on their spots as he approaches the business end of the frame. Carty looked a bit concerned when
41.
He had that double kiss to leave Gong in. He needs the rest here, so you know that didn't go as smoothly, that last shot, as it could have done.
Now, interestingly here, he's got the rest up in a vertical manner. Ah.
$43.
when you do that as opposed to lowering it, you do bring in the possibility of hitting down on the cue ball a little, but it was a sweet strike.
It's
been a sweet break, Dave. Tells us a lot about his temperament.
So far, yeah, and as you say, psychologically more significant than the century, because it's a frame he looked destined to lose.
50.
More pain for Ashley Carty, having lost that last frame against Lisowski on the black. To be denied a draw. A draw will be the best thing he can get out of this match if Gong completes this clearance, as seems very likely now.
55.
So the 18-year-old from China showing plenty of steel here. Very important frame, potentially in the wider context of the group. Well, he's not absolutely ideal on this black, is he? So this could have been easier, but it is to lead 2-0. Very nicely done.
The frame.
Thoroughly punished the error from Ashley Carty, who of course was going so well initially, broke down on 65, gave Gong a chance a few shots later, and he's taken it well. He leads 2-0.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Well, it's been a massive increase in standard from Gong Xingzi from the previous match, which of course he did draw. Now, if he wins this frame and wins 3-0, then that could be very significant later in terms of countbacks and frame difference and all the rest of it. Ashley Carty, meanwhile, didn't do much wrong, did he? Had he, you know, he went into the reds on 65. Had he got on one, it would have been one each. Did later offer the chance, and of course Gong has taken it. So 2-0, best Carty can now do, of course, is a draw. But he's not going to be the group winner now.
Yes, if you're the bottom seed in a group and you draw your first match and lose the other, or obviously lose them both, you're the first man eliminated. And that fate is that of Carty's. Same thing in the other group with Dean Young.
Yeah, it's a psychological challenge now, of course, for the player who's sort of had the frame stolen from them to pick themselves up, and straight away here caught the knuckle, offered up the chance to Gong, who must be feeling on top of the world. But he's still missed that one. So halfway through at the end of today, aren't we? This first stage, we'll have our first 16 winners confirmed. Another 8 days of stage 1 to complete the last 32 lineup. Big chance, Phil, isn't it, for someone to win their first ranking title, and of course the springboard to get in the Champion of Champions, and who knows what happens after that this season for them.
Yeah, you're also, if you win this, a long way down the road to being in the World Grand Prix in Hong Kong. That's for the top 32 points earners on this season's point list. So 33,000 takes you quite a way down that path.
Yeah, and of course if you can get in that, then it's an extra chance to get in the Players' Championship, the next one in the Players' Series. So it's, as I say, potential for a player who's yet to win a trophy to really take a step forward. Of course, we have had, in this ranking event version, quite established players winning it, actually. Ali Carter last year, Sean Murphy, Luca Brissell. Dave Gilbert, of course, did win it the year before, but Kyron Wilson as well. So they've been not necessarily from the lower reaches of the rankings thus far, but that could change. Or he needs this red in, really. Not over the pocket. No cover. So, not only that, the Reds have opened up as well. So, Gong, who's made a century and a good clearance, may have his chance here. Assuming he can see the red, he's coming round. It may be a bit tighter than it looks on screen. If he lands nicely on a colour, then he's away here. Well, little things are happening from him as well. He holds his hand up, but the balance of power has well and truly shifted his way.
What a kiss. It's extraordinary. You make a big clearance, and so often, early in the next frame, you get a great chance. It happens time and time and time again. The snooker gods, Dave, work in mysterious ways.
Yeah, it's very frustrating for Carty, but again, I mean, he left the initial red on, didn't he? You know, you can always scroll back, I think, in any match and see the point where the other player who feels hard done by actually had it in their own hands to do something themselves. One of the great misconceptions about that epic Kyron Wilson-Anthony McGill semi-final at the Crucible, which is an extraordinary final frame, is that how lucky Wilson was to fluke the green. Well, he was lucky, of course, but if you just scroll back a few moments, Anthony McGill actually had the last red over the pocket. Sorry, he had the last red over the pocket. He snooked himself on the yellow, so he had the chance. But, I mean, you could write a book about that frame. They both had a lot of chances.
15.
Yeah, I was chatting to Anthony a few months after that final, and funnily enough, I think he felt more aggrieved about what happened very early in the frame. He was in, went into the reds quite nicely and dropped on nothing. But everyone remembers the green, of course. Now then.
Well, that's
16.
Unexpected, I think, in any frame, but considering how well he's played in the match and the fact that he just seemed to be completely on top, maybe just sort of took his eye off that slightly. I think with turning points, you can have more than one. Actually, Carty now trying to benefit from this one. The black is not running to a great spot, and the pink is out of commission as well, so a bit of work to do, but he's just happy to be back at the table.
That's one of the things we take for granted with the top players. It's not just their ability to score, it's the way they can score in a sustained fashion over 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe even more frames than that.
Yeah, it's keeping that focus, isn't it? When Neil Robertson became the first player to make 100 centuries in a season, there was one match he played against a Qatari player, Ahmed Saif. And he won 4-0. He had 4 centuries in the match. You know, it wasn't a question of. I mean, I think he always knew he'd win the match, but it wasn't a question of letting up or showboating. He absolutely concentrated on every shot. Meanwhile, this has gone wrong, unfortunately. So not on a red. Back to the safety. Steve Davis in the 80s. I mean, to win a World Final 18-3, to be that relentless. To want to crush poor old John Parrott into the ground. It takes a certain type of player.
That was the first World Final Dave I reported on, and I thought, well, this is easy. Going home, tea time.
Yeah, you went home. John Parrott had to do the exhibition in the evening. Anyway, Ashley Carty pots that one out, and again, Gong, it just seems to have taken his foot off the gas a little bit. And if this ends in a draw, then the only winner here is Jack Lisowski, because he, if he were to beat Ross Muir at 5 o'clock, would be the group winner. So as well as Gong has played in this match, maybe just needs to be a little more clinical, because he hasn't won it yet.
7.
Yeah, momentum shifts, it really does. Shifts in a hurry.
Ten. $16.
Well, this is not in yet. Oh, hang on. Well, the in off and the red's going into bulk. This is not good for Ashley Carty. That could be his last shot, potentially. He shakes his head. Still work to do for Gong, but we've seen how well he's played in this match.
One.
He had a clear-cut scoring opportunity at the start of this particular frame. This isn't so clear-cut. Well, I don't know what the disturbance was. Can't blame a member of the crowd. There isn't a crowd. Now, he played that blue. I don't know whether it was intentional. I can't imagine it would be. But he played it on the thick side to pot it, and that really helped to hold the cue ball.
Seven.
Now that underlines confidence.
13.
Okay, we've established over the course of the 8 days of competition here that you can knock these in along the top cushion. With plenty of pace there. Others might have taken on the more open red before that. But it's clear Gong has got plenty of confidence, youthful exuberance.
$20. $21.
It is now that the hard work commences, and the last thing he wants is to be straight or straight-ish on the pink. Well, he wasn't straight, but he didn't have a great amount of angle. He tried to maximise it. But that's end of scoring visit.
27.
Well, unless he takes on a double. Is that advised? Yes.
28.
Well, I suppose that was the only red he could leave, was the thinking there. The other two on the right-hand side safe.
Now, he should put the old head on young shoulders and maybe get a colour safe. Like to see that. And in so doing, he's also played a snooker. Clever shot. The pink could have been put a little safer, but that's splitting hairs.
Yeah, the intent was correct, as you say. I mean, it goes against sort of natural instincts, I think, for young players to turn pots down, but you've got to play to the scoreboard and to your best advantage. Well, he's just flicked that red. He'll take this all day long. So a tense finish to the frame. Gong 22 in front. Of course, he needs this frame for victory. Otherwise, we go into fourth and potentially Ashley Carty salvages the draw after all.
I know it's all ifs and buts, but had Carty failed to make contact with that red, he could so easily have left a free ball. Fine margins again. And of course, top of Carty's agenda is to get all of the balls open, which he's done in terms of all of the colours by liberating the pink. A shot to nothing has been left, but I think Gong was grateful it was only a thin clip off the blue. Sometimes even a professional has to concede. There's no way around it. You have to just play for containment. The only problem with that is Carty's shot meant that Gong had the tactical upper hand.
Oh dear. He would have been very fortunate to get away with that. He hasn't. So what a golden chance for Gong Zhengzi, already 22 in front, to wrap this up. He needs the 2 reds. And 3-0, of course, does shake things up a bit. Could easily have lost 3-1 to Ross Muir. Muir did have chances in that 4th frame, but winning it clearly just gave him that little boost of confidence he was looking for, because he's played much better in this match. Having said that, though, just put himself under on this red. He's not ideal on it. He just needs the red so he can give everything to the pot. If it goes in, Carty requires snookers. Oh, and it's not there. Yeah, he sort of bowed his head. He knew before he played it that he wasn't ideal on it, and I think he's left it. So late drama in the frame. After all that, Carty can steal it.
Remember frame 2. Not the best positional shot from pink to black, although he did pot the black Gong. This time, unable to pot the last red. Where will this wide ball finish? Oh, one of the worst places from Carty's perspective.
He's got a pot of colour. That's the problem, isn't it? 28 behind. The blue's got to go. If it doesn't, he needs a snooker. And he surely lost 3-0. And it's not in. Unless he gets him behind the pink. No. So a snooker needed, and Gong does have a chance at the yellow. What a dramatic match. 103 clearance from Gong. Cleared up with 68 from 65 down in the second. This has been firmly in the balance. But the yellow goes in and he's on the green. So it's going to be a 3-0 win. And that very much puts him in the mix with 4 points. He'll be 1 ahead of Jack Lisowski, who of course has played 1 fewer match. Jack's up at 5. But what we can say is it's going to come down to their match later, one way or another, to decide the group.
I've enjoyed this, Dave. I don't think Carty has.
No.
I mean, it was a bit unlucky, I think, not to land on a colour nicely there, but so much has happened already in the match that he won't look back on fondly. Gong Chengzi, though, has played really well. That's a terrific performance from him. The century, the clearance, and he wins the third frame as well. Don't see many 3-0s actually on this table, but we've seen one there, and it's Gong Chengzi, the winner over Ashley Carty. So we have about 40 minutes to collect our thoughts, and we will return for the evening session where this group will be decided. And as I say, the last match will be Lisowski Gong. That's going to be a bit of a group decider. There are the results. And on table 2, they've been a long time finished. Oliver Lyne's 4 points from the 2 matches he's played. Pang Jung-Zhu, though, has only played 1 perfect start. He won 3-0. So, again, it's looking like coming down to Pang against Lynes later on. But for now, that's it for us. And as I say, we'll be back in 40 minutes for the evening session. We kick off on this table with Jack Lisowski against Ross Muir. So we'll see you later.
very sharp, very focused. And that's a shot bet again. Will live long in the memory.
It's just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. What a shot that is.
He's got the hot shots all to himself. The break of a multiple world champion, exuding class.
This is the Mattioli Arena, home to Leicester Riders basketball, PDC darts, and plenty of professional snooker. Inside the arena, the 8th day of competition in the BetVictor Championship League has reached the halfway stage. As for the upcoming session that will decide who qualifies for the second stage of the first World Ranking Tournament of the brand new Green Bay's campaign, it is intriguing. So, how do the groups stand? Well, Group 14 on Table 2 has seen Scotland's Dean Young eliminated, but the other three players retain hope, with Pang Junzhu, so far the architect of a 3-0 win over Young, featuring 136 total clearance, looking especially good. You can watch all of the action from Table 2 over on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. Meanwhile, Table 1 hosts Group 13. It's not gone well for Ashley Carty, but Gong Chen-zi can't be discounted, and the same applies to the two players involved in our first match of the session. Jack Lisowski against Ross Muir. Okay, then off we go. Delighted to say I'm joined in the commentary box by Gary Wilson. It was a close-run thing for Lisowski in his first match, winning 3-1 against Carty, dipping in late in the last frame to get the verdict. He would like to win this one much more convincingly.
Yeah, that's right, Phil. Nice to see you again. Nice to share the box with you once more. Watching that game earlier with Jack, it was a funny game because in spells he looked like he was playing well, making breaks, but also missing a few easy balls as well, so he'll not be too happy with that. Looking for a little bit more consistency maybe in this match. You can see he's cueing well, he always is, Jack. He's got a great technique, but now from his part he would want to be a little bit more consistent, cut out the easy mistakes, and Ross, likewise, just looking to get a solid result here. He's well within a shout, certainly if he can get a good result in this match against Jack, of possibly winning the group as well.
Muir knows from past experience just how good Lisowski can be. They've played 3 times. Total frames for Lisowski 13. Total frames for Muir 4.
Jack's not this kind of player anyway, but I feel he's not going to want to get bogged down really in any kind of safety play in this match. Ross, a solid player, you know, good tactically, not frightened of turning down balls, keeping it tight. Not really Jack's game. And, you know, shots like that, a double to the middle, normal shots, but I can see Jack playing a lot of them if they crop up. He's not going to want to be playing a tight, cagey game, I don't think.
With regard to their head-to-heads, their first meeting was quite tight, actually. Muir led 3-2. It was in the Mulheim Open in Germany. But Lisowski got the verdict with breaks of 88 and 51 in the last 2 frames. Then he beat Muir 4-0 in the first round of the Gibraltar Open in 2018. And last season, they also met. That was in the first round of the Xi'an Grand Prix. Lisowski prevailing 5-1.
Yeah, and I was just speaking to Ross a little bit just before they came on, catching up with them, having a bit of a chat as you do, and he's actually playing with a new cue. He's not had it too long. He says he hasn't really been, like we've all been on holiday, he hasn't really been playing a lot and hasn't had too much practice with it, I don't think he was saying, so it's another little part to it where he may be, even as he's playing his matches this week, trying to get more used to the cue as well, which isn't ideal.
tomorrow he swaps his cue for a microphone. He's in the box with us.
You can't play snooker with a microphone, Phil.
I can't play with a cue.
In fact, yeah, stick a tip on your microphone. I reckon you'd have a good shout. But yeah, he's getting used to this new cue, as I say, and he feels it's got more power than his last cue. He feels happy with it. I think it's just time, yeah, and who knows, he might actually have a good season. These sort of things, sometimes when you just try something new and feel that it's working better for you, it can springboard you a little bit out of nowhere. So hopefully for Ross, as I say, I know him quite well. He's a good lad and good practicer, and comes down and plays me a fair bit. And it would be nice to see him do well this season if he can, and maybe the new cue could be something that springboards that.
Six.
No better way to build your confidence with a new cue or anything than to have a chance like this. 5 or 6 reds out in the open, black available.
13.
Try and get yourself off to a really good start in what could be, as I say before, a very important match.
14.
Jack's obviously favourite in the group by seeding, and Ross will be seeing this as an opportunity now.
From the east coast of Scotland.
Yeah, a little town called Musselburgh, if I've pronounced that correctly, near Edinburgh.
Yeah, famous for golf and also for its horse race track. There's another very famous Muir from the east coast of Scotland who had a massive impact across the Atlantic in the United States. John Muir, he was one of the first naturalists, and it was basically his influence that got the national parks up and running, including Yosemite. If you ever go to San Francisco, one of the attractions there, the Muir Woods, named after him. So maybe he's a distant relative. Who knows? Oh, Ross unable to see the wood for the trees there.
Yeah, I was about to say Ross better with his cue than he is the trees. He'll not be happy with that one. Snooker players cardinal sin to miss a black off the spot, and especially as you're going into the reds as well and opening the game up for your opponent.
1.
Now, there's positive and negative when you're up against Lisowski. You expect chances. That's the positive, but the negative is that he can make the game look so easy. It can be a little intimidating.
Yeah, if you let him in like this and he's having a good day and he's cueing well and things are going right, you can just be sat in your chair, basically. The talent that Jack is. You're just hoping you're not catching him on a good day for him.
7. Thirteen. 14.
Just looking now how to go about this exactly with the pink. He knows if he removes the red by the pink spot and then plays pink again, obviously the pink's going to go on its own spot, which isn't a problem. It's far enough away from them 3 reds where it won't be covered. So just coming back for it now and possibly even flick off these 3 reds while retaining guaranteed position on the other 2 open ones maybe. There you go, a little flick off the reds. He caught them a little bit thin and maybe a little bit hard, to be honest. A little bit more pace than I thought he'd have played it, but he might just be able to sneak past the pink for this one. Yeah, played that nicely through the gap for the pink in the centre. So they're all there. Only thing is with the scores, sorry Phil, I was going to say the only thing with the scores was that he needs to look at what he needs here.
34.
With the last red being on the side cushion. It's not bad, and for a left-hander like Jack, you can just land in behind that, and that would be the only ball he needs. He wouldn't need to play for a colour.
$41. $42.
He's just thinking there, well, he had the opportunity to play for the black, he may as well. It's close enough to the pocket where it shouldn't be any kind of problem to get on the next red, so in a good position now to
49.
take the frame here.
If a genie was in a bottle and you could rub the lamp and be granted a wish, maybe you'd plump for
50.
being able to play snooker like Jack Lisowski just for a day. He's just mesmerising to watch.
57.
Yeah, as I say, very talented. Technical-wise, just very talented cueist. And I mean, that's the hard bit, really, I would say. In any sport, to have the sort of talent and the technical ability of someone like Jack. Well, there's most of the work done already. The rest of it's just hard work, surely, and using your brain a bit, you know. A lot of players would kill to have the talent that Jack's got. It's putting it all together, though, isn't it? And turning it all into successful results and consistency.
So, the black and the last red and Neely's 1-0 up.
$65. 66.
There was just enough on to make a century. Had the black gone in, that would have been 100% certain frame over. Now there's just a lingering doubt. Although, Muir does need 3 snookers. Earlier on this afternoon, I called Lisowski the great entertainer, and he most certainly is. Oh, that sounded awful. Hope there's no damage to the Q-tip.
Yeah, I just had them shivers down my spine there, you know, the nails down the blackboard kind of moment. That sounded horrible. Thankfully, you didn't see the tip flying down the table along with it, though, so should be all right.
5. 9.
You know, I was saying he's the great entertainer, Lisowski, but pure entertainment doesn't always translate into ranking titles. He's still waiting for that breakthrough.
14. Yeah.
Just telling the referee that there's some chalk on the cue ball, presumably from the miscue. That is the end of the opening frame. Lisowski winning it primarily with a break of 66. He leads Ross Muir 1-0.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
With a victory in this match, Jack Lisowski would vault into top spot of Group 13 with a maximum 6 points out of 6. Well, he's a third of the way there. As for Ross Muir, after drawing his first match 2-2 with Gong Chen-zi, he has to win this, so must put together the next 3 frames.
Yeah, and a little bit too thick off the break there. It's brought that red further up the table, but thankfully the browns came to Ross's rescue a little bit on that one. But there's the cueing ability again of Jack, and to kiss the red the way he has and land on the black. Thank you very much. Yeah, you watch this, he just bring the backswing, he just cues it so smoothly.
He would have liked the cue ball to have left the side cushion, but there is a red there if this goes in. You think, bingo.
9.
Yeah, sitting pretty now, so being on the yellow, it's got a choice of reds really. He's not hit that one the best.
11.
He's okay. He's on the red in the middle, and now with, as I say, the reds open the way they are.
12.
Any player on the tour really is looking at this chance as a frame-winning opportunity, and you're very disappointed if you don't win the frame.
$17. 18.
Played the cannon just to nudge a red out the way there, and let the cue ball slip a little bit, but luckily he's still got this red to the left corner and can just play a little soft stun for the pink. He's got a little bit too much into it though, and he's fuming with that shot. It's just an easy cannon, that, for someone of Jack's ability, and he's just got a little bit too much into the cue ball there.
Blue ball. Jack Lisowski, 26.
Well, that was a very high tariff shot to take on.
Yeah, poor visit there from Jack. He'll be very disappointed with only making 26. Oh, so close, that one from Ross. Wasn't an easy shot, but one he would expect to get.
Yes, that was the Lisowski modus operandi attack. That was reasonable though, because the only red he could possibly leave was the one he went for, and that was highly unlikely.
Yeah, and a similar shot here for Ross. If he wants to, I was going to say he could play the red into the green pocket as well and come back to a similar position, but refusing it for some reason, which I'm a bit surprised at, because again, that would have been the only red he could have possibly left. And they're the kinds of half opportunities you've got to just go for, because if you get them, you're in with a great chance. You don't know how many chances you're going to get. Clearly waiting for another opportunity, a better opportunity maybe, but as I say, you can never rely on that. You don't always get them come your way. Noticed the same though in his first game. He was keeping things really tight. He wasn't taking any undue risks, anything that he thought might go wrong. Sometimes that's fine, but sometimes it can unravel and work against you.
Jack Lisowski, world number 25. He's got quite some distance between himself and the top 16. Has been a top 16 member, of course.
So he's on the defensive here now, Ross, after these last few shots. Trying to just roll up to the red. Wasn't really in a
and the miss.
Attack and safety plays came that short as well. I believe he might have left the red to the left middle as well, so a very poor shot.
One.
So Ross may not get that chance he was waiting for. Jack back in and already with a 38-point lead.
8.
The reds are a little awkward, especially by the pink.
Nine.
Got the opportunity here, I think, maybe just a nudge into them and yeah, and leave himself on at least one.
He always plays the game as though snooker's an imposition on his time, as though he's got his car on a parking meter and it might be running out any time soon.
Well, in fairness, it is 13 quid to park here now, Phil. It never used to be. But yeah, I know what you mean. It's he almost looks hurried, doesn't he? As if he could be doing better things.
Halfway house here. Thought about the blue, but he likes to take on the green right-handed. I'm concerned.
Struck that one nicely. Nice cannon on the red. I was just going to say, ideally, he would love to be landing nice and straight on the blue to the left centre. If he can, he just stuns that in. White's in the same place as the blue, the red's on. And yeah, it's plain sailing from here. So he's played a good shot there from that red, just to land there and make this break much easier.
26.
You hear all this ridiculous talk about Lisowski. The real old chestnut is, oh, when he wins one, he'll win plenty. There's no guarantee he's going to win one. There's no guarantee in sport for anything. Yes, he should win one, he should win 2, 3, whatever. But that's what makes sport so compelling. Look at the other, I'll use the phrase again, great entertainer from the 80s and 90s, Tony Drago. He never won a ranking event, despite abundant talent.
Yeah, nobody's got any God-given right to win anything. And as you say, just because you do win one, if you ever do win one,
41.
Has absolutely no bearing on the fact that you're going to win many more. That's nonsense. You've still got to apply yourself the same in every tournament, and
48.
We all know Jack's got the talent.
49.
Yeah, I fervently hope he does win one. Love to see it.
The old chestnut, as you say, you know, it's only a matter of time. And I believe that as well. I believe with someone like Jack, it should only be a matter of time. His moment will come. It doesn't mean it's going to, though.
The other one, of course, is, oh, he's not talking about Lisowski now, but just a phrase that's used, bandied about all over the place. Oh, he's certain to win the World Championship in the future. How can you possibly say that about anyone? If Jimmy White, who came so close on so many occasions, never did, how can you say anyone's a certainty?
Yeah, and that tournament of ours, the World Championship, is a completely different animal to all the rest as well. Harder to win that than any other tournament, so... yeah, don't listen to the nonsense, guys.
70.
Oh, I think he's played a little cheeky shot off the knuckle there to land top side of the blue. Unlucky, but I'm respecting the flair. Missed the black. Oh.
79. Lisowski 79 and the frame.
So it was a 66 break in the first frame, a 79 break with his second chance in the second. Lisowski powers 2-0 ahead.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor. Conqueror. Peerless. the history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Welcome back to the Mattioli Arena in Leicester, where two tables are simultaneously in operation. I can tell you, over on table 2, as Group 14 progresses, Jiang Jun has taken the opening frame from his fellow Chinese player, Pang Junzhu.
Yeah, and again, a very thick break off there, this time from Jack. It's brought the red all the way up the table. I'm not sure if Ross has got enough room to see the red and pot it in the middle pocket. No, the brown was slightly in the way, so he's tried it in the corner. Long way off. And like I said before, Jack's not in the mood for not attacking. Never is normally, but not a single hesitation with that one. Clean as a whistle.
1.
A little bit close to the cushion, but he'll take that. It was a great pot. Just caught the black a little bit into the thick part of the pocket there. But again, look how well he cubes this red. Straight in the back of the pocket. Yeah, he caught the black a little bit thick, which is why the cue ball hasn't come up as far up the table as he would have wanted. It's caused him to miss the red into the middle, so...
Lisowski,
yeah, not really making the most of his opportunities, Jack. He may be 2-0 up, but he's had chances, and he's not really putting them away. Ross will be doing everything he can here to try and scrap out a draw. Could make a big difference.
Just elaborating on the first frame on the other table, Jiang Jun won it with a break of 123. He's a remarkable player, you know. He scores very, very heavily, yet to make any significant breakthrough. But boy, when it comes to putting the breaks together, he makes his share.
Yeah, he's a player I've seen a few times. Like a lot of the Chinese guys coming through and the sort of newer players to the tour, the younger ones, very raw, very talented, but it's all about putting all that together, and shot selection tends to be a big part of why some of them aren't pushing through a bit quicker.
Yeah, he's very similar to Chang Bingyu, another player who is yet to really strike gold, but another player who regularly makes centuries.
Yeah, it just shows it's not enough, is it, in this day and age, to make centuries, break build. It's part of the game. It's probably one of the most important parts of the game if you're going to do well, but it isn't the be-all and end-all. You've got to have all parts of your game strong, safety play, long balls, tactical play when you're, you know, close to needing snookers or needing snookers. You need all of it to be a top player these days. And yeah, as I say, some of them just aren't pushing through, I don't think. Not because they're not talented enough, just because they maybe play the wrong shots at times and give their opponent chances they shouldn't be getting. And yeah, that's just the story of the tour, I'm afraid. If you're down in the bottom end of the rankings, you've got to be a proper all-round player these days, where you maybe could have gotten away with it, say, 15, 20 years ago, a little bit more. Either that, you've got to be exceptionally talented.
Yep, in the mould of this man. Immediately down to remove the red next to the black.
6. 7.
Yeah, he would just be looking to play a little cannon here, possibly straight up to the gap as if he was heading the cue ball towards the pink, basically. Yeah, just like that. Little cannon on one of the reds. He was guaranteed to be on 1 or 2 reds there.
14.
You heard the sigh from Jack. He's not hit that one very well. It's not landed too nicely on the black. So he's just going to have to dig into this black a little bit, cannon the red, and hope he's on one. And he's all right on the red to the middle, so keeping the break going.
22.
Back in perfect position again, so can't see too many problems here.
And if he wins this match, he will only need a draw against Gong Chenzi in the last match of the day.
29.
That's to top the group and justify number 1 seeding in the group.
See, really small detail this year. But that red he's just played for the pink. If he'd actually finished high on the pink there and took more care, he could have taken the red that was next to it.
36.
Left that red that he's just played, but he could have got on that red a little bit lower just to nudge the 4 reds out. He's going to have to nudge them out now anyway. But it's just them little things in break building that can decide whether it goes right or wrong, and the percentages. This time he's okay, he's landed on the red, but it could have went wrong, that.
44.
There's also times in games, though, where you're not even as focused so much on the 100% correct shot. You're flowing, you're just trying to enjoy yourself, you're just trying to get your arm going, and you're just potting balls, basically, and just relying on your talent. Not too worried about what the 100% correct shot would be. You'll find a way, basically. That's what Jack's doing here. He's finding ways just to keep getting into the reds, and yeah, that should be it now.
59.
Ross will be disappointed. He's had chances in this match.
Yeah, this is frame and match ball. Right-handed.
Lisowski, 59.
Not the dreaded right hand, Phil.
Well, if you recall his first match, he knocked in the ball that clinched everything with his right-hander, a pink down the right rail. But there, again, it catches him out.
He must never miss these. I mean, we all don't miss much in practice, obviously, compared to matches, but he must never miss them in practice, otherwise you would think he would use the rest instead, but he seems to obviously miss a lot more in matches than he does in practice, using the opposite hand.
But he's not missed that one, and so Jack Lisowski is going to top the table with a full complement of 6 points. And he's looking good to come back for phase 2. But mathematically not there yet.
8.
Lisowski only needs a draw against Gong in match 6 today. But if Gong were to beat him, he would pip Lisowski at the top of the round robin table.
$21. $22.
Yeah, and again, same story in this match for me. Jack looks like he's generally playing okay. He's cueing well, as I say, he normally does, but, you know, he's potting the right, them sort of difficult balls that you can tell with a player if they're playing all right. He's getting them and he's striking them well and looks confident, but at the same time, he's missing a lot of easy balls as well and being a bit careless. Could just be, as I say, because it's the Championship League. He may just be treating it as more practice than anything else. Who knows, but he certainly looks okay.
$37.
Yeah, I agree with your assessment, Gary.
41.
It was a mixture, this match. But the good
43
outweighed the bad.
I think he gets this one. What do you think, Phil? No? Yes? No?
It did not matter, but the result most certainly does to Group 13. Jack Lisowski now leading the way with a 3-0 win over Ross Muir that was the quickest match of the day so far by a country mile.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Arena looks just spectacular, and I cannot wait for you all to see it.
Lose, don't worry. Yeah, there's plenty of guys that need to be ready. We're the champions. You need to come take it from me. You want to follow me in there next? Yeah, I know you're ready. All we've been doing for 15 minutes. Can you speak English better, please speak? Because I ain't sure what you said.
we're guaranteed 4 phenomenal days of action right here in Florida. Drama is certainly guaranteed in front of a hugely raucous crowd. The American fans really get into the spirit.
Nine-ball fans all around the world. There's so much history, so much prestige, and it all comes down to this.
So much action lies ahead at the Caribe Royale in Orlando, Florida.
We're back at the Harrah's Resort in Atlantic City for the US Open. It is one of the most prestigious events in the calendar.
Record breakers, history makers, it's that time. Let's play 9-ball.
Nine-ball pulls on the growth.
And the governor gets on the board.
Next year's prize money in the US Open is going to be $500,000.
The man they call the Ghost has left everyone for dead.
We will take this sport to places it's never been, and that's a bloody guarantee.
So Jack Lisowski making quick work there of Ross Muir. Means we're just a moment away from our second match, but Lisowski looking good in the group. Of course, if he goes on to draw the last match with Gong Zhengzi, he's definitely the winner of the group. Coming up then, Ross Muir and Ashley Carty. Not long to wait, I suppose. That's one way of looking at it. Straight out there after that rapid-fire win. Ross Muir having drawn with Gong Zhengzi, and of course Ashley Carty's lost his first 2 matches, so he's looking to win this and not finish bottom, because of course if you finish last you get no prize money.
Yeah, Ross has just walked a few yards to the opposite seat basically and enjoying the comforts of that, so had 5 minutes maybe just waiting. Might have had a little snooze as well, who knows.
Yeah, it was quick fire, but this is an important match in its own right. Ross Muir coming in as a point, so he's ahead of Carty in the table as they play their last match. So it feels like a sort of wooden spoon affair. As I say, if you finish 4th, no prize money, no ranking points. Ashley Carty's lost a couple of close frames today. Lost that one on the pink to Jack last frame of their match this morning, and also Gong made that great clearance against him in frame 2 of their match. Carty was 65-0 up. So a couple of frames, you know, have gone the wrong way, have made the difference for him.
Yeah, and it's never a nice position when you're coming into your game knowing that you can't win the group. You know, you can't get through. But you've got to try and stay resilient, and at the end of the day, you're still playing for 2nd place, 3rd place. Still prize money, it's still extra ranking points as well, so just got to try and treat it for what it is and not be too bogged down by the fact that you can't win the group.
Yeah, Ross Muir did have a chance to beat Gong 3-1, but that last frame went away from him, and then was pretty much a spectator, really, that last match. And that has offered up the chance to Ashley Carty.
Yeah, nice chance as well. Plenty of open reds here, so one good pot on this red.
One.
Yeah, the frame where Gong made the clearance against him. I mean, he was in nicely on 65, just played into the reds, just needed to land on one. He needed red in colour, didn't. And then a couple of shots later, he played a safety that left a chance. So it wasn't a catalogue of errors by any means, but it was a massive blow.
8.
And it looked, he was certain to level at one each. Also, Gong had played a lot better against him than he did against Ross Muir.
Nine.
Not 100% sure where this pink's going. Whether it goes back on its own spot or just nestles in behind the reds. Looking at that view there, it seems a little bit high of that diagonal line from corner to centre pocket, so I think it's going to go in behind the reds here. Shouldn't be too much of a problem, but he doesn't really want to tie up the reds or the pink too much.
Cheers, Ash, thank you. 15.
Which he kind of has there on that bottom red, and pink's not available now, but it's not too much of a problem. As I say, there's plenty of open reds. He's got the blue, he's got the black.
Thanks. 60. $23. 24.
Yeah, so it's a good chance this, and
31.
a chance where he'd be very disappointed really if he didn't win the frame from here. 4 or 5 open reds still. He's already got 31 points on the board in the lead. Oh, but as we've seen quite a lot today, a lot of easy balls being missed.
31.
Unforgivable, really, these kinds of shots.
One.
They played each other actually in the World Championship qualifying back in 2020. That would have been the lockdown affair in the bubble, but for the record, it was Carty who won 6-4.
Yeah, and that was a good opportunity there just to play the left-hand red next to the pink as a cannon and
8.
know that he'd be on this red guaranteed as well. Kind of shot you play instinctively, or you should do automatically when you're 31 points behind. He's going to need all them reds.
Thank you.
So what was a good chance for Ashley has turned into an even better chance now for Ross. As I say, albeit he's behind in the frame, a lot of the reds are in very, very good positions. The pink's now more open as well, if he needs that.
$60.
Just weighing up here what colour he wants to play for. It's a little bit close for comfort to try and play a precise positional shot on the pink. He may do that if he can cannon the red that's to the left of the one he's playing. But if it's a little bit tricky, he might decide to go through for the black. Yeah, he could play that stun shot with no problem. So the pink will now go back on its spot in the open. As I say, all the reds there are clear. There's 5 or 6 reds now, so he'll be working out slowly but surely as he takes these away what he's going to need out of them 2 trickier reds towards the side cushion. You never want to think too far ahead. We've seen balls can be missed, but you do as a player. You have to work out your route and plan for what's coming up. As I say, one of the rare occasions really where you'll think a lot of shots ahead. Not the actual shots themselves, but you're going forward 4, 5, 6 reds and colours to work out how many you'll be ahead, to see then what balls you might need that are safe. And it can come down to what colours you're taking off these reds. So he doesn't really want to be going down for too many low-valued colours if he can. And just doing my maths here, it looks like he's going to need one of them more tricky reds.
To ask you, I mean, I was trying to do the maths as well. It's hard enough from here, but when you're down there, you're already thinking about, you know, the shots you're playing and just the pressure of the match. Can it be difficult trying to work it out as you're playing?
It can be. So, sometimes you're, I think, a little bit more focused on the here and now when you're down there playing, whereas I actually think from the commentary box when you're watching the games on TV, you're working that out instinctively as a player. You're looking at the whole table straight away and working that out. What would I be doing here? But you are trying to do that as a player. Ross will be doing that in his head, but it is a little bit harder to do as you're playing all the shots in the process as well. You've still got sometimes 10, 12 shots to play before you even get there.
Well, he's 2 in front, so if he took 4 reds, 4 blacks here, he'd be 34 in front. So like you say, he would need one of the safe reds with a colour.
Yeah, he'd have it in his head now if he was thinking clearly that he'll leave that second last red that's towards the balk end on the side cushion there. He'll probably try and leave that as a double. Maybe get an angle on the green to move it, but you'd be confident to leave that as a double maybe, as the only red you need, and maybe a ball colour afterwards. But as I say, you've got to concentrate on the here and now as well, which is the tricky part. You compartmentalising your brain into doing all these things at the same time. And sometimes, maybe not in this instance, but sometimes an opportunity presents itself as well. In a slightly different scenario, you may decide here that off this red, he may have the angle to move that red off the side cushion if he was guaranteed perfect position. That's what he's chose to do. That would never have been in his plan, but as I say, sometimes the opportunity presents itself where you think it's worth the risk, and now that plan changes slightly, but it's worked out for the best.
Yeah, well, he's a heavy favourite now, and Ashley Carty's missed red from nowhere, looking like it'll be his last shot of the frame. Up to Ross Muir to bring it home now. Yeah, talking to players sort of working out the maths, it was an occasion. Well, this was the red, meanwhile, that he missed.
48.
Sorry, it wasn't. That was sorry, that was Ross Muir promoting the red. Yeah, it was an occasion back in the day where Steve Davis made a clearance against someone. Can't remember who it was now, but made a clearance and sort of looked like a big moment.
14.
But he needed a snooker. And he was just potting the balls and hadn't sort of clocked and obviously lost the frame.
That's the
If
best.
it can happen to him, it can happen to anyone.
That's the best feeling, you know, when you're that other player sitting in the chair thinking, he doesn't know what the scores are here. Oh, that is just so unnecessary. Again, I've seen that a couple of times from Ross today. He's playing cannons that he doesn't need to play.
55.
He could have easily came through the gap there, had choice of 2 reds. He could have even easily, if he did play the cannon and felt he had to, played it a bit softer than that. Yeah, it was a very unnecessary shot, and he's out of position.
Cheers, Ross. Thank you. Lost me on 55.
He'll be mortified at that, but as bad a shot as it was, the point is it was the wrong shot as well. This is where you've got to forget about that instantly and get yourself up for this shot, which isn't easy at all. Considering what had gone on as well, as I say, you've got to forget about that and try and play them as if it's the first shot of the game. Oh, sorry, I didn't see what he was trying there. Unlucky.
Yeah, and of course the other thing is the safety he ultimately played allowed Carty to free the safe red, which of course he's going to need. So out of nowhere, really, a chance has come along for Ashley Carty. Looks certain to lose the frame there. He must have thought he was going to.
Yeah, as I say, there's been a lot of missed balls, a lot of missed opportunities. Even there, really, it's never easy to get the cue ball out of that area when you've got a red so close to the pocket, but he should have done better than that, really, to get it anywhere in the 10-foot space, really, of the rest of the table. It's one of the only places he didn't want to be. It's down near that cushion.
Ashley Carty.
He's judged that well. If he hasn't got the snooker, he's very close. At most, I think you can only see a very thin edge of this, Ross. If he can only see a thin edge, it kind of helps as a guide in a way. It means he can just clip the red towards the side cushion and bring the cue ball back up into balk. He's got to catch it thin, as I say. Yeah, not a bad shot.
Meanwhile, Pang Junsu has levelled up with Zhang Jun, 1 each on table 2. Pang, of course, won his first match 3-0. Oliver Lyons is on 4 points. He plays Pang in the last match.
Yeah, a little bit too risky, this one. If Ross was to even think about taking the red into the right centre, he'd be leaving the cue ball on for the other red at least. So just running away. It's a bit short of pace though. Should have been much closer to the balk cushion there, really. And it just means now this shot on the red to the left corner, Ashley can get to the bottom of the cue ball now and play this as a shot for maybe the black. Couldn't have done that if the cue ball was next to the balk cushion. He would have been running into the pink. It's an opportunity. Yeah, and he's very good at them kinds of shots, Ashley. I said earlier in the day, I really rate him as a player. I think he's one of the lads who maybe could and should be doing a bit more than what he is, but we know how tough it is. He's a very solid potter. Good break builder when he's playing well, and yeah, I kind of fancied him for that red. It's just maybe the odd sort of shots like that where sometimes he's maybe not quite judging where the cue ball's going to go. He maybe thought he was going to miss the black there and misjudged it slightly, but still got a shot at the red.
Ashley Carty 6. Yeah.
So tense frame in the end. It looked like Ross Muir would win it for sure. He leads by 17.
Probably just come off 2 cushions here and just try and cannon the red full. He's actually caught it on the way through. So not very well judged there, and looks like he's left a shot on for Ashley.
One.
Yeah, another very solid pot. Does the blue go? I think it does. Oh, he's short of pace though. He's hampered by the green, at least slightly. That's a bad shot. He knows it. Still, again, just forget about that. You can only play what's in front of you. Give this your full concentration. He might be just getting past the green, maybe a touch of left-hand side he has to put on the cue ball. And that may have been what's just put him off slightly there, yeah, having to play with maybe a little bit of side and knowing that he shouldn't have been in that position in the first place. Comedy of errors at the moment, this one, Dave.
Yeah, I mean, he probably, in a way, wishes Ross Muir just won the frame when he had the initial chance, because that was a golden chance for him. He's gone begging, yellow over the pocket. Muir 11 in front, yellow, green and brown needed.
Yeah, and I was just about to say that wasn't guaranteed to land on the green neither. It's never easy when they're that close to the pocket to control the cue ball. So yeah, just chance after chance at the moment, and he'll just be looking to maybe put the white in behind the black now.
Ross Muir 2.
Not bad. I actually thought he would have went twice across there though, just missing the blue and try to get the cue ball in behind the black, but still a good safety. Main thing, of course, was getting the object ball safe, and can't get it much safer than on the cushion where it is there, so it's not a lot Ashley can really do with this. Just got to try and contain it if he can. He's hit that well. He's hit that exactly where he wanted to hit it, just avoiding the double kiss. Yeah, it was a better shot than it looked at. He had to swerve around the pink a little bit, or the blue. Bit of a free shot this though for Ross, with the brown being so close to the middle pocket as well. Could have a go at this into the left corner, and if he gets it, he's probably guaranteed to be on the brown. Not sure if he tried it or not.
Well, black on the cushion, I guess in theory favours Ross Muir, 13 in front. But who knows how this frame is going to play out. It's been like a decider, actually, rather than frame one.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Ross actually played to put the black on the cushion there. It seemed a bit of a funny angle to play that on purpose, but it certainly worked out in his favour. He'll not need that. Yeah, and purposely playing the green up into the baulk end there. He didn't want to just clip thin off the green and send the cue ball up there, as that would have left it near the black, and Ashley could have played a safety shot then where he brought the black back into play. So it's just being aware of all these little things when the scoreboard can make a big difference, and you've got the odd colour safe as well. Shot there from Ashley. Might have had a cheeky attempt at the double, but mainly there you're playing what he's played there, which is to send the green off this bottom black cushion back onto the side cushion. You do know that there's always a slight chance you could possibly double the green at the corner as well. Same there, really. He was always playing the safety shot, Ross, but catch it a bit thick, or yeah, you can possibly sometimes pot them kind of shots. Some would say they were fluke. You've always got them in the back of your mind. Ashley trying to get the green quite cleverly near the black there, so it's trying to force Ross into opening the black out a little bit. Doesn't really want to mess with the black at all, wants to keep it there. Now, do you play off the cushion, Dave?
Well, I'd be tempted.
This kind of shot, I feel 2 cushions is always better than 1, as in both cushion and then the side cushion a little bit and catch it on the way back. It just seems to be a bit easier to judge, because if you don't, that's what can happen. You can tend to hit it very full very easily.
Just everything is hard work at the moment in this frame.
That's a good shot from Ross. Knew the green was going safe, but judged the cue ball very well as well. Nicely in behind the blue. The tendency is to just hit and hope these, but really, for me, that isn't the shot, because you're always going to possibly leave some potential pot. The argument being, oh, if I just roll up to it though, I'm leaving myself open to being in another tough safety. Yeah, you've just got to play one shot at a time though, I think. If you can guarantee the ball being safe each time you get out of that situation, it's better than leaving a pot on for your opponent. Ross didn't fancy it that time though. It was a little bit too difficult for what he liked. could have a go at this, Ashley, but it's a thin one. Might just decide to play safe instead. Yeah, just containing it, putting the green over to that side cushion again, trying to get it somewhere near the black. Shot from Ross, and it was because really he didn't want to go anywhere near the black. He could have played the green onto the black, which he didn't want to do. He could have put the green onto the black cushion and the white into the black. Didn't want to do that, obviously. So he felt playing across the table was the better option, more difficult option, and that's why he's canning the pink. And it's a good shot. Just not quite hard enough though, wrong side of the brown. All he could do was drop it in.
7.
So that black, if he pots this blue, is going to be very important. He's even tried to move it there, I think, off the blue.
Actually, Carty 7.
It's a perfect angle for a double this, Dave, as well, but do you go for the double? It looks like he might be going for it. No. As I said before, he's not taking any risks, really, Ross.
Well, they're wringing every last scrap of drama out the frame, aren't they? The black, as you say, is off the cushion now, so you sort of feel his blue ball game, but not necessarily from what we've seen.
Yeah, and your natural tendency here is to swing the cue ball round and try and get it in behind that black. That would be a devilish snooker if you got it in behind there, but if you don't get the snooker and you play that shot, the blue's probably out in the open. And the main thing is keeping the blue safe. He's felt that's drifted as well. It's just pulled left slightly, the cue ball there. He's caught the blue thicker than he wanted to. He wanted that cue ball on the side cushion where it is, but the blue on the left side cushion.
Well, Ross Muir's got that Stephen Hendry respot black from the Masters back in '98 against Mark Williams.
Just a little bit more angle on this one, I think, but yeah, I know what you mean.
There was a little more riding on that, in fairness.
Just a tad.
3,000 people, one of the biggest tournaments, coming down to the last, well, the extra ball. Of course, Muir needs the pink as well.
Yeah, and it's a funny shot, that, because you want to drop it in as slow as you can to give yourself the best shot at the pink. But you know, playing it too slow, the table can drift again and you can miss it. So he's played it a little bit firmer to make sure of the blue as best he could. But this pink's now a bit more tricky.
Well, every credit. It's a good pot, but there was an awful lot of drama and errors before that. Ross Muir was in a while ago now with a golden chance to win it, but he has won it, and he leads 1-0.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor. Conqueror. Peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's The king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Well, it's fair to say that frame took some winning, but Ross Muir has won it, so 1-0 to him. A reminder, though, the big match is coming up after this. Chat Lisowski and Gong Chengzi. Lisowski on 6 points, Gong on 4.
Ross Muir to break.
So Lisowski requires a draw there to win the group, but still a chance to end the day having won all 5 matches played this season, including the 2 in the qualifying last couple of weeks. Ross will be commentating tomorrow, so spend the day with me and Phil. What consolation that is, Gary, for not winning the group.
Well, yes, a much more enjoyable day for Ross coming tomorrow. He'll not be bothered about today. Tomorrow's where it's at.
If actually Carty does finish last, and he hasn't yet, but if he does, he will reflect on the many chances he had. That's the worst thing, really. You can accept being completely outplayed, but been so many frames today, real close ones, that he just hasn't won.
Yeah, it's the kind of day you don't want to reflect on, really. It's when you've had all your chances and you basically come away from it thinking that was useless, and you've just got to try and dust yourself off and move on to the next one.
Zhang Jun going well against Pang Zhengzhu, goes back to go 2-1 up. And of course he's got another match to play. He plays Dean Young, so he could end on 7 points. He's in the mix actually to win that group, potentially. Pang plays Ollie Lines in the last match. And they're both also still in the hunt, so it's a bit of a 3-way fight to win that one.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if you heard that noise from the other table there, but he's absolutely crunching these into the back of the pocket as well. As we've said, there's so many talented players. All capable of very good things when they're feeling good and the pressure's off. But when the pressure's on, like now, Ross has got a difficult pot here, and if he misses it, he could be leaving a chance for his opponent. That's when they become very, very missable. Yeah, it wasn't easy that at all. Had to cue it well, and as I say, there's that added pressure there of knowing that if you miss, you're leaving your opponent right in amongst them. Already being in a position where he feels he's got to win this match, really, Ross as well, to stand any kind of chance. Relying on results as well.
Yeah, as long as he doesn't lose the match, he won't finish in 4th place. So imperative that he wins another frame.
Sam.
I'm sure Carty would just like to make a nice break, just in this last match for him. Remind everyone what he can do. It's been a frustrating day, clearly. Tomorrow, by the way, we've got Lepe Fan, who, of course, broke through in dramatic fashion last season, winning the Scottish Open, beat Corin Wilson, day one of the World Championship. He's the top seed on table 2. Table 1, Dave Gilbert, who won this 4 years ago.
Just didn't judge the cannon quite right there. Would be a very risky black to take this now if he chose to play it running into the reds. May or may not feel he's got that much to lose. Just depends how his mindset is at the moment. Fair play to him, he's not pushing things too much, but again, he's felt the tables drifted there. He's played a slightly different safety shot to what it's turned out, but should be okay. And in fact, it's worked in his favour.
One.
Not a good positional shot again.
Round ball.
But again, showing restraint. Could forgive him for possibly playing the black in at the right centre, but just playing the brown safe again.
Actually, Carty one.
Not pretty, but he's doing well to keep himself together and not be bothered by that too much. Ashley thought he might have spotted a slight opportunity to plant there. Didn't work out, but the main part was getting the cue ball back safe, and that he's done. He's almost welded Ross to that ball cushion, which is what you want, especially as you're opening all the reds up.
The one on this side.
Just asking referee Rob Spencer there to have a look down the line just past the yellow at how much he can actually see of that red. Just might be important if he chooses to play it and misses a red and has to replace the balls. Possibly now.
Miss. Actually, Carty. Yeah.
Not even considering the red, Ashley there, that he could have had a go at. Putting Ross straight back from where he was. This is why it was important, so Rob can get this cue ball exactly where it was before. You can obviously only see a thin edge of it, and you wouldn't want to be in a position where he replaces the balls and you can see a little bit more of the red than you could before, so it's important he gets it right.
So it's slightly, ever so slight. Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, just pointing out the chalk mark on the cushion, and that's a sort of guide as to where he struck the cue ball.
Yeah. Okay, Ash, yeah. Yeah, thanks.
It's a good shot. Excellent safety there from Ross. Not such a good shot from Ashley. Caught that thick. Wanted to avoid that red, obviously, but caught it on the way back, and he's left the red now for Ross. If it's not too thin, might be able to drop it in for the black. Yeah, could just hold it, so... Good chance. He's a little bit... The only reason I'm hesitating a little bit here is because he's a little bit straight, if not just slightly the wrong side of the black, which means he might not be able to get the cue ball too far away from the cushion. It might be all right. Yeah, he was all right to get a little bit of space from the cushion, so as I say, good chance. If he could have brought the cue ball a little bit further into the middle of the table, it would have been even better. But if, and crucially if, this black does go into the right corner, Ross can just roll this red through and have the black into the opposite pocket. If not, it might be a little bit more tricky to get position. If it doesn't go, or he feels it's a little bit tricky to get in that area, guaranteed. He's always got the red in the middle as well. He can play for the pink in the opposite centre. He's caught that all wrong. See, again, there's no real need to do that. He's played a red where he's thinking if he pots it a certain way, he's probably going to cannon into that red there next to the black. But you can't guarantee you're going to pot the red in a certain part of the pocket, and he's ended up potting it into the other side and ran too far. So he has still got the pink, but as I say, he had that red into the left centre. Could have easily played that and played for the pink. A little bit more tricky this now, a little bit further away. Should still get it, but there's pressure on it. Yeah, it's a good shot.
$50.
Just something in his eye, I think, just settling himself.
Just went momentarily blind, I think, there for a moment. Oh, and all I'm saying to myself there is, you just need to finish high. Is he all right? Oh, he'd be absolutely devastated with a shot like that. It just has to be anywhere high there on the black. Just make sure you don't go too far. And what do? You go too far. Yeah, still would have fancied him getting that, but wasn't easy over such distance.
Ross be on 60.
Yeah, he'll be very disappointed in general, Ross, with the performance today. It's not been good at all. Some of it may be not playing as much as he might have liked to. We've all had a break off over the summer. Some of it might be down to the cue, or it may just be not playing very well in general. We never really know. But either way, he won't be happy.
No, there's been very little in the way of fluency. It's all been bits and pieces. Carty struggled as well, though. So obviously that's a help. Muir sat down there looking a bit fed up, but 30 seconds later he's back at the table with another chance.
Yeah, mistakes can breed mistakes. Sometimes it just catches, and it can very quickly turn into a very scrappy game out of nowhere.
Yeah, that's the thing. It can mess the table up because the brown's now gone down. Black's tied up. And even here, he's not ideal.
Yeah, one thing Ross did say to us earlier when he was mentioning his new cue was that it has got more power than the cue he had before. I'm just wondering if on a shot like that, you would never normally expect any player to overscrew so far. He had a lot of room to play with there, but he's came way too far, not even on the pink, and little things like that. I don't know, maybe it's just catching him out a little bit.
Yeah, I think so.
Well, didn't get tight to the pink. So 1 point in it. Another rather disjointed affair. I think players these days change cues more than ever. You know, it's traditional, sort of the Davis era. You just had your cue, that was it. Unless it got damaged somehow. But now more and more players seem to be chopping and changing.
Yeah, I think it's still never ideal to change your cue. It is still very personal to you. They all play differently, but I think nowadays the quality of cues, and I think especially if you get them from the same supplier that you've had before, tend to have a much better chance of finding virtually a replica of your old cue. You used to be able to get any sort of specific dimensions you wanted, same weight, same anything, but still have a completely different cue in your hand. At the end of the day, it's a bit of wood. It's a natural product, and you can never guarantee they're going to play anywhere near the same. But they're seeming, these cue manufacturers these days, to get them to a point where they virtually play identical. I've noticed that myself. I've had a couple of cues made recently by Green Bays, that's who my cue is, and I've had a couple of replicas made. Just more in the case that if something happens to your own cue, you've got a spare there as well. Now, you would never even dream of having a spare, as you say, years ago. They all play so different, but I was massively surprised at how close to my cue they actually played. So it's becoming a lot more of a thing now, I think, where players can get away with changing cues a lot more regularly. They all play so similar now.
Oh, meanwhile, Carty pushed a red towards the corner but covered it, and this was Muir's escape. He set him up for some sort of chance. It's sort of match where you don't want to start making too many predictions, though. Straight away, a big shot here on this black.
Yeah, and looks like he's bridging over the red, possibly as well. Horrible shot. Yeah, it wasn't easy. Any little bit of side you put on that unintentionally and it swerves the ball off in a different line than you were intending. So he's covered the pocket, but there's a red to the left centre that Ross could play. Don't think it's a shot he should be refusing. I know he's refused quite a lot here, Ross, but he should really be playing that red to the left centre. What seemed conservative and not taking risks at first is bordering on being too cautious now here for me. At the end of the day, at some point you've got to pop the balls. You can't win frames on safety play alone. To swerve around the blue here slightly just to catch the left edge of the red as we look at it, just to swing the cue ball back round. Yeah, caught it a little thick, but if it finishes on the side cushion, it's not the end of the world. He's left the shot on for Ashley, but it's not easy, as I say, with the cue ball being near that cushion. It's a good pot.
1.
And like I say, you can't keep refusing chances if you're Ross. Eventually your opponent's going to get in.
Eight. Nine.
He's going to need one of these awkward reds that are near the brown.
60. 70.
So because he's a little bit straight on this black, he can't play into the red and brown on this shot. He'll definitely have to play it the next time round though. Wondering if he's landed straight on purpose or not. I'm not sure,
24.
But it looks from the angle he's got, he might be close to cannoning the brown out the way. If not, he needs a good angle on the black.
I
think he did. I think he did try and just kiss the brown out the way there and hopefully leave this red open, but I don't think it's moved the brown out the way quite enough. Well, can he get through? Or is he just setting himself up for a good safety shot here?
32.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to stun him behind the brown. Send the red up the table. He's got 3 colours up there to hide the other red behind, so in a strong position now in this frame.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Zhang Jun has shaken up per the group on table 2 because he's beaten Pang Zhengzhou 3-1. So Zhang goes up to 4 points. He plays Dean Young next. Pang plays Oliver Lyons last. As Ross Muir fails to hit the red.
Foul, we miss. Actually, Carty 4.
Yeah, bad misjudgment there from Ross. Should have been a relatively easy one cushion escape.
Yeah, so just on the group on the other table. So if Zhang beats Dean Young, he'd be on 7 points. And that means that Pang can't win the group. Because the most he can get to is 6. Oliver Lyons, though, could get to 7. A lot to be worked out there. We'll follow it with interest. It's on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel, of course.
It's better. He should have done that the first time, really. And the only reason I say that and make a point of it is because it could make a difference, them 4 points. Ashley would have needed red and possibly a colour afterwards, but just needs a red now. May make a difference. Good opportunity here, though, for Ross. If he can just play the red twice across in behind the black area and maybe send the cue ball up with a little bit of check side up towards behind the pink area. Try and get a snooker there. Could put Ashley in quite a bit of trouble. Just want to try and get this red as close to the cushion as he can, just to make it more difficult for the return safety. Chose not to get the cue ball over near the pink, which was a bit surprising, but it's not bad. Oh. He may possibly have covered it direct, but you can always play the other one onto it.
It's unbelievable what he's done there. He's opened everything up, which of course favours Ross Muir, 38 behind.
dear.
One.
That's the problem. If he was slightly snookered and he had to swerve, he wasn't guaranteed to get on a colour. Has to take this brown on now, really, and play it in a way that he knows he's 37 behind. If he misses it, he leaves the brown over the pocket, so he's not going to leave the red for Ashley. It's too difficult, the pink. The way these pockets are playing, they're a little bit more generous than we're normally used to on the star tables. I would definitely be rolling this brown. A difficult shot, this one. Oh dear, what's he done there, Dave? He's absolutely fizzed it in, forgetting that he needs more balls, I think.
Well, it's that old saying, he's hit it too well, and that's a perfect example of that.
Well, I did say, he said there's more power in this cue. Maybe that was an example of it. He's probably came back much further than he thought he was going to there.
Well, at least he potted it, so he can still win the frame.
Yeah, an excellent pot, and as you say, it means he doesn't need a snooker, so...
What's me on 7?
Oh, has he got a snooker there? It's close.
Well, it seems every close frame Ashley Carty's played today he's lost, and he was in full control of this one, not just in front, but he had one red safe effectively, but the last shot he played brought everything out in the open.
Not bad. I think he's got the snooker. Again, in these situations, unless Ross can clip the edge of this, which is still risky, he's got to hit a really fine edge. And of course, if he misses it, he's 35 behind with 35 left. And a possibility of putting the cue ball back as well. You can call a miss when you can only tie. I thought that was just too risky the way he was having to play that. For me, it was one cushion and just lay up to the red there, and it looks like he's thrown the frame away because of that.
Yeah, this is kind of what Ashley Carty needed, I think. So this is for one each. Well, it's been the story of the match, really. A lot of mistakes. But for Carty, relief, because, of course, he can still win this match now, and that means he can avoid 4th place. Yang Jun and Dean Young just getting underway on table 2, and Yang is giving himself every chance of winning that group, having beaten Pang.
Yeah.
Could do a pot in this. It's 2 snookers needed, but 3 if he pots the yellow.
Yeah, thank you. 5. Ashley Carty, 5. Yeah, on the frame.
Ross Muir has seen enough. Well, there are a lot more mistakes again in that frame, but Ashley Carty won't mind. He's won it. It's one each.
Yeah.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
We're building up to the group decider between Jack Lisowski and Gong Chenzi, but there'll be a little wait because we've got 2 more frames of this match. Ross Muir and Ashley Carty, 1 each. Ross Muir needing to win one of the last 2 frames to avoid finishing 4th. Now, table 2, the group there has been blown wide open. Pang Zhengzhou won his first match 3-0 and looked the clear favourite. Ollie Lyons a draw and a win, 4 points, but Zhang Jun then beat Pang. He'd drawn with Lyons earlier, so Zhang's on 4 points. Obviously, if he can beat Dean Young, he'll be up to 7. And then that would mean Pang couldn't win the group. Oliver Lyons still could. So it's a little bit up in the air. I suspect Lyons and Pang will be delighted to see a draw or even a Dean Young victory. But it's a bit of a 3-way contest there right now. Dean Young, though, looking to end the day on a high by winning a match because he hasn't won a frame, actually, so far today. 2 3-0 defeats to Pang and Lyons.
15. Yeah, and he just started this break with an absolute screamer of a red. We were saying it's exhibition time in the commentary box. Yeah, it was an absolute corker. Full length of the table, almost down the side cushion, just screwed it in. Hopefully just loosening the arm up a bit, Dean, and trying to enjoy himself and get a bit of confidence maybe.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't seem to get much of a look in, actually, in either match. If you look at the breaks made, he spent a lot of time just watching. It can happen in these short matches. Of course, he can't win the group, but can avoid finishing 4th. Anyway, we're back to table 1. So 2 more frames guaranteed here. The end of the night will be halfway through the first stage. We'll have 16 players into the second stage, 16 more to come.
Red Ashley's looking at here, may just go by the other 2 reds below it. Possible shot to nothing, as we call it. Why is it called a shot to nothing, do some of you ask? Well, funny one that, because when you pot it, you don't want to be on nothing.
1.
But yeah, if you miss them kinds of shots, you're generally leaving the cue ball really safe. That's the nothing part of it, I guess. As it happens, he's played it a little bit firmer than he probably intended to there. Maybe a little bit of a bounce off the cushion as well. And he's actually landed, I was going to say nicely on the green, but that is an awful shot.
Yeah, he's furious with that.
Comfy chairs coming into play again though, Dave. You just relax, son.
Yeah, maybe his mind's a bit frazzled by the events of the day. As I say, all those close frames he lost, although he did win that last one, of course. Just hasn't played to the level that he knows he can. I guess the slight difference, and he did actually play in the British Open qualifying, although it was a very last-minute call-up when Brissell pulled out. But in general, of course, he's not on the tour, so the amateur circuit hasn't started yet. Maybe he just hasn't really been playing of late. That's a confident shot from Ross Muir.
Yeah, sure.
Let's see if he can find a bit of fluency. That's what's been missing from him. He's been winning a few frames, yes, but it's all been kind of stop-start.
Yeah, he's played that cannon well. Caught it about as good as you could expect to. He's on the red. And like you were saying, it's just a bit of a funny time of the season for all the players, really. Some players have been playing, some players haven't really been playing. You don't really know where players are standing at the moment in terms of their game and how confident they are. And yeah, it just takes a bit of this funny period of the season of, you know, you're a bit stop-start, as you say. You've got a qualifier, then nothing, then maybe the Championship League, and if you don't do so well in that, you've got another break, and season doesn't really get going until August, and then it starts getting busier and busier. But listen, it doesn't take away from the fact that you'd love to have a good run in this event, and you know, if you were to go on and win this, it's massive.
Yeah, it'd be particularly big if a player down the rankings ended up winning it. There'd be a ranking title winner and opens doors, champion of champions, ranking points. You've got a head start on the World Grand Prix race. You'll get some sort of rankings boost. Of course, it's 33,000 points in total if you win it. So we'll see. It might be an established name who wins it, but someone like Muir or players down the list, if he can't win this group, but for someone from down the rankings, it would be a huge thing, actually. But actually, the ranking event version of this has been won mainly by established winners. Last year, Ali Carter, we had Sean Murphy, we had Luca Brissell, Kyron Wilson. The only one not on that list, Dave Gilbert, this was his first big win in 2021.
Yeah, and still a very, very established player, Dave. So it still takes a lot to win a proper ranking event at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of it all, there's a knockout final. It's only best of 5, but it's still a final. There's still pressure. And it's noticeable it's been won, as I've just mentioned, over the years by players who are used to winning.
Ideally, Ross would have wanted to just finish a little bit shorter there and just play the red above the black at the bottom of the pack there.
29.
He'll play for it again now, but he wanted to be a bit high on it the first time round because it would have actually opened the path for the one next to it into the left corner as well. Obviously, after taking that red, he's just potted, but again, like I said before, you don't want to play cannons if you can help it. And if you can pot reds and open reds next to it without moving the balls around, and it's guaranteed, that's the percentage way of break building. Nothing can go wrong.
36.
Playing cannons and nudging off balls, things can always go a little bit tricky. You never know. Can't predict exactly where the balls are going to go, and there you see again where he's just run out of position a bit. He's over the top of the pink now, and he's made this much more difficult. A lot of people may ask, you know, what the old question, what's the difference between these good players and these great players? And it's little things like that that you might not even necessarily spot unless you're really paying attention and you know the game very well. Just them little positional shots that don't seem like anything but actually end up making all the difference. It can be the difference between a 50, 60, 70 ranked player in the world and someone, you know, in the top 16. There's a good recovery pot though, and another good one there. He's got the angle now. Again, not that he really needs to develop reds, but in a situation like this, it can't really fail if he plays it a certain way. If he can dig into the cue ball with enough screw, he can sort of slide off the 3 reds in a line and right into that little gap there, and he's guaranteed on the red to the right corner at least. He's not really played that low enough for me there. Yeah, again, he's not played that the right way. He's stunned it rather than screwing into that little gap.
52.
And all that was allowing the cue ball to do there, having played it that way, was push forward a little bit. And he's now went through the reds and covered himself on that one that should have been guaranteed. Again, it's just the little things that make all the difference.
Yeah, it was another opening that promised a lot, but has ended prematurely.
52.
52, but plenty still on. And even there, he's trying to push that red safe, but it's not really gone safe.
Yeah, and he's got the worst kiss out of any kiss on the green that he wanted there. He hasn't hampered Ashley. He hasn't kissed it enough on the side so that the brown was covering it. He's right in the gap. So this shot's a possibility now. And he's potted it, so a lovely little nudge off the knuckle as well. It's funny how things can just change in the matter of a couple of shots.
Well, Dean Young, we saw him knocking everything in that first frame against Jiang Jun. He has won it, so 1-0 to Young. That's his first frame of the day.
Well, I don't think he's on the red. I just felt that cue ball again, it's the only the second time I've seen it. It seemed to bounce a little bit more than normal there. You could just tell by the check side, sometimes when it comes off a little bit more so, you know, with more side on the cue ball than you think was possible, it's really bounced off the cushion and, yeah, it's put him out of position.
Actually, Carty 6.
That's a wonderful safety shot. Exactly as played. The only downside, if there is one, is that red's a little bit more safe now on the side cushion. Not an easy one for Ross to get out of this and leave it safe. Hitting a red's no problem, of course. It's trying to find a way to leave it safe. Is it the hit and hope? It is.
Foul. Miss.
Right, I'm just nipping to the loo, Dave. I'll see you when he's put them back.
Well, imagine playing to find the gap there. I mean, you thought he would certainly hit one, but he somehow avoided them all. Just for a moment, I thought he might leave a free ball. That didn't happen. So, yeah, Rob Spencer. He's pressed into action.
Let's do the green first. I know where the cue ball was, so. Yeah, I mean. You think so? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I know where you could.
That's a funny one I've just heard from Rob there.
Yeah,
do the
so
green first. I know where the cue ball was.
Ever so slightly.
Well, if you know where the cue ball was, put the green in front of it, and we're nearly there, Rob. These refs are Dave.
Well, I guess what he meant was in terms of the actual sort of
where
position.
The cue ball was.
Well, no, yeah, I know what you're saying, but anyway, one thing I will say is, okay, and this has been sorted out relatively quickly. This is all live on YouTube. I could walk out with a laptop now and show them where it was, if they were struggling.
Yeah, I still can't quite fathom how we haven't moved on.
About there for me.
With the likes of the technology that we've got in China, if we're speaking in all seriousness, we've got the technology they're using there in the tournaments that seems to only be able to apply to them. We haven't got that in this country. We're not allowed to use it for some reason. It doesn't make any sense to me, any of that. We should surely have the same tech in all the tournaments.
Well, most of the matches are streamed, so there are various platforms where you can just pause it. And like I say, there it is. Anyway, take two.
Ooh. Do you apologise if one goes in there? Surely not. You're playing to get away with it, aren't you?
You apologise, but you don't mean it. Anyway, he's brought the safe red off the cushion, so this is a real chance for Carty now.
Yeah, in playing the hit and hope shot.
Well,
as you say, he's brung that red off the side cushion. That was the only one that was a little bit safe, really. So you can understand they're hitting hope, but that's what can happen. You can move balls around, and all of a sudden they're all in a perfect position.
7.
He really, really will be disappointed if he doesn't make the most of this opportunity now. It's already been a scrappy game as it is, but you cannot simply ask for the balls in a better place than this now. We've seen a lot of missed balls, but at some stage you'd feel a player's got to put away this kind of chance in one hit.
Yeah, and if he does win it, he's going to set up a massive last frame. Oh, that one, he just wriggled in.
I think we need to stop talking, Dave. Every time we mention something like this, they nearly miss an easy ball.
Well, if it is 2-1 to Carty, as I say, if he wins the last frame, he goes above Ross Muir in the table. Muir would finish last. If Muir draws, though, he'll finish above him. On 2 points, Carty would have 1, so potential. I mean, it's been nervy anyway, but potential for a nervy one. But he's not won this one yet. He's got to keep going here.
$23.
Yeah, absolutely perfect on this red to the right centre. Can't see any problems here.
$31. $36. $37.
A little bit straight. Just always looking for potential problems. Just means you can't get quite as close to the yellow as you would like. Shouldn't be a problem, as I say, but we've seen balls missed far worse than this yellow that's coming up.
$43.
One nice strike on this and should be the frame over. He couldn't have struck it any cleaner than that. It was a great shot. Cued very well there.
Well, he laid the nasty snooker behind the green, which led to this opening.
48.
A little bit closer to the cushion than he would like, but again, shouldn't be a problem. Natural angle will just bring him twice across. Oh, and as I say that, yeah. And this is what happens, just careless little shots where you should be nicer. You say to yourself, yes, but I should never miss that anyway. We know that, but if you make anything a bit more difficult, it's in your head then, and there's a little bit more pressure on it. This is a good shot from Ross, getting that brown down into a position where the pink and black are going to cover it. Might be just enough room for Ashley to play with a lot of left-hand side, just miss the black and come off the cushion, try and catch the brown full ball. Not quite. If he'd have caught it full ball, he could have stuck the cue ball there and snookered Ross back behind the black. But the main thing is the brown's gone safe. Doesn't want this to cannon the pink. Yeah, it's left him a shot, and so important just to get the object ball safe in a shot like that. And that was a much more difficult brown than the one he's just missed. Strange old game, isn't it?
Just needs this blue, and he still has a chance to finish third in the group and thus get some prize money. Just a check of the score, 17 in front. So big frame coming up before we have our group decider between Jack Lisowski and Gong Chenzi. Ashley Carty has won a tight frame. He'd lost a few earlier in the day, and it looked like he might have lost that one when he missed the brown initially, but eventually potted it, eventually wins it to lead 2-1.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Okay, so we've got a big frame here for these two because whoever wins it will finish in third place, and thus they will get £1,000 prize money. Ross Muir will get the ranking points if he wins it, but of course if you don't win it, you're going to finish last to get nothing. And it's been a long day here to go away with nothing at all. Could have been any score by now. There's been a hatful of chances for both players throughout this match.
And again, another thick break off. It's brought that red up past the blue line. Again, the browns come to the rescue though, and if you could guarantee breaking off like that every time, you would. You're in behind the yellow, or you're in behind the brown on the loose red. Unfortunately, you can't guarantee that happening. A little bit of bother here for Ashley because the angle seems a little bit cut off by the green just to come off one cushion into the side of the pack, and a little bit by the brown and possibly that red, obviously with it being there for the two cushions, so not the easiest to get safe. Coming off two cushions now, a little bit higher to try and just come into the back of the reds. The problem with this shot is though, and he's hit it too soft, if he does catch that middle red there, he could leave the other one onto the left corner. He's well short there though. It's one of them really, you don't want to put it back because he's never going to really come so short again, and he's got a chance at this red, Ross. He hasn't taken many chances today, but it might be one he feels is worth the risk now. Not to be. Is the brown going to come to his rescue? It's close. He's having a good look. really swerve that. I think he could maybe not even see full ball at best, so he's had to try and really swerve that and just misjudged it a little bit.
Cheers, Ross. Thank you.
Not the best.
What?
Unless he was going for a maximum there off the first red. I don't really know why he's played down for the black. Wasn't guaranteed. He had 4 other colours he could have played for there. He's after the 147, Dave. He's had a bad day. He's thinking maybe the only good thing he gets out of it, maybe.
Well, I hope he knows there's no prize.
Yeah, he must have heard you. He's playing for the blue now.
8.
He has made one, actually, back in a few years ago now in a qualifier for the German Masters.
Story of the day, another easy pot.
Lost me on 8.
Yes, he was a little bit hampered, but a shot you would pot 99 times out of 100. Obviously just can't quite get through to the red that's closest to the pocket, so playing this one past it instead.
What?
Nice pot, but he's lost the cue ball a little bit. Didn't want to really be that close to the side cushion. He's got to just drop this in now and play for that red I mentioned. And they can deviate, but not really at that pace. He did hit that with enough pace, really, where you wouldn't think that could really roll off. It's just a bad shot, maybe that one. You could see he was visibly annoyed at missing it. Whoa, Ross, whoa, where are you going with the cue ball here? He's on the yellow to the middle, though. Just coming down to see, I think he's got the angle just to roll the yellow in, natural angle, come down and play the red into the same middle pocket. Another missed pot and not quite hard enough neither. He's on the red, but only just.
Meanwhile, Dean Young, he's saved his best for last. He's just gone 2-0 up against Zhang Zheng, having not won a frame prior to that match. So that actually does Pang, Junzhu and Oliver Lines a favour, because Zhang was in with a chance of winning the group. But the best he can do now is 5 points, so it's less likely. Although, I mean, I won't go into every permutation, but there is a scenario there where there could be 3 players on 5 points by the end of the night, but that will sort itself out.
Go on, Dave, for the purists. Get into every permutation, please.
Not at this time of night, Gary, please. Well, no, basically, if Dean Young beats Zhang there... Well, actually, no, if it's a draw... Then he's then
put you on the spot now.
I know you have. I'm working it out. Don't worry. We'll just let him play this shot first. Oh, it's a push shot.
Push shot.
bit of a blatant one, that, wasn't it? Yeah, so if Zhang were to draw that match 2-2, he'd be on 5 points. If actually Pan can't get to 5. I wish I'd never said anything.
Yeah, I just thought I'd be funny and make you try that one, but I expected better, to be honest there, Dave. You're normally quite good at this.
Years ago, they used to have these things in the Sunday supplement, the magic eye picture, and it'd be a 3D picture, but you had to stare at it for about 30 seconds, and eventually you saw it. It's a bit like that there. I was staring at it, and then the mist cleared.
I know what you're like, though. You'll be thinking about it now, and you'll be coming back with the answers quite soon. Stay tuned, guys.
Well, yeah, I mean, the fact is, now Pang, if Zhang had won that match, Pang couldn't win the group, so that's what's done him the favour. Pang can get to 6 points if he beats Oliver Lines, so he'll be very happy to see Dean Young win the 2 frames. Oliver Lines on 4 points, so of course he could still very much win that group. We haven't missed much while we were talking about all of that. It's, I mean, if the first 3 frames were tense, I'm sure they're both aware what's riding on this one. You either get money or you don't, so it's understandable, I suppose, that this one's going to be the most nervy of them all.
Actually, Carty 4.
Well, that's one way, I suppose, to get back to bulk. Not intended, but would have been a lot worse if that had rattled. He could have left an easy red on.
Yep, no points for billiards shots today, I'm afraid. Not for you anyway, but for your opponent.
We've seen all sorts missed, but we've seen a few good balls potted as well. Not to be there, though.
Yeah, normally very reliable on that kind of shot is Ashley. Doesn't miss many of those. It's not worked out too bad, though, it doesn't seem. Yes, he's got a red to the right corner here, but again, it's difficult, and knows if he misses it, he's probably leaving some kind of pot on. That's a very, very good pot, though. Well cued. That'll give him a bit of confidence. Again, just going, not to harp on about it, but just going back to the fact he's playing with a relatively new cue. It's them kinds of shots that you need to be getting to just instill a bit of confidence back into your game, knowing that you can do it, you know, with this cue. And because these kinds of silly thoughts run through your head, you know, if you're missing them constantly, you know it's because you're getting used to your cue still. As soon as you start getting them again, that can all start going out of your head quite quickly. Just give him the confidence now to, dare I say it, go and win this frame in one visit.
Well, I'm sure Ross won't be happy with how he's played today, but if it's like you say, if he could end the day by winning a crunch frame in one visit, then that would at least give him some sort of comfort going back to the hotel.
9. 60. $70. $24. $25.
Potentially awkward little cannon this. You don't really want to hit the red on the right too full. Cue ball will just stick. It's probably the red just above the black. Yeah, you're always trusting to a little bit of luck, just the way them reds were set there. I think he's on the red though,
32.
To the right corner, so it's not too bad. Quite happy with it though. He's got to control the cue ball. It's a little bit thin. Doesn't really want to just roll it in because he'll come across the left side of the table and that red over the green pocket's blocking the green and brown. He's chose to play it that way though, and he's cannoned the yellow and it's just gone awkward. The right shot really was to just dig that in a little bit and trust your technique. Hold the cue ball for green or brown into the yellow pocket, but yeah, more of a cueing shot that, and he didn't fancy it.
Well, now this is a big shot because if he gets it, you would fancy him with the lead he's got to wrap up victory. If he misses it, everything's on for Carty.
Well, the green does pass the red. It's a good shot. He needs to find the gap though. If he can get between green and brown, that's lovely.
Yeah, so can he just bring this home now? As I say, already 40 in front. Not much more to do, really.
$37.
Crucially, it looks as if the pink spot is covered by that red, so no worries about potting the pink and coming down off one cushion back up for a choice of 3 reds here. The pink's not going to get in the way. It's probably going to go on the blue spot.
$43.
So a couple more pots needed to finish in 3rd position. It's been a difficult day for both of these two. They can play much better than they have done, but this looks like it has been a good finish from Ross Muir. If he can just knock this black in. Yeah, that'll be a satisfying break, I think, for the Scot. In the frame he had to win.
51.
Yeah, just this last red to make it absolutely sure is what I mean. No coming back from this now.
52.
Just want to thank you, Gary, for your company today, and good luck. Your next event will be Saudi Arabia.
Yes, thanks, Dave. Pleasure as always. Love coming in the box with you and Phil, so anytime I can do it, I'm more than happy to do so. 3-hour drive for me now back home, and I'm looking at the other game because Dean Young and Jan Jun, there's a possibility I could be taking Dean up to Newcastle to catch his train. So
60.
Just hanging on to see what happens in that one. It looks like it's going 2-1, so they've another frame to play in that one. And I believe Dean's last train from Newcastle is 11:10 tonight, so it could be tight.
The drama just never stops, does it, at the Championship League?
66.
Now, Ross Muir, still enough on here, actually, for a century. We'd need to take, I guess, the pink off the red, though. Yeah, he knew that. But anyway, he's won the frame. Hang on, the red might be in yet. Not quite.
66.
But a 66. It's a good break in the end, that, and it means that Ross Muir, although he's only drawn, takes his second point. Ashley Carty's only got one, so Muir will be in third position of the table. Carty finishes in last position. But of course, we've got the group decider coming up. Jack Lisowski needs a draw against Gong Chenzi, and that follows very shortly.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Arena looks just spectacular, and I cannot wait for you all to see it.
Lulus, don't worry. Yeah, but plenty of guys that need to be ready. We're the champions. You need to come take it from me. You want to follow me in there now? Yeah, I know you're ready. All we've been doing is Can you speak English better, please speak? Because I ain't sure what you said.
We are guaranteed 4 phenomenal days of action right here in Florida. Drama is certainly guaranteed in front of a hugely raucous crowd. The American fans really get into the spirit.
Fans all around the world. There's so much history, so much prestige, and it all comes down to this.
much action lies ahead at the Caribe Royale in Orlando, Florida.
We're back at the Harrah's Resort in Atlantic City for the US Open. It is one of the most prestigious events in the calendar.
Record breakers, history makers, it's that time. Let's play 9-ball.
Nine-ball pulls on the growth.
And the governor gets on the board.
Next year's prize money in the US Open is going to be $500,000.
The man they call the Ghost has left everyone for dead.
We will take this sport to places it's never been, and that's a bloody guarantee.
This is precisely how we like it. The BetVictor Championship League Day 8. Group 13 on Table 1 will come down to the final match. Who knows, it might come down to the final frame. Jack Lisowski taking on Gong Chen-zi to see who reaches the last 32, the second phase of the tournament. Lisowski in the driver's seat, will explain all that in a moment. As for Ross Muir with that 2-all draw against Ashley Carty, he did enough to secure third place. So basically, Lisowski needs a draw. 18-year-old Gong Chen-zi needs a win. Based on the way he played against Ross Muir first up, you can't give Gong much chance. Based on the way he played second up against Ashley Carty, well, maybe he could cause Lisowski problems. But there's no doubt Lisowski, even though he's been a little in and out all day, has been the player of the group. Made a 101 break against Carty, winning 3-1. That was in the first session. Started the second session with a rapid-fire 3-0 win over Ross Muir, featuring breaks of 66, 79 and 59.
Well, Gong's performance from one match to another was night and day. He really struggled against Muir, but he did get the draw against him. But then he was much, much better against Ashley Carty. So he will pose a threat here to Lisowski for sure. I think it'll be an open match.
Let's hope it's as close and thrilling as their only previous meeting. It was in the International Championship, big event in China. Last 64 last season, Lisowski won 6-5, having trailed 5-4. It was a good quality match as well. During the course of that contest, Lisowski had a couple of centuries. Gong had a 1-2-1 and a 94.
Yeah, I mean, I think in some ways Lisowski is a good player to play against because it will be an open game. But it's not, though, if he's knocking everything in, because he can just make you look like you've never played before. So if he can produce his best, I'm sure he'll win. But if not, he may leave chances.
Yes, he's one of the very few fast players who can actually dictate the pace of a match. Normally, you associate that with the more methodical types. But if he gets sucked into that potting battle style of contest, that's when Lisowski feels at his most comfortable. You won't be enjoying this tickling the cue ball into the pack.
One.
Well, quite simply, what a pot. And he just nonchalantly stays there, rooted to the spot, and then plays the snooker in behind the black.
One.
Yeah, I mean, the main part of the shot initially was to get the cue ball in behind the black, but he was able to just twist the knife a bit. Lisowski looking to maintain his 100% record this season. He won his 2 qualifiers for the Wuhan and British Opens, and of course 2 matches today. And this red is onto the middle. So that was a mistake from Gong Chen-zi, but it came from the snooker position he was in. So Lisowski is in. Starting the season at 25 in the world, so he's in that queue of players just outside the top 16. Dean Young's won his first match of the day, beating Zhang Jun 3-1. So a mixed evening for Zhang Jun as Lisowski lines this one up and doesn't pot it. This is what I was saying. It's going to be an open game. He's going to go for his shots. If he doesn't get them, he'll be leaving chances. But yeah, Zhang Jun, he beat Pang Jung-zhu, which was something of an upset, but now he's been beaten by Dean Young, so he's not going to be the winner of that group, is he? Going to be between Pang Jung-zhu and Oliver Lines now.
You're right, I think it's inevitable, given the approach of Lisowski, that Gong will have chances. Just a matter of whether he can take them. Neither Muir nor Carty did earlier.
Overcut the red.
Now that shot was Gong Chen-zi all over. Why hit the double so hard? It increased the chance of inaccuracy. And it could cost him.
Yeah, I mean, as much as Lisowski's an open player, the same is true of Gong. And like you say, he does really play the balls with a lot of pace. And eventually, Chad Lisowski, terrific pot, hand on table, and he's back in.
Less than a handful of players so far have won their group here and their 2 qualifiers in Wuhan and British Open.
8.
So for Lisowski, getting through tonight would really enhance the start to his season. Well, he's got a red to left middle with hampered queuing, meaning that he can't really do an awful lot with a cue ball. So this definitely is missable. Let me tell you, that was a really good shot, regardless, especially because he was placing his
23.
bridge hand uncomfortably on the table because of that lone red near the left-hand side cushion.
$24. $31. $32.
Easy cue power, generating
39.
tons of backspin.
$40. Lisowski 40.
Well, that was totally botched. Not just the pot, but look at the position. Thankfully for Lisowski. Can't blame it on a bad contact. He overcut the black ball.
So he'll open the reds up if he can pop this one. 49 behind.
Well,
he's tied the black up, which is not a big help. There's safe reds as well to deal with, so this is not necessarily a frame winning chance, but the frame should have been over, really. Pang Zhengzhou and Oliver Lyons underway next door. So Lyons, he's on 4 points coming in. He needs a draw. Pang needs to win.
I was upstairs earlier having a chat with Oliver Lyons, and he showed me a clip on his phone from his first match against Jiang Jun. He won the first two frames handily, did Lyons. In the third early, Jiang badly missed a very bold red with which he scattered plenty of other reds all around the table. And would you believe, at speed, he fluked to red, and from there made 79, then 85 in the next frame to salvage a 2-all draw. That could be really important in the final analysis.
Yeah, I saw that in real time. It was pretty outrageous because there was a slight hint of desperation about the way he played the shot. Well, you could understand him trying to promote a red, but he didn't pop the brown. And, of course, Lisowski, 41 in front. So, a couple of pinks here with these reds. Wouldn't need the safe reds. just needs the 2 open reds. He's potted one of them.
Seven. Eight.
Yeah, so a couple of snookers needed.
40.
Yes, and where the balls are, can't imagine that Gong could pull this frame out of the fire.
That was dangerous, though.
40.
I mean, ball's running around the table, and it cannon the pink, and another day knocks it in. Anyway, he's still favourite of the frame.
Yes, I think Lisowski foolishly defied convention there.
One.
Well, if he does produce a great escape in this frame now, we will remember that shot.
From Z7.
One of those shots where the idea was correct, but the execution wasn't. Every top player, every player on the circuit has lost frames from this kind of situation. When you do, it's a sobering thought. You learn a lesson. So even though he's naturally risk-taking, I think Lisowski would be well advised to rein himself in, and that's what he's doing.
Oh, I remember that Masters semi-final all those years ago, John Parrott and Mike Hallett, and Parrott looked like he'd won the decider and sort of launched himself, I think, at the green. Bit of an exhibition shot. And Mike decided, I'm not going to shut you out, I'm going to play on. He got 4 snookers, didn't he? Won the one frame a match.
There's a story at the qualifiers in the early 90s where someone supposedly lost a frame after their opponent needed 9 snookers. It might be urban myth if it's true. Well, it's one of the most remarkable things you can imagine. There's going to be no great escape in this frame.
Six. 7.
It would be an exaggeration to say that Jack Lisowski's been in top gear today, but he's certainly been the pick of the bunch in this group.
Jack Lisowski 14 on the first frame.
And now remember, he only needs a draw, so at 1-0, he's halfway to topping the table.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
The winner of this group in the BetVictor Championship League will go into Group D in the second phase of this ranking event. Gong Chenzi has to win the last 3 frames to think about coming back. For Jack Lisowski, a draw is sufficient.
Wow. Shot of the day, that. Fantastic. And now he's looking at attacking the pack of reds. But look at this. Just glanced off them, though.
8.
Get the feeling he's still going to take this on. But even great natural talents can't pot everything, and that's what I was saying at the start. You know, it's an open game. If you don't get them, you're going to be leaving chances, and it's a good one for Gong. Red's out in the open, black available.
Yeah, might have got away with that, but he missed the red by so much it went rogue and went back into the bunch.
Thank you. 1. Eight.
The highlight of Gong's day, a 103 break against Ashley Carty earlier. As Dave was pointing out earlier, his century break total as a pro already in double figures. So he could make the most of this.
40.
Now this black could well hit the jaws and stay above ground. Ticklish little shot. And he's faced with another.
$22. $23.
Well cued, and taking the white to the right-hand side cushion basically eliminated an easy pot being left for Lisowski. Yeah, the only downside with leaving the cue ball so close to the side cushion.
23.
Getting position on the next red was tough. He's been lucky. Now Lisowski, being the nice guy he is, apologised there, but there was nothing to apologise for. One of the most outrageous safety shots you're ever going to see.
Well, I definitely think Jack should retract that apology now. I mean, you didn't know where to look there, did you? But really, the only ball you should be looking at is the white. Look where it's finished.
There have been some bad-tempered players at the table over the years. A multiple world champion, John Pullman, springs to mind. If someone had played that shot against him, I think there might have been a few blue words exchanged.
Well, looks like this pot's to right corner. Someone's going to get in shortly and probably win the frame. Of course, Gong cannot allow Lisowski in because Lisowski just needing this frame. He needs a draw to top the group. So the pressure's on him, really. Well, it's on him now. Is this the chance Lisowski has been looking for to secure that frame and ensure that he'll be coming back later this month?
Yeah, came down the table to see whether the black would freely pot. Put the kitchen sink into that one. I think he's going to be behind the yellow.
Yellow ball.
Well, he should have been behind the yellow. Maybe it was a tighter squeeze than it appeared. Tried to be delicate, and at least he's left Lisowski at mid-range. This is no gimme.
Whoa.
Now, because he potted that on the thin side, the cue ball got away from him to a degree. That pot was one of those, Dave, that glues success together. Pressure ball. Well played.
No.
Yeah, I don't think Jack's problem is pressure balls, actually. It's often the easy ones he just seems to take for granted. So focus is required here. Get the job done by winning this frame.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're spot on. I don't think his issues are bottle related, more concentration related, and definitely at times shot selection related. You never want to change Lisowski because he's so fun to watch, but I think at times he just pushes at the boat a little too much.
60.
Well, he's still got the red to middle, assuming the pink's not in the way. Yeah, I think when you're as talented as this, and you know how good you are, it must be difficult to turn balls down.
23.
Because you just think you're going to pot them, but Judd Trump, I guess, would be the perfect example, and you couldn't look for a better one. He's Jack's best friend, of someone who has learnt the discipline, the all-round game, and plays it to great effect now.
Yes, and enjoys playing it to great effect because he realises the
29.
The subtleties involved.
$30. $36. $37.
Check of the scores, 30 in front. So doesn't need the red
44.
glued to the right-hand side cushion. Needs the 2 in open play. And he'll be coming back for stage 2.
45.
Which I think every watcher of the Championship League would want. Can tell you Pang Junzhu has won the first frame from Oliver Lines in the group decider over on table 2. He edged the frame on the brown.
$51.
Well, this is the ball he needs, the double, and it's not there. So 37 in front, still 43 on.
That does the job very well. Now, okay, only 2 of the 6 colours are conventionally placed. But that doesn't mean to say that Gong can't clear up.
One.
Not the best though, was it? And now he has to pot a colour. Otherwise he'll need a snooker.
Yeah, I mean, he could, I suppose, lay up to the black. He would have the snooker, but I suspect he's going to try and pot it instead. He didn't want himself, I think. He wasn't sure, was he, whether that was going to ultimately find its target. It did, though. But he can't afford to leave this red on. Or going off. Well, the red's gone in. The chap was out of his seat. It's the same scenario, isn't it? Got a pot one, pink to middle. This is what you call sort of walking across ice that's cracking under your feet.
9.
Gotta go, otherwise he needs a snooker. Hang on. Oh, had 3 goes that.
Gong Chen Z9.
Wow. Edge of seat stuff.
Again, though, he did hit the pink hard, didn't he? It does seem to be something he does.
Yeah, it's a trait that he needs to get out of.
Well, he's got to get out of this first. He's got to hit the yellow. Of course, he already needs a snooker. Can't afford to hit the pink here.
The yellow rattled and reverberated, but refused to drop. He really does give the ball some leather. Unnecessarily so. So remember, Lisowski looking good to top the group. He would be the 9th top seed in these groups to advance. That would be 9 top seeds out of 15 completed groups. So yes, we've had shocks, but the form book holding up pretty well also. So the yellow going in, okay, it's only a 2 extra points. But now Gong needs 2 snookers. Shouldn't be doing this. This is asking for trouble. And that's what he's got.
Lisowski too.
Just no need for that, is there? You know? And all of a sudden, you can hear the snooker gods in the background thinking, okay, we might mess with you now.
Just self-destructive foolishness. This is ridiculous.
Wow.
He could still win the frame, but why is he in this predicament?
Well, he basically had won the frame, hadn't he? But 2 snookers within the blink of an eye. There's now 21 in it with 25 on. 1 good pot on the green. They're all there, aren't they? Everything's on for Gong to win this frame. This is a huge shot now. Just brushed the brown, but he's okay. He's favourite for the frame now. What a turnaround.
Positional, well, not quite halfway house, but certainly not ideal.
Conchenzi 7.
He might play it down, but I think Jack Lisowski will be feeling quite relieved about that. And for being more temperate, the snooker gods reward him.
Well, he's fortunate to get the snooker. So, Gong got to hit the blue, but can't afford to leave it. Could pot it. Oh, got a pretty good cue ball. Get the feeling Lisowski's going to attempt to pot it though. Well, it was halfway down the pocket, that, or so it seemed.
At least the blue has gone safe. Mental energy being expended when really it should have been 2-0 in the books already.
Well, he's fluked to snooker. He's knocked the black a little safer, which doesn't necessarily help him, but the snooker helps him. Where's this? This could be in, you know. He's come round to have a look from the pocket. It's not in. It's on.
Not the easiest pot to middle, and because he's so thin, position could also be a headache. But how did we get to this situation in the first place? The blame is entirely on the shoulders of Lisowski. Well, a fuller kiss, he would have been on that to right corner. So we're all down to the black in this frame. Remember, if Lisowski does ultimately win the frame, as he should have done by now, he wins the group. If not, Gong can still finish top.
Conchenzi 11.
Sometimes simple equals sensible. Did there. Leaving cue ball and black so close together, that might not have been advisable. Gong could be in trouble after this. Ooh, but Lisowski caught the black much too thick. Maybe had thoughts there, you know, Dave, of missing it altogether.
Well, he's had a look at the potting angle. It's thin.
Now Lisowski can have a pop at this. If he misses it, doesn't know where the black's going. Looking anxiously, it was en route to the pocket, but it stopped short. Well, it's dramatic, Dave.
Yeah, it really is. Who's going to blink first?
Separation of white and black onto opposite side cushions. That works. Just wondering, I think the white hasn't travelled far enough to bring the contact double into the equation. No. If only Lisowski had been this circumspect on the green.
Could have doubled that, but was also concentrating on getting a good cue ball, which he did, towards the ball cushion. A long exchange this on the black. Pang Zhengzhou, meanwhile, is going to be 2-0 up on Oliver Lyons, so Lyons needed a draw there, but to do that, he's going to have to win the last two. Pang needed to win, and he's only one frame from doing so.
The safety from both, actually, in this dogfight has been commendable. And we're back pretty much where we were 5 or 6 shots ago. Now then, Pang could really get some distance between the two balls here. Content on simple containment. Very good. It looked really simple. Those shots aren't. And the pace of both black and white. Excellent. Although you pose the question, who will be the first to blink? No one's blinked yet. This black might look on, but the double was more inviting, but it wasn't easy. And where's the white? Yeah, had to be. It had to be. You mess with the snooker gods and they punish you severely. Not surprised with the outcome at all. It just had the feel as soon as he made that unnecessary penalty on the green. Just had the feel that he might lose the frame, and he did. Jack Lisowski, for all intents and purposes, should be 2-0 ahead. In fact, in actuality, it's 1-1.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Two very different types of frames we've seen on the tables here in the last few moments. On table 2, Pang Junzhu has taken a 2-0 lead over Oliver Lyons, as we told you before the break. He did so with his second century of the day. As for the frame we've just seen on table 1, it was almost beyond description. Really thrilling, total theatre, but so wasteful from Jack Lisowski. Remember, Gong Chenzi on the green needed 2 snookers. Lisowski launched at a green for an exhibition shot he didn't need to play, went in off. Gong got another set of penalty points, and in the end, Lisowski, after a protracted safety exchange on the final black, went in off again. So 1-1, and bear in mind, had he gone 2-0 up, that would have been it, mission accomplished. Group 1. He's still got a frame to win, and if he loses this match, it will be Gong who goes through, and Lisowski and his legion of fans will be shaking their heads. I think certain players, Dave, would have real difficulty getting to grips with that and coping. Maybe Lisowski can shake it off. Let's find out.
Absolutely, it wouldn't surprise me if he, made a 80 break in about 5 minutes here. This is the sort of guy he is, isn't it? But he's sort of put himself under unnecessary pressure because he still needs to win one of these 2 frames in order to come back for stage 2. Peter Ebdon was in his corner for a while. He's not now, but because he used to sit with a notepad making notes during matches. He'd be sending out for a new notepad, I think, after that last frame.
The way these two are whacking the balls, they might go out of shape. A bit like the cricket test recently where they had to change the ball. They are really giving it some revs.
What?
Clearly unhappy. Not with the pot. In fact, he's straight on the black.
Eight. Gong Chen Z8.
Just coming to terms with that last frame, just thinking of some of our punditry colleagues, what they'd think. And I can't help but get the image of Alan McManus in my mind. He would be scathing, and rightly so. I'm sure that Gong Chenzi can't quite believe his luck.
One. Six. Gong Chen Z6.
The whole feel of this contest has completely changed. One positive thing I think you have to say is that in that black ball safety fight, 18-year-old Gong produced some really good shots.
Yeah, it's a good point. He, I guess, would have been second favourite, really, given Lisowski's experience, but didn't leave anything easy. Lisowski, you could understand him going for the cross double, but there was precious little else to go at, a couple of long ones.
Now that was a miss hit, but the end result could have been an awful lot worse.
Whoa.
Now he's obscured on the black, so what a pressure shot coming up. Every credit.
I think the word is mercurial. As I say, it wouldn't surprise me at all if he just made a frame-winning break now. I mean, the one thing about Lisowski nobody can argue with, he's an unbelievable player. The talent, the way he times the ball. It's all there, but sometimes it goes wrong. He's on the yellow here.
Yeah, I've got a theory about Lisowski. I think he finds the game so easy that at times it leads to concentration going hurtling out the window.
Well, a snooker fan that emailed me not so long ago, a couple of years ago now, and he's a cricket fan, and he said Lisowski reminds him of David Gower in his heyday, who was a celebrated batsman, but every now and again just sort of switched off, didn't he, and, you know, was out cheaply.
I think that's a really good comparison. Both left-handers, of course, as well.
Yeah, both charismatic characters. Anyway, this is his chance to put right what's gone wrong and ensure that he wins the frame needed to win this group and keep on track a bid to win a maiden ranking title.
$25. 26. 33. 34.
100 queuing.
$41. 42.
'Here's the second frame.
49.
Going to be confined to the bin of who cares.
50.
After what occurred there, making a break like this shows Lisowski's backbone.
57. 58.
Looked away there. I think annoyed he's left himself a little straighter on this red than he wanted to be. Oh, but he rifles it in anyway.
Now, nothing flashy. Already a snooker needed, the black for the extra points. He's made it interesting, hasn't he? He's been entertaining, but it looks like...
73.
Unless he starts blasting balls around again, that Jack is going to be back for stage 2, and a lot of snooker fans will look forward to seeing him.
Cheers, yeah.
That red surely removes any doubt.
74. Lisowski 74.
Yeah, this time surely there's no way back. And so Jack Lisowski, after encountering a self-inflicted wound in frame 2, does well to win the third. He will move into phase 2 of the BetVictor Championship League.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Okay.
It's been quite a day at the BetVictor Championship League.
Gong Senzita.
Good, the bad and the ugly we've seen. Some very good. Some unexpected mistakes, and one extraordinary frame that Lisowski might have regretted. He won't now because he's okay. As for this frame, well, it's just playing for pride. Even if he loses, Gong has done enough to secure second place.
Well,
that worked out nicely, so let's see if he can at least win this frame handsomely. He's been impressive today. He struggled in that first match, but he battled to the draw with Ross Muir, which at least gave him a foothold. Then he played much better against Ashley Carty.
8.
And he can still end the day, of course, unbeaten at least, if he does win this frame.
Nine.
Yes, if that's the case, he'll join a reasonably lengthy list of players who've been undefeated, but also unsuccessful.
Yeah, I mean, Gary Wilson, who's here today, I mean, he drew 3 matches, but they were no use to him at all.
Thank you. 15. 60.
So 15 groups now in the books. In terms of who will top them. 4 Chinese players through, 6 from England. They are the 2 most successful nations so far. When it comes to the age bracket of group winners, we've had 6 players in their 40s win a group. Lisowski's the 4th player in his 30s to prevail. We've had 3 in their 20s, and Liam Davis, the lone teenager so far.
22. 23.
Interesting also, Dave, the most popular number of points to win a group. 9, i.e. 3 wins out of 3. 6 players have done that so far. Lisowski could still be the 7th, although this frame quickly getting away from him.
36. 37.
Well, he's done his job, so it doesn't really matter. Probably just be quite happy if this frame ends quickly now. Worth just looking ahead to tomorrow on this table. Dave Gilbert, who won the title in 2021. He's in an interesting group with Dwayne Jones, Leicester's own Louis Heathcote, and Paul DeVille, one of the top-up players. And meanwhile, Gong misses that out of nowhere, just as he was looking set to draw level. Table 2, Leipzig Fan, the surprise Scottish Open champion, beat Karen Wilson at the Crucible, day 1 of the World Championship.
What?
And he's up against Long Zhihang of China, a new professional from Poland, Maciej Baranowski, and Ryan Davis, a top-up player off the Q School.
Six. 7.
'That was more a skim off the red than a full contact he wanted. And that plants the kind of shot you play in a dead frame.
Yeah, like I say, he's done the job that he came here to do, which is win 2 frames.
What?
Yes, and by losing this frame, he's affecting no one. Gong was going to be second anyway, regardless.
Eight. 9.
Lisowski has the unwanted distinction of being, in the eyes of, well, I think the majority, the best player yet to win a world ranking title. And you've just mentioned Dave Gilbert, who we're going to see tomorrow. I think he was
40.
Similarly statused before he won this 4 years ago.
Gong 40.
Yeah, Ryan Day was at the top of that list for a while, wasn't he? There's only one way to not be, I guess, and that's win one. This is suddenly gone from that very disciplined battle on the black a couple of frames ago to let's just try and leather the ball in any way we can because it's a dead frame now. That'll do it.
What?
Yeah, in America they call an unserious golfing outing a hit and giggle. Well, no one's laughing here, but the intensity has been sucked out of the frame by the circumstance. On table 2, I can tell you Pang Junzhu has got a really good chance to beat Oliver Lyons 3-0 and be the table topper in Group 14.
Yeah, and a relatively rare example of someone losing a match but still winning the group. You do need other results to go your way. And it looks like they may have done for Pang.
What?
Yeah, Alfie Burden lost a match but still topped the group in this year's Championship League. Went into his last match needing only a frame. He won that frame, and so he was all okay. I think Pang is only the second player to lose a match, and well, he's not there yet, but he's looking good to advance.
8.
Well, Gong already at the snooker's required stage, so there'll be no playing on for snookers. I think we can confidently predict that. This is done 2-2. But of course, Lisowski needed 2 frames.
From Chenzi 9. On the frame.
Yeah, you are quite correct, Dave. That was a very easy call to make. Jack Lisowski, he's a fast player. He wants to get out of here fast. But he will be satisfied with his day's work. How can he not be? He started off with a 3-1 win over Ashley Carty, highlighted by a century. Then he had 3 half-centuries in beating Ross Muir 3-0. Knew he only needed a draw against Gong Chenzi, and despite the loss of the second frame, which was entirely his own fault, he did win the third, and so Jack Lisowski, top seed in Group 13, is the first player to go into Group D of the second phase coming up next week. And if Lisowski hits top form, his name could be on the trophy come the end of the event. By the way, Pang is still going on table 2. Confirmation of the Group 13 table. Lisowski tops it with 7 points. Gong gets £2,000 and the same amount of ranking points for second place. Ross Muir has the consolation of third. Ashley Carty, the Q School top-up reserve, brings up the rear. Now let's just take a quick look at table 2 and what could be the climax of the day. He's a real battler, Pang Junzhu, and I think he's a couple of balls away from winning 3-0 against Oliver Lyons. But we won't go there because Dave Hendon is outside, about to interview our latest group winner, Jack Lisowski.
Jack, if we can just disturb you, you've won the group. How would you sum up the day?
A good day, yeah. Got through, won 2 games. Just got the job done, I guess.
Got a little bit hairy there in that second frame. It looked like you'd won it, and then the snooker gods sort of had their say.
Yeah, sometimes snooker's a strange game, and managed to lose it, and just kept it together and won the next one.
A good start to the season. I mean, you won your 2 qualifiers here as well, so you know you've got some good wins under your belt early season.
Yeah, all good. You don't want to be losing early on, so good to have won every game so far, I guess.
And finally, I don't know, are you a player who sets goals at the start of a season? And if so, can you share any with us?
No, not got no goals. Just trying to go home tonight.
Just enjoy it?
Not even that. Just turn up.
Okay, well you'll be turning up again for the next stage. Well done.
Cheers, Dave. Cheers, mate.
Right.
He really is a man of few words when it comes to media interviews, Jack Lisowski. But I suppose he let his snooker do the talking. I can tell you on table 2, Oliver Lyons needs a snooker, so it looks as though Pang Junzhu is going to get that 3-0 win, and it looks as though he will top that table, which is Group 14. Now, this is the bill of fare for tomorrow. We start off with Dave Gilbert, former winner of this event, up against Paul Deville. Over on table 2, as Dave mentioned, Lepe Fan was a surprise winner of the Scottish Open last season, hoping to bring that form here to the Mattioli Arena, and he begins his quest in Group 19 against young Ryan Davis. The action recommences at 12 noon. Hope to have your company then for day 9 of the BetVictor Championship League. For now though, from Leicester, it's goodbye.